Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Hi, I'm here in the background. I'm just sorting out some stuff. Turns out my computer has a clock error, as in like the clock's wrong on it, and it's ended up messing a load of things around with my PC. So that ended up that's why I was a little bit late going on this morning, folks. And hey, Ripster, good to see you as well. Right, I'm just gonna be sat here in the background and get ready for today's games. So I'll see you in a little bit first.
My sentence, cause I knew it wasn't right. The walls and the fences came closer every night. Only the light through the keyhole kept me hoping and alive. Just me, myself and I on a mission to survive. I gotta break on my way to paradise. I gotta break on a mission to survive. I gotta break on my way to paradise. I gotta break on a mission to survive. Yeah.
When you hear the rhythm, start to move.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. How's it going? We're just here in the background. Hello. Just thought I'd say I'm here. Why are we looking at the WE Stadium? Why is that a thing? Oh yeah, so that does mean that our first series of the day is in Xi'an, by the way. That does mean our first series of the day is in Xi'an. So, with that in mind, if this goes to 3, we will be overlapping with the second series, which is way by Top Esports. So, just be aware of that. Hey, Harold, how's it going? Harold's now a mod, by the way, because I felt like we needed an extra mod or two. And that's a thing. One time I set my clock back to see something in a Pokemon game and I missed alarms for 3 days straight after that. That's sure something. Wow, okay. Okay, right, I should really go post that I'm live here. And then we'll get more towards it, folks. We'll get more to it. Righty. Sam's just making a cuppa in the other room, so he'll be there when he can be. Weibo back at a watchable level. Weibo were really, really good versus JDG, and then versus LNG also looked good. So I think, yeah, I think Weibo are back for now. We'll see. The problem is with Weibo, you just can't tell because it's Weibo. They are the most inconsistent team in the LPL, and it makes them very frustrating to watch. Like it's hard watching Weibo quite a lot of the time, folks. But I mean, you guys know that. But right, I should really go post on some various Discords that I'm doing this too. That would be helpful. Okay. I think TT have also looked pretty good too, so I'm looking towards seeing them. Considering W have only played versus bad teams, feel like TT could upset. Well, I thought that W didn't look great coming out of group stage, so this is just like this is a good like benchmark test to see whether they've actually improved or not. Basically, I think Abel does make the team look a lot better, and that helps a lot. Ooh, wrong stage. Oh, this is the group stage thing. Cool. All the groups. Give it to me straight. Am I delusional for thinking TT will win? No, I think TT are a good team. I think they've played pretty well recently. I think that 1xN is on godlike form. I think that UCal, particularly under Lucian, is back to being the UCal that we want to see, which is a much bigger carry in the mid lane. I think this should be a competitive series. I don't think this is one-sided. I think that 1xN versus Abel is going to be incredibly important as a matchup between AD carries. Like, I can see either of these teams winning. I guess I would give a slight favor over to... Oh god, but then, I don't know, a top lane matchup might be a bit harsh, because Wayward's good at dunking on worse top laners, and Hoya's not great. So there is a chance that there's a bit of a top lane diff for Wayward, but even then, he's not been playing fantastic recently. Yangxiang, the jungler, is... Yes, this is the new jungler for W as well, he's been playing recently. So that definitely changes some things. Yeah, I'm trying to think. So Yashan's looked okay. It is a rookie jungler, I guess on TT. Beitran's been looking... Yeah, he's been looking okay. He's been looking good recently. Yeah, Abel's still starting. Yeah, Abel should be starting. Abel should be starting as well. This guy's good. This guy's good. Also, by the way, we hit a record high. We hit over 3,000 viewers yesterday as peak viewers. Was Hung bad or something? I don't know why they replaced him. I thought he was fine. I guess if they think it was a team issue, that would explain something. I'm somewhat surprised that he's been subbed out because Yanshen's looked, you know, decent, but not like excellent. I don't know. So I'd imagine it's something internal or something into. Thank you, Sam. But yeah, we've now got over 420 subscribers. We're on 422 right now, and we hit just over 3,000 viewers yesterday, which was incredible. We're also at 6.1k followers as well, which is really, really cool. Considering that we were on like two and a half or so like a couple of months ago, that's absolutely insane. So so yeah, thank you so much for the support. And we hope you keep enjoying it. We've only got a couple of weeks left of LPL like this, because when it comes to playoffs, every game is going to be broadcast. Oh, this is a cool fight on bot side. Yeah, this is a fun fight. I need to get my own RE spin emote. I need to get a load more emotes though, because yeah, we have so many subscribers. We have a lot more free emotes now. A lot more emotes free. Yeah, Sam's just making some tea, and then he'll be here. Just waiting for him to. I think he's just getting his chair now, maybe. Yeah, so when it comes to this matchup, I think that there might be an advantage for W in top lane, but we'll see that because Wayward's not been on fantastic form. I think that 1xN and UCal have been on great form, particularly 1xN, but like, yeah, they've been on great form. And it means that just TT can play around better carries for now. Do you think Xiaohu's dip in performance is him testing things in groups? No. I think he's looked bad ever since Worlds last year, so it is not just an isolated summer split thing. I think it's been something that happened in spring, and is something that's happened in summer as well. So his whole year has been bad up until this point, basically. And yeah, so that's...
Do you want honey in your tea?
Yes, please.
Back in a second.
Yeah. And also another thing, I think Feather's been great for TT. I think Feather's been great on the Alistar. He's been a great playmaker. And he's added like just an extra bit of team fighting prowess to this team. This was a great series versus Ultra Prime. I'm sad for Ultra Prime. I think their objective setup has looked really quite poor. And you can just see how well like 1xN has ended up like diving in and being a big playmaker and stuff like that. I think 1xN is so cool. I'm really happy to see him do well. He's been excellent. He's been one of the better AD carries out there. Have Ultra Prime played IG yet? Because I want to see 1xN versus Arn, because I think both of them have been playing really well.
Where is the honey?
On top of the shelf, isn't it?
There's the empty one.
There are two of them. Well, I can go look for it if you want. Yeah. But no, I think that UCal and 1xN have been playing really well. I think Hoyer's also been playing better than I gave him credit for, and I think Feather has been excellent in regards to his team fighting as well. So yeah, I think TT they're on the up, considering how they looked in the first stage of groups, where they couldn't play around side lanes. They were very poor. I think they're looking a lot better than that. And considering that they came from the same group as EDG, it doesn't surprise me to see now that they are better than them. Andy Globison, fun facts. Let me have a think. Oh, this is a fun fact. We'll keep this in we'll keep this LPL related. So this is something about the pronunciation of player names. Most Chinese players don't necessarily care about how you pronounce their name, to the point that wait, Harold, did you just type out an untyped Harold? First day on the job as mod. Yes, so when it comes to so Uzi, as we know him, used to go by the name Uzi I. Until he heard the pronunciation by like people in the West as Uzi, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's just cooler. I'm gonna call it that instead." So he did go by Uzi I, which was something that Frostgoran used to talk about in the day. But then he heard how us Globies, as international fans called him as Uzi I, and he was like, "Yeah, that sounds cooler. I'm gonna go by that instead." So that's your fun fact. Yeah, and that's I don't know whether that's happened anywhere else, but that happened there. Also, another fun fact. I'll give you another one because I remember this one too. So Knight wanted the name just Knight, as in like the time of day, and it was taken. That name was taken. Funnily enough, he was a player for Giants, a mid layer for Giants back in the day. I think at that point, you've flipped the legs the wrong way. You rolled them the wrong way.
I can see under the. I don't know.
Which is why I was trying to. But so then he just put a random letter in front of Knight. Yeah, so he put a random letter in front of Knight, and it just happened to be a K, and it ended up being another word, which he didn't know of. So he wasn't even trying to be Knight in Shining Armor or something like that. He's trying to be like, you know, the Dark Starry Night or whatever.
I am the Knight.
Yeah, and he's
Knight.
just so ended up having another name, which ended up another word for it, which ended up being, you know, quite iconic in its own way. But hello, folks. Hi.
Hello.
I'm Alex, also known as Nightmare. This is Sam, also known as Initialized, and we're here to go cast some LPL today.
That's the plan.
I'm sure a lot of you know us at this point, but it's just nice to keep things a little structured
I'm
here.
very glad that we've got the best series co up first, well, because my boy, 1XN. 1XN is on the Rift again today, guys. You should be excited. My goat from the LDL. He's going to be so good. Don't show me Abel. None of this. I don't care about this man. He's about to have his ass handed to him by 1XN. This is a fully Thunder Talk bias stream from this point on.
What is LDL? The LDL is the LPL Development League, so it is the second string. So it's the same as like your Challenger Series or Challengers or Academy. It's the Academy League for the LPL.
Yeah, exactly that.
Wow. Hang on, is he about to hit? Wait, that can't be. Is this kills? This is kills. This is kills, I think.
It's assists.
No, that's Mark. Yeah, so that'll be assist. Yeah, that will be assist. I didn't see the player name changed over. Yes, that'll be the amount of assists which Mark has.
Number 8 in the whole of the LPL. You can see he's played for some fairly cool teams over his years. I forgot he played for Top Esports last year.
Yeah, he's a well, he played not just for last year.
I know, a couple years, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't just last year. He's an LPL champion from 2022, alongside Hope. I think it was Hope and Mark who ended up.
Sounds correct.
I think that was the case. So hi, should put the camera back on. But yeah. So we'll be kind of gearing up for this again. And, yeah.
Are they fun to 1XN? Yeah, I think he's fantastic. He's a really mechanically gifted player with a solid champion pool. His Aphelios mechanics on screen look some of the best I've seen. That said, he's not got the highest win rate on the champion because there are flaws in the game still. He needs to figure some other bits out. Abel, on the other hand, for WE is coming back, having not been playing for a hot minute or two, which is kind of wild considering how popular / good he's been. He's a Twitch player. He was playing Twitch only last.
It wasn't
split.
good, but he was playing it. Yes.
Well, he won the game.
Yes, not through any like big players. Sam, you know he flashed into a Nautilus.
I do. That's irrelevant to the fact that he won on Twitch, Alex.
Yeah.
We are a results-based analytical stream.
That's the one. That's what we're here for, folks.
Results-based analysis, exactly. I feel like that's the correct way of doing things. You know, got to have your results in order to analyze.
That's the one. So we should be getting through into the arena soon, folks. Hey Amber, how's it going? Should be getting through to the arena soon, and then it will be probably like another 5-10 minutes until we get into draft. So we'll probably get into draft around about 10 minutes time. And yeah, did I end up getting tickets to Worlds? I got tickets to the first 3 days of play-ins with this guy, so we're going to be there. But we do live in Berlin, so if anyone is at Worlds and as social occasions, you might end up seeing us around there. And don't hesitate to come say hi if you are planning to come over there as well. I'm going to really try and angle to be around for World Finals because I might even just go to hang out, even if I don't get a ticket.
Nice.
Because, yeah, it's in London. It's kind of like in our stomping ground. So, yeah. So Worlds is in, so play-ins and Swiss stage is going to be in Berlin. Quarterfinals and semi-finals, I believe, are going to be in Paris. And then the finals are going to be in London. So London, the O2 Arena, which is right on the river. It's on the Thames. It's a really cool area. Slightly further east than well, no, it's slightly further south than the Copper Box. If people went to MSI before, it's kind of closer to the river. So, but yeah, it's a fun place. O2's it's a really good venue. It's a really good venue. Funnily enough, I was hearing that, so Sam, you know that Billie Eilish has got like 3 big gigs in the O2.
Oh, really?
But because she's ended up charging the cheapest ticket, as I believe, £265.
That's very expensive.
She's not been able to sell tickets.
Oh,
because they've finally overpriced them. Finally overpriced. So
is it her choosing the pricing? Because I don't know if it is.
Well, for big artists, it's just a big thing. No, it's not her choosing the pricing. It'll be a lot of agency and tour manager stuff. But still,
Nation,
it's a bit. It's finally a Live Nation. I don't know whether they control the O2 stuff, but
They tend to do most of the ticketing thing.
Oh yeah, also folks, once again, we are streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube, so if you're on YouTube, hi, I will be vaguely checking chat. It's just easier to check the Twitch because that the Twitch shows it in front of us. But yeah, don't hesitate to talk and chat on YouTube as well, or switch over to platforms depending on what your favorite platform is. So yeah,
your preferred option.
That's the one. So yeah, I think for me, we've covered this matchup pretty well in regards to basically, the AD carry matchup is where I really think this matchup is going to be solved. I think that 1xn and Abel have both been really important to their teams. I also think that, I think it's the double carries. Also looking at like Fofo being such an important
versus
player for W.
versus UCal, right?
Yes,
so,
versus UCal. So, whenever I talk about Thunder Talk, it is about 1xn and it's about UCal, really. Because they just do a lot of...
They're the core of that team.
Which makes me think that now... I wonder whether Lucian's going to be hitting the ban list again, just because UCal is really, really powerful on that champion. It wouldn't surprise me to see that one like immediately taken out. So we'll see whether that's a thing.
Yeah, I think that'll be worth checking, right? Because obviously with UCal coming back to form, having had... I won't necessarily say a bad split, but certainly a quiet split. Yeah.
No, it was bad.
Yeah.
No, he was the lowest. He was the lowest DPM mid and one of the lowest damage percentage mids in the league.
Shocking. I hadn't seen the numbers, actually.
This is the time, Sam, where you do get to be decisive. UCal has had a bad split.
Yeah.
So, and considering I thought he was a top 5 mid last year, it was a huge drop off.
I was talking back to spring more than anything. I was trying to remember the numbers back then, and I think I know the beginning of it, but the thing is he stepped up again recently, but it was not a great start to the year for UCal, especially considering what we had expected of him, bluntly.
Right, so we're gonna get into arena soon. Oh god, do I have time to think of a roast for Love gets to you at Paris? I don't know whether I'm going to be there. I do have an I might be. We'll see. I don't know. Well, I don't have tickets. Is the thing. So I think. Well, I think there's a second wave. I'm not necessarily gonna have tickets unless the team gets them for me or something like that, which is always a bit. Whatever. Philip cost just because we're just about to get into game. And let me give me a minute or two, but I might not be able to do this right now. Partly because also I sadly do not know. God, do I have anything name-based? Give me a minute to think of a good roast.
Don't even know who you are.
Yeah, that's your roast. Who the fuck are you asking me for a roast? I've never seen you before.
Get out of
Who
my
the fuck
sight,
are you?
Disgusting degenerate.
Philip costs more like kickflip costs. The way I'm
Started on this
spinning you out of here. I am the Tony Hawk of streamers. Yeah, it's your first time chat. How the fuck am I meant to know anything about you? Jesus.
You degenerate! You come in here and the first thing you ask for is someone to demean you.
Jesus.
What's wrong with you?
First time chat, by the way, roast me. Right, okay, let me just close the window. We just ended up cooling in the room. And we'll get to this game, folks, so sit back. I'd say relax, but these teams don't exactly necessarily give you that.
Don't do it that, no. Okay. Welcome, by the way, Philip. I hope that fulfilled whatever kink you needed it to fill.
Hey, no shaming here.
Well, that was what he asked for,
Yeah,
so
that's
absolutely there is.
No shaming unless that's your thing. Okay, right, getting through into the
Amber's giving me a stern word. I need to behave. I'm sorry, Amber.
We do in this channel. We do not upset Amber. Amber is
that tends to be a mistake.
Amber is very, very watchful as a mod, folks. By the way, saw this in the last couple of days, and it probably won't be anyone who's in here. It tends to be the people in the crowds get a bit larger. Like, guys, don't go after the mods. That's how you get banned. Like, if you're gonna be like, oh god, why did you delete my image block, and then you start like throwing insults around. Don't insult. Look, the one thing about any stream videos, you don't go after the mods, folks. No, you're not that bad at all, Amber. I appreciate you.
No, absolutely. Amber's the best. Pat the mods, everyone. WE's gonna 2-0.
WE's gonna 2-0. I do think that TT's on good form. I do think that TT's on good form. Now, if the game slows down, I think that maybe favors W. I think W are better with a slower pace of game where Fofo can focus on his sideline macro and Abel can focus on those big late game flash plays. I think if the game is faster, I think I favor TT.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think also I'll need to see good drafts from TT, particularly out of bot and mid. At least one of those lanes wants to be a proper win condition because, as we've said, they are generally speaking the core/win conditions of their team. And on the other side for WE, they've got a couple shifts coming on in, right? The Abel's in. Is this going to be Abel's first series? I'm not actually sure when he actually started playing proper.
He's been playing for almost all of summer.
Okay.
So he's
just not cast WE game yet.
Yeah, he's ended up playing. This will be like he played for the last bit of groups. He played for the last bit of groups. So he's ended up playing probably about 4 or 5 series now. I can have a check, but yeah, he's been around for now about half of the games that they played. I think they were playing mostly with LP. WE are a team which have had, I think, 4 roster changes. They had, oh shit, that is my phone dropping onto a chair. It's not very good. My screen is fine. I do tend to get worried about that. So WE, they've changed out their bot lane. Coming into this year, they had Stay, Prince, and Iwandi. They ended up changing, you know, so that's 1 roster change in terms of Stay coming in for Prince. That was not expected. And then also, after that, they ended up replacing both bot laners now for LP and then Mark, and then they replaced Abel after that point. And they also changed their junglers. That's 5 roster changes. They ended up bringing in Yangshin as well.
Yeah.
So that's 5 roster changes for this team. That is absolutely insane. TT, they haven't changed. Well, they changed Feather in because it was Chocho. It was 1x and Chocho. So Feather is now playing. So you could say there's 1 roster change. But WE, they again, I keep bringing up this whole like big, high philosophical ship of Theseus. How many players, how many planks of a ship can you change before it's not the same ship? I have to say, W are largely still looking quite the same. That's probably due to coaching staff and then some of the key members like Fofo and Wayward. But yeah, I think that W have managed to retain their style somewhat because of that. TT, they weren't really on the form to show us the
No.
their style.
No, that's fair.
Their style now, I think, is largely around. Well, they were kind of struggling at side lanes. They've solidified that now. They are a big objective teamfight team.
Yeah.
Not that many teams aren't, but it really is about having UCal and 1xN on mobile carries, which can then this is again like a hallmark of the meta. They're not necessarily a team with like a huge crazy identity. They play towards mobile carries, so 1xN and UCal can have like big pop-off 80 carry moments.
And they have agency that's not reliant on their other teammates being on form on that day sometimes. And in credit over to people like Feather, he's been a really good go button for the team, which they were lacking a little bit from that support role, which has been good news. I think there are still some questions to be answered about Hoya in particular, who has not had an easy time of it this year, to put it bluntly, or to put it lightly as well. I'm probably underselling that one too. And Beitwan, very hit and miss depending on what champion you get to hold off, frankly, in terms of how useful he's going to be in a game. He's been getting better again, but it feels like on the whole TT in general been getting better in general.
Yeah, I think TT just as a whole, particularly because before, UCal was not doing enough carrying, and it was just ending up going to 1xN. It kind of reminded me of early last year when it was UCal doing all the carrying, and they needed 1xN to kind of step in and make the most of it. Yeah, I hope that'll change. Folks, by the way, can you just give me a bit of a heads up? Is the frame rate okay on stream? Are we skipping frames, or is it okay right now? Because I just see on my preview right now. It's a little bit slow on that point. Is it okay? Cool. That's just on me then. That's completely fine. I just like to check stream quality before we get into stuff. And as we get into game as well, I'll probably put a message in chat just to ask if audio is okay as well. Because we do have the clean feed. We're trying to provide as close an experience to the LPL official broadcast that you could get, but from a home setup basically. And yeah, we try and do our best. And yeah.
Okay, so at this point, we're looking over the start of this game.
Hang on, I forgot to run ads. I need to run an ad break like right now just before we get into this, because they'll have it a couple minutes before they do that. I have to do that now so we don't get that into game. Oops, my bad.
That the weather / adverts. I hope you see weather ads.
Yeah, so the clean feed is not Billy. No, the clean feed is something that co-streamers get. It's something that only co-streamers get. So we get them ourselves, like, so if we were doing some Billy, which is what we're doing for most of spring and the start of summer, we would have caster audio in the background from the Chinese side as well, which would mean that we wouldn't be able to play game sound. Now, we can because we only have like the background sounds, we have the game sounds as well. So we get to do, yeah, we get to enjoy this like with full game sound, which is really fun. Yeah, pre-roll tried to kick in. That's my bad. I forgot to run ads before that. So that's okay. If you're on YouTube, you don't see that. And if you have a Prime, if you have a subscription, you also don't get to see that.
That's exactly it. You can escape the tyranny of adverts. The tyranny of adverts. If only you have the ability on this, the year of our Lord 2024 Prime Day. It is in fact Amazon Prime Day today and yesterday.
Is it?
Yeah,
wow.
There's discounts going on apparently, but it means you can also subscribe with it, guys. To me as well. I'm in the title. You can subscribe to me as well.
Yes.
You know. Yeah.
This is my brother.
Yeah.
This is my brother Initialized. We've cast for many years. Give him a follow, and he's been here for over 100 of the games that we've done here.
Mad, actually.
We've done. I think you've missed like what 3-4 days. I think the entire year, which isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. And of course, like big shout out to Mazel and to Carrix as well, who ended up picking up like that.
Yeah.
as well, because we've ended up doing about 120, 130 games so far. It has been a lot. Mecha's lost the streak. I'm so sorry. The LPL stream funded by Mecha is it's a little different when he's not here.
Yeah, Mecha's been a long time supporter of both me and Alex as well. Does a lot of good work in here. I'm sure you've all seen him in chat. There's a lot of amazing people in chat. Trinity's telling everyone I smell, which good. I'm hoping is what I smell. I smell good, Trinity. Alex, no comment. Moving on towards draft shortly.
I currently smell like dry shampoo because that's what I did before I came on stream. It's like, hair's looking a bit dead. Better spruce it up. So I mean, yeah, there's actually in this one case, there's quite a specific smell.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Right. Okay. So getting forwards into this first matchup again. For those of you who missed some of our pre-game ramblings, we should be getting through into draft soon. TT, they have stepped up in their carry roles. I think they've also stepped up, particularly with Feather in support, which is something which they've been looking for a while. So TT, they're on the best form I've seen them in a while. I think the WE, they also have taken a step up from where they were at the end of groups. So then the question is, well, you know, are they going to step up to what we've known them before? WE for a brief stint in spring, and then for a while in the first round robin in summer. This team looked like they should be a top 4-ish team if you consider the top 3 is JDG, BLG, and Top Esports. Before we really saw what Anyone's Legend could do, I thought that Team WE might be the 4th best team. That is now very much
dead.
Very much dead. We need to build up to that again as we go into our first draft of the day.
It'll be an interesting one because, again, there were a few of us, myself included, that had hopes for Thunder Talk coming into the year in general, and they were a little bit underwhelming. And then WE looked so good in spring, and both teams now in a bit of an interesting spot. 2-0 for WE, 2-1 for TT. We know what the magic number is to get out of the group. Some of the bands now coming on in here, direct rivals going up against each other in terms of wanting to get out of this Nirvana group and join the rest of the crew in Ascension in playoffs. Zyra first pick for WE.
Lucian left up on the table, so it wouldn't surprise me to see maybe Lucian Ezreal or Lucian Kai'Sa locked in right now with that big comfort pick for UCal, and that would basically allow TT to play towards their comfort style of reposition AD carries, which can really start to take over the mid to late game fights.
Yeah, and we saw even just yesterday, right, that if you do get to a mid-late game stage where your AD carries have self-peel tools, particularly if they're in multiple roles at once, locking them both down to win a fight can be kind of tricky. Response here, there was a very rapid lock-in of the Sejuani. They'll hold on to something like an Ezreal. Sejuani in general getting increasingly high priority here in the LPL.
Yes, but you could have locked this on 3. Like, now you're giving up the Ezreal.
Yeah.
Okay, you're kind of... They wanted to, I guess, hold their cards a little bit longer. Fofo locks in arguably a self-counter pick in the Corki versus the Lucian. We have seen Corki's doing better versus the Lucian recently, but I still think that the Lucian wins the early game. I feel like it's just in the mid to late game fights, the Corki ends up just having an easier time than Lucian in some compositions, especially when the Lucian is outranged by something like the Zyra. They can struggle a fair bit, whereas the Corki doesn't really have that kind of issue with the rocket stuff. The Ezreal was the notable missing pick from this draft so far, and that is going to get locked in. Does open up a Kai'Sa here on 3 for 1xn, though. I think that would work quite well, especially with now 3 carries to jump in, 3 squishies rather to jump in and assassinate. That would be what I would want to see locked in.
1xn is one of those players who does have a couple of those counter pick options in the AD carry. Has played Samira before, not necessarily LPL level, but certainly knows how to pilot it. They decide instead against doing that. They are going to hold it till later in the draft, perhaps to see whether there's an angle for something a bit more interesting down there. So they're locking in the Kennen that a lot of top laners here have been looking towards. It is Hoya though, and he's not always been the most stable of laners, shall we say.
The Kennen is a lane dominant pick. I don't know though. Wayward is one of the people who has a top lane counter pick. He was the guy that he was one of the first people to bring out the Mordekaiser alongside 369 in the Skarner meta. Now the Skarner's kind of gone. We don't see that as much. But WE have taken out that Kai'Sa. That could have been locked in on 3. I think that's what I would have gone towards for TT to unlock 1xn more. But we did say in the run up to this game there is a chance that Wayward just kind of stomps down on a Hoya. Wayward is very good at punching down as a top laner. He struggles versus kind of like the top tier top laners, but when he gets a lead in that lane, he does become a game-winning factor himself. So maybe locking in that cannon and banning away some stuff which can threaten Hoya in the top lane could value them.
Alistair coming out afterwards as well, kind of ban away some of those key engage options from Mark. I wonder whether we see something like the Rel here on 4 then for Feather, which he does so love. You make it a little bit more awkward here for Mark, but then again, you've got the Nautilus too, so I think either way you're trading whatever side of that matchup you feel like.
Yes, it does feel like 4th pick support could be quite good. The fact that you cannot, I don't know, man, you've just lost all of your reposition AD carries here from 1xn. There's no Ezreal, there's no Kai'Sa, there's no Zeri. Yeah, you can go towards something like the Aphelios. Abel pulled a great game out of this yesterday, but I feel like 1xn is now going to have his fangs a little bit pulled out, which is really important because TT have relied on this guy so much. Giving up that the AD carries for the Kennen. I mean, Hoya, buddy, you've been giving a lot of resources in this draft. Like, a lot of resources. You are going to have to pay 1xn back because he is so often the main carry for this team.
Can be Marks. Rakan is, I think, a beauty. There's a lot of very good Rakan players around the world, but wouldn't be surprised if that does eventually get locked in. When you see what the counter pick is here into the Kennen as well. You've said the Wayward often has one or two of those more interesting ones up and available. Don't know whether Twisted Fate necessarily counts in that.
We have seen this from, God, do I remember? It might have been NIP. We see this because what it allows you to do is take double exhaust.
Right.
Twisted Fate takes it in top lane, and whatever support you lock in bot lane also takes the exhaust. And it means that if you're jumping in, even someone's like the Lucian at that point, but particularly that Kennen, you never get a clean team fight. You are there for lane dominance, and your team fights become that much more difficult. So WE, whatever they lock in for Mark, which I don't know whether he'll go towards something like the Rakan. I mean, the Rakan is completely fine. That's going to be double exhaust now, which does have value.
Okay, they hold on for a second and instead decide Ashe is where we want to go. We've seen what the comp is. It pairs up pretty well with the Sejuani and the Braum as well. Lots of single target CC. That could prove pretty difficult here because I'm looking at WE and no one here can tank up the CC very happily this game.
Yeah, and of course TT, you know, they have the 3 Freljord buff. They'll be unlocking that as well. You get that Glacial
Set
Storm.
1 back again.
Yeah, well, no, it was, I can't remember what set it was, but you got like 3 or 4 of them. You had like the Glacial Storm come across like the entire pitch, and it was a mess. Like they have just a very blue team. Blue Cal is the only person.
Blue Cal, he's got the hair.
So yeah, we have UCal gets a pass because he has blue hair.
Yeah.
It is an entire blue team from TT, which is completely strange considering they are on the red side, but all the same, they have a really good first pick combo with that Ashe. Now, I do like that Ashe. Really, really good at kind of flying forwards.
Oh, do you?
Only problem is... Shut up, Sam. The only problem is Rakan can build that first item Mikhail's as well. So you're going to get double exhaust coming through. You can get like Mikhail's first item coming through from that Rakan as well. So TT, I don't think this is a slam dunk draft. I think that W have plenty of options if they can slow the game down to the point where they get that Mikhail's.
And they have got themselves a lot of very obnoxious zone control themselves with gold cards and the Rakan and then Ezreal and Corki being able to play from a long way back themselves. We'll eventually hit a point with a couple items on all of those members where everybody can be a carry, everybody can be a threat. Sorry, Mark, you don't quite count, but 4 members out of 5 isn't bad. Should be, on paper, a pretty close matchup between these two teams, 2 very different styles of team comps, 2 different ways of playing the game, don't get me wrong. The matchups, the expectations perhaps at this point of the year, looking pretty even. Onto the Rift we go, and we'll see exactly how Game 1 truly plays out. Gyos come ringing out and across. WE slightly louder, but of course they're the slightly older team. Thunder Talk here, newer to the LPL in general, and trying to introduce us all to some of those newer players. Feather and 1xn in particular, pretty new to the scene. Beishwan not exactly a veteran either.
I know, Beitran's been around for a little while at this point, but yeah, it is that this comes around to the really interesting conversation about LPL, where it's like, man, I feel like this player hasn't been. I think, you know what? I feel like Munch said this on cast the other day. It's like, yeah, Beitran, I don't feel like he's like that new. He's had like 200 games in the LPL already, by the way.
Yeah,
he's
that's
had like
mental. It's just how many games you play in.
I feel like this came up on cast recently. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, 200 games, and Munch was like, hang on, what? What do you mean he's been here that long? Sometimes it's just these players can sneak up on you like that because we play so many games here.
Yeah, it definitely gets that way. And on the other hand, you know, like you're looking at someone like 1xn, he's been here for a year and a bit. At this point, he'll have played something like 100 games himself, frankly. It's only been just over a year. How quickly you get those games into the LPL is one of the most intensive parts of the league, honestly.
Whereas for Yangxian, this guy has been, Yanxiang. It should be Xiang. Look,
Yanxiang?
okay, so I need to really brush up my pronunciation of them. So when it's normally the IAN, it's N instead of An, which is a little bit of a different pronunciation.
Okay.
I know I'm going to be butchering it all the same, but I like to make an effort. Believe it's Yanxiang. I believe, but you know what? We'll keep checking that over time. But he is a genuine rookie.
Worth noting as well, UCAL doing the strategy we've seen a little bit from Lucians who are on the barrier mid, which is use it level 1 to ensure you get control of the lane and make sure the Corki is stuck under tower. It's not a mispress, it's a deliberate choice early on.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen this from UCAL on the Zeri, we've seen this from the Lucian as well. You jump forward, you take a good trade, and it allows you to get that first push uncontested. There's no way you lose that level 1 at that point. And then it also means that you get, like really powerful ability to kind of like play out your team fights. Funnily enough, we talk about veterancy in multiple games in the LPL. Abel, who has been playing in he started as a sub in 2018, 300 games in the LPL. So this guy racking up big numbers as well. I've got very fond memories of him when he was, one of those GDS 80 carries. I believe it was Abel,
Jackie.
I think it was Jack 11. I think it was iBoy as well.
Yeah, that era.
Yeah, it was just the players who kind of came in just after Uzi, really, that kind of era. But he was subbing in and out in 2018 behind Uzi, and then he's finally kind of he found his own starting position. I think he was a big part of that fan favorite roster of OMG.
Certainly was. Beishwan and Yanxiang about to run into each other. The vision plant will spot out Yanxiang coming on as UCAL now, knowing that the Zyra is around, will be a little bit wary of walking around. Mark on the other side as well. It is a full collapse from WE. Braum will be wandering up the river. The river? I managed to get feather and river combined into a weird pronunciation of weather somehow. But here we are.
I thought you were talking about the German shop Rewe, which is it's a supermarket,
yeah.
which we occasionally go to shop at. It's like, are you thinking about going
Food,
shopping?
Yeah, I had breakfast this morning. What can I say? I'm hungry.
Anyway, so early game. I mean, there's a Zyra who's just kind of hard clearing. The Sejuani doing somewhat the same. Getting feather on the roam. Worth noting that TT don't have the best ability to start fights until that level 6, but then, of course, after that point, things get really, really nasty. Have to see if bot lane gets prior for TT and Feather gets out onto the map, and suddenly you have 1xN firing arrows out from Fog of War, Feather's following up. The Ashe Braum combo is utterly disgusting. We've seen Top Esports play to it a lot, but a lot of teams have played towards this too. It allows the Braum to play his preferred role without having to go overextend and overreach for hard engages, because the Ashe does that for him with the arrow.
Worth noting as well, Mark's actually gone for the Ignite this game, not the Exhaust. We haven't got a double Exhaust. It's Wayward alone who's got the Exhaust. Understandable for the lane as well, but worth noting it isn't going to be that double Exhaust that you were perhaps musing about in draft.
I am surprised and a little disappointed at that. I just feel like if you go double exhaust, how the hell does Kennen play the game? So I think maybe that's a mistake from Mark. They have got themselves, even in lane. Typically, Ignite is a laning phase summoner spell. It can help you in mid game too, but yeah, all the same, I feel like when you see the Twisted Fate into the Kennen, one of the reasons you pick it is because it is a free exhaust option, because TF doesn't need the teleport, it frees you up to take an exhaust.
Worth noting as well, Fofar has the teleport, Yuko with the barrier doesn't, so was using that particularly for the lane priority and has largely found that now that trying to get a hold of that reset can be that touch trickier without that additional summoning tool.
It doesn't give you that that global, but what it does mean is it changes the way you play out side lanes later, and this is so much TT have struggled with. Their side lane understanding hasn't been awesome. But what this means is that the way you change playing around side lanes is that you just play towards UCAL on strong side with the barrier, because you can teleport the other side of the map towards the Lucian if you want, and then it means you can just play for really heavy 1v1s with the barrier instead. Much like in the past, you used to see Ignite kind of plays like that. Could potentially see a double tap going forwards.
Grand entrance flashed away from UCAL, but stays alive, but that will still be the summoner down there looking for that double tap. The Lucian a little bit overeager there to get damage down.
Yeah, you can see that UCAL blowing that flash, that's not going to be particularly helpful when you have Wayward now with his ultimate, potentially looking to gun him down with a gold card. He might just be able to back off from top lane. He can potentially pull that teleport right now. He's walking to river.
Feather gets chunked pretty heavily there by the Zyra gold card from Wayward. Is spotted out over the wall. In goes Beishwan, gets the Glacial Prison down, and actually that's not going to be danger. The Fogo has to flash out himself. In danger. Grand entrance, buys some time. Flash on forwards to get the root of the Yanxiang as the Culling comes on through. Mark nearly dead, flashing away. A piercing light, not quite enough. Everyone from WE survives. on about 10% HP, if that.
So many flashes used. 1xN is the one person who hasn't blown flash on Thunder Talk because he wasn't even there. The rest of the team, they don't get themselves the kill, but they will be able to get themselves the grubs off the back of this. The fact they don't get any gold from it is a little bit annoying,
sad,
though.
yeah.
It's quite sad. They would have liked to be snowballing beyond this point. They will be getting those grubs, though, and they'll be able to potentially push in a wave into this mid lane before it's collected. I don't think that's quite going to be the case, though. So WE, they walk away a sigh of relief, I would imagine.
Yeah, it costs them just a little bit there, and it does, in fairness, make it a little bit more of an interesting game in terms of ganks from this point. Zyra off the reset, did debate heading towards Dragon, but just throws down a ward and a ping down there, and will continue on the clearing ways that Zyras do like to do in this game.
Yeah, so, WE, they lose themselves a lot of summoners too. It's worth noting 4 flashes on the side of TT, which we've already highlighted, but a lot of summoners down on WE as well, 3 flashes, and that will be very important to see now whether TT can capitalize on that. At the same time, we have seen the Lucian Braum. I mean, Lucian Braum was huge on Braum's release because you can double tap up that Braum passive so quickly. Almost became the winning factor in that last play. WE, now without flashes to disengage, they need to be very, very careful of that. With double AD carries and the Sejuani Braum, if you get caught out of position, you are getting locked down for a million years. You need to see whether that Mikhail's is going to come through from Mark at any point. I think that's such an important point to shrug off potentially a Braum stun or, more importantly, the arrow later.
Worth noting, of course, that generally speaking will be second item because Warmogs become so ubiquitous on things like the Rakan that that we have started to see things like Mikhail's fall away a little bit.
So this is, when you see the Ash Braum, it is still meant to be the Mikhail's first item. That's why I said.
Yeah.
Now, typically the Warmogs has been very important. If this is the first item Warmogs from Mark, I am saying it is a mistake.
To put it down in very plain writing, please buy Mikhail's first. I know you're the only one. Like Rakan in some ways, inverted commas, is the front line in this game, and the Warmogs would be nice there, but you're right. I think if you don't have a way to mitigate those stuns, it could get very tricky for a number of the members.
Yeah, because it's all well and good shrugging off poke and having a good amount of HP, because Warmogs gives you just a lot of stats. The wood moving speed's nice too, but there's the arrow. Imagine if you had a Mikhail's for this. Could be very dangerous.
Ooh, my days. Valkyrie required. Fofo, quick enough on the draw there. I appreciate the look in from 1xN, especially considering there's going to be a couple minutes before an objective fight might be required. Top side we look instead, though. Wayward in danger, gold cards, and sidestep some of the damage. Wayward about to get potentially chunked out a bit further. The turnaround is pretty big. Out comes the exhaust. Hoyer in danger. Remember, has no flash. Stranglethorns come on through. First blood goes towards the TF. Marcus roamed on up. Yanchang saved by a grand entrance. And TT fumble the play topside.
Oh my word, missing that ultimate costs TT so much. The knockup from the Zyra plant as well also means that Baytron can't get his E passive procced in time. He throws out the stun, but he doesn't proc it for the extra damage, so they can't even get a single turnaround. WE now with 2 kills and giving Wayward an advantage, who is typically very, very good at playing through those lane advantages. It's about worst case scenario. He has himself tier 2 boots already, gets himself that gold card, gets himself the sidestep, dodges out on that ultimate. Baytron misses the W2. It's a nightmare start for Baytron, going back into the mid lane.
Speaking of nightmares, now Wayward gets to take that lead elsewhere. Baytron is here though, turns it potentially around, but again, is just too late, and that is a problem.
Huge problem, because Wayward just got kills in his lane, and now he's getting kills outside of his lane too. What did we just say about Wayward? Very good at taking a lead and spreading it across the map and making it a genuine win condition. For all, I thought that TT had the better of the early skirmish around those grubs, using the Sejuani Braum. They've now missed their first arrow, they've ended up missing their first Sejuani ultimate, and they've let this TF get ahead. That is disaster for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, the gank didn't work out there, doesn't work out kind of in the mid lane either, and it's now in a difficult position where you are down that amount of gold. You're struggling in a number of lanes. You can see the 500 gold leads in jungle, in mid, significantly larger in top lane, and that could prove problematic if you start to have the map fall apart against you and the picks start to come on through.
Yeah, so TT, they need to be really, really careful to now try and contain the map where, contain the TF where at all possible. They tried to with that gank top lane, they have failed. Grubs are now spawning. If they can get towards that, maybe they can play towards some side lane pressure. It's a little hard to do that though, and again, the TF is there to force in side lanes.
Plate number 2 claimed down there. Yanxiang here for another lane. Gang to gang. We did see work out so well. Hoyer, lightning rush away, but flash into the E means Hoyer's got nowhere to go. Cannot rocket belt out of the Stranglethorns. And Wayward gets another while the grubs were being considered by TT. Going to be a lot harder to do now.
The rookie jungler is having huge impact on this early game. The first 2 strangled forms of the game, and also showcasing what are the changes that came through to Zarya. You can E flash coming through. They might need to try and survive here, though. They don't have that ultimate anymore.
Flash on in for the quickness, gets onto the Braum, but the turnaround is pretty big. Flash E to get some turnaround and buy some arrow. Coming down from downtown as well as Yanshan goes down. A 1-for-1 right now. Teleport's flying on in. Base one could use a step on forward. Culling is dangerous. WE in a dangerous position themselves, not quite dead to the double tap from UCal, who just cannot find lethal damage this game.
TT are so close to turning it around in a big fight, but they only take 1 kill out of that. That is disaster for TT. Again, Hoya potentially looking to see if he could stop a recall coming in from Wayward and force a kill. TT lose themselves that top lane, and that Twisted Fate has really wrecked the map. The fact that they didn't get a shutdown onto Wayward as well is very, very painful. Yes, TT ended up getting some plates for 1xN in the bot side throughout the larger extension of this play, but TT haven't brought 1xN to the fight to be that extra difference in damage. It really has just felt like TT failed around that top side, and now this Twisted Fate is everyone's problem.
And the 2 grub fights just haven't quite gone TT's way.
I mean, Beitron hits the ult. It's a good angle. He manages to get onto 2 squishies on that backline. He manages to proc the ult passive as well. But you immediately lose 1 here. The arrow's not there at the start of the fight. If it was, maybe it saves you. It's quite hard to tell. And then it's just really hard to get that follow-up damage. They don't have a Leona or a Nautilus to really, really hammer someone down. The Braum can be really good with these auto-attackers, but they haven't landed that passive well enough.
No, and that's proven a bit difficult there. The arrow at least meant that Fofo didn't get to pop everyone. It was about a, 3-second stun at that point. You hit kind of obviously the stun scales with distance, and from down in bot lane all the way to top river. It's going to be a very long duration stun. Still a lot of something is blown by literally everyone again, but over towards the dragon they go. Grubs were somewhat taken by the Zyra picking up 1, but it's still going to be the dragon stacking stopped by TT. Still a couple grubs that would have been available to take, but it's 10 seconds till they spawn, and I think they'll have despawned by this point anyway.
We are now getting towards that point where TF with the 1 item gets close towards that fire cannon. That is a problem. Wayward has the most gold in the game. Also worth noting that when TF is ahead of the game, he tends to snowball that lead harder because he can force plays, and the more farm he gets because he's ahead in the lane, it activates his passive more. So he just starts printing money.
Stack deck stuff.
And you can see that, look, WE, so this is a great time to talk about something in regards to the way that their roster changes have worked out. They brought in Abel, which for me was against what their style necessarily wanted, because Abel wasn't the person who played weak side in bot lane that well. He has done for this team, and that's been really important, because one, I think that, you know, Abel was the kind of guy who would flip every game with PP God on OMG, and it was fun, but it definitely lost them some games. If we saw that version of Abel, which played in that fan favorite OMG roster, just wait for the arrow. Gonna wait for that arrow
it lands!
again.
That's huge! Big stun! Doesn't get it. Finally get the exhaust does come on through just about in time. The turnaround can still be pretty huge here. The gold guard comes on down. Wayward trying to throw as much damage as he can before he's in danger. Another stun will shortly be available for Hoya if he can get it in here. Beitron looking to see whether we get in, but he is too late, and the Glacial Prison will not be able to come on through despite an arrow all the way from the other side of the map landing.
That exhaust coming in, really important. And of course the Merc Treads as well, shrugging off the CC. So, WE, they survive in that top side, and once again, TT Go are looking for the Twisted Fate, and they can't quite find it. And you know, this is, again, continuing that conversation from earlier. TF's going to come back towards top side.
Gets Glacial Prisoned afterwards. Wayward coming on in with that Destiny Gate could prove a little bit scary, but the Glacial Prison will buy time. Teleport from Fofo was certainly there, and Wayward back on the map. Low, having taken a chunk on his entrance to the lane, will still be here, and I think that might skew them the tower as well.
I think it will do at this point, even with the 1 grub. These 280 carries are going to be very, very happy to go towards that.
Yeah, there is a roam up from bot lane, actually. Might stop that from being a potential risk. So there is a flex up from Thunder Talk in terms of rotating UCal alongside Mark here. Also, Feather to get towards this tower defense.
TT, so, this is the one time they stopped kills going over, at least. We haven't had kills since that, the second grub fight came through, so at least it hasn't gotten worse in that regard. The problem is, again, you haven't shut down Wayward all the same. He ends up using that ultimate to go back towards top side, but you know, the fact that Hoya and Beitron both use their ultimates and they can't force the plays, that's quite important.
Worth noting that first turret did go the way of Thunder Talk. 1xN, who's not really been on screen, it's just the arrows flying to the opposite side of the map that we've really seen from him, has got that first turret in bot side. It's doing pretty well down there in that regard, so there is still that to write home about from Thunder Talk, even if they are still down a notable amount of gold. And try and defend this top lane tier 1. I just don't know how easy that's going to be.
My problem is, regardless of overall gold, this matchup in topside has led to the point where the fire cannon is going to come online so quickly. And as soon as TF gets fire cannon, the game changes. It becomes, again, just like, can you... It's not about outspacing the TF. He's almost always going to get a gold card at that point. It's just, can you survive the gold card being thrown at you? Can you counter-engage? Can you force him backwards to play defensively? The game changes an awful lot. So TT... they would have liked that to take a little bit longer so they could get themselves onto their first kind of big items of the game. They've got themselves to 1 item. Is that going to be enough? Also, speaking of those big 1 items as well, I believe that mark is also going towards a Mikhail's.
Oh, my days, forces a flash, actually. 1xN has been aiming them at Wayward over and over and over again. Doesn't save the tower, though. Wayward will be able to stick around for this, you would imagine. Can't quite clear the minions in time, and Wayward... burns the summoner, but sticks around, holds his nerve, and gets that tier 1.
Another miss, another big miss from TT. It was a dodge short, but it's just another play which doesn't shut down Wayward. Gets rid of that flash, but doesn't stop him getting that turret.
Does it? Fofo is going to be trading up with Yukal. Both junglers are here. Barrier comes on down. Damage is pretty good. But over comes Feather and Mark as well. Can maybe look to turn this around. Glacial Prison comes on through. Lands onto Fofo. Yanqing now in danger. Flashing out of top of the passive will land onto the Zyra. And we know what plants do in winter. They wither and they die as Hoya's teleport and a slicing maelstrom secure this kill.
Finally, TT secure themselves the kills in one of these fights. Is that going to unlock anything more for them? We do see that, you know, because Yanqing is dead, they can't use the Herald anywhere else can WE to get across map. TT, they're going to get themselves this top lane turret. They get some gold back onto Hoya, importantly, which means that maybe he can contest the individual matchup against Wayward a little bit more, and it stops WE from determining the next phase of the play with the big Destiny Gate, which could have been available. Wayward was on a recall. He couldn't respond to that topside play. He can now, and he might just go on towards Hoya.
Yeah, Hoya's stuck around for a little while here. Gold card comes on through, can start to run on down the cannon, who doesn't really have any way out here. The Lightning Rush is solid into the Rocket Bell. Will still be on vision, though, so the gold card comes over the wall.
Fire cannon comes up, Trubs. What do we say? When you get that fire cannon, the game changes irreversibly. So, Wayward gets himself 1 back there, and does mean that Wayward has used his ultimate towards that top side.
Yeah, it means he's not really going to be here to stop this dragon going on down, as 1xN throws out the Ranger's focus and will rapidly burn that particular neutral objective down. Herald summoned in mid lane by the side of WE, who want to try and force through this.
They will, and I think they will be able to. There's no real big engage on the other side. 1xN can look for the arrow.
Lands it onto Mark. Not the best target. Glacial Prison afterwards is onto Mark again, and it just CCs him for a bit. There's no real way to get to the backside as he goes on. It takes a huge chunk of damage. Page 1 just about alive. 1xN being chugged out as the Stranglethorns came on down. Wayward gets a tier 1 topside all the while as well.
So WE end up breaking 2 turrets and opening up the map again. So TT, despite the fact that the last play onto Wayward worked out onto the top side at least, worked out fairly effectively, they can't really stop the second swing. WE, they have been a team which has been quite organized as a team, and when we've talked about all of the roster changes, 5 roster changes for WE, sometimes multiple in the same role, have come across in this team. They have this bot lane revolving door. What hasn't changed, though, are these solo laners from WE, and I think they do change. They are really a large part of how they play out the map. They try and play towards Fofo in side lanes. They play towards Wayward and individual mount advantage. They are playing towards Fofo in a side lane here. TT do call them. They managed to catch them out a little bit. Managed to get that ultimate from out of Fog of War. Good extra follow-up CC from Feather as well. Braum is much better as follow-up CC than initial CC, and you can see exactly how important that is to shut down here on the top side.
Get themselves a couple kills, which is nice stuff. Still a tricky position to find themselves in with this. The unmatchable TF in the side lane, at least for now. Will take a little while before he becomes comes under threat. Of course, eventually TF sort of hits a point where it's like, well, I've got all my items and everyone else is catching up to me and they just have better items than me now. But for now, the TF at 2.5 is going to be an absolute menace.
Yeah, and on the side of TT, Arrow going bot side, it's going to miss. TT don't have a Mikhail's, and I am very happy to announce the fact that Marcus cleared that as their third side, and we said he was building towards that earlier when one of those arrows went down towards Wayward around that bot side out of turret, but he has that completed, and now that suddenly means TT, their first pick CC target combo, can be quite hard to pull off.
Yeah, it can be, and if it goes wrong, then it could be quite difficult for them to get onto a valuable member. Of course, you can Mikhail's one, but there is a fair amount of follow-up in terms of the Braum and the cannon afterwards. But you are going to have to work that little bit harder, find that little bit more clean of an engage, because it will be just that bit harder to ensure you lock someone down in a timely manner.
Yeah, in so many games where you do have the Ash ult as your big go forwards button, the Mikhail's just kind of just stops you from doing that. It's really annoying. Now, sometimes you can force a second play when the Mikhail's is down. Of course, Twisted Fate, ironically, very good at doing that because his gold card is very low cooldown. If you have to blow the Mikhail's on that, you're in a bit of doo-doo beyond that point. So WE can jump forwards onto Abel. Haven't had to talk too much about him. Not gonna eat the Brawn passive just yet. Gets out of that one safely.
Look for a bit of damage on forwards there. Don't find too much, but they are just contesting here for mid lane priority, having lost their tier 1 there after that dragon play. Dragon number 3 for TT, spawning in just under 2 minutes. Might well be our next port of call. Deathcat can be for the Cannon, and Essence Reaver and Phantom Dancer in for the double AD carries respectively as well. So it feels like most people here are on parity with the exception of a full Terminus for TS.
So I will say, TT have the damage to turn fights. They do have the damage. How do you land it now? You're losing in side lanes. TT, they're not really pushing up across the map that effectively. Hoya doesn't. He does manage to stop the back. I thought he would be able to stop that one in time. So if TT manage to find the right targets in the right place, they can win a fight. If that target is not Wayward, I think that we don't see this a lot out of Twisted Fate right now. We did, particularly earlier in the year when he was even more powerful in the AD variant. He will solo carry a fight. He is an AD carry at this point. He has 3 items, which is an item ahead of the other AD carries, of which there are 5 AD carries on the Rift, by the way. That's completely fair and balanced role. But he will be able to solo carry a fight.
Yeah, no, it does feel like AD champions right now proving very valuable in the game. I think you're absolutely correct. As Warmog's done for the Sejuani as well, able to frontline that a little bit more effectively now as Wayward comes along and steals Gromp away. Very rude to do that, you know? I say this as a jungler, and stop stealing my camps, guys.
Sam, you're a Kindred player. Isn't that hard of
absolutely true, yeah. I had a game yesterday, I got 12 marks and I had a frontline that just didn't know where to play the game. I lost the game.
Sounds like a skill issue.
I was very annoyed. I should have won that game.
And yet you didn't.
I didn't. It was very annoying.
Intriguing.
Oh.
We saw some really good Kindred play yesterday. Well, we've seen some excellent Kindred play recently, and we've seen some less good. We then also saw Tianzhen's Kindred as well, which was less good. Wayward doesn't want to walk up to Hoya, which is fair. He does have a death cap.
There's going to be a lot of damage if he puts the exhaust down. That's fine, but it's now not going to be on you, Cal, who can start to do this. Can they get out in time? No, they cannot. And they bring down the TF, who knew there was something going on, but still face checks regardless. Double summoners and the shutdown going over.
And his ult used in the same time. That's a huge amount of resources used by WE's top lane to try and escape that 1v2. The fact that WE didn't have a cross map available is the biggest part of this. If they could go towards that Baron and threaten the fact that, it would be a 4v3 with the Zyra starting up, that would be a different story. But the fact that W don't have that crossbar means that Wayward, it's kind of his players in vain right now.
And that will also be Dragon just spawning, and you've got no way to bring the person with all your gold to bear here. We'll start up the Dragon. We're going to bring over the Lucian and the Braum to ensure no Baron sneak shenanigans occur. That's pretty good news for Thunder Talk, who get themselves that important shutdown, get themselves towards Soul Point, a win condition potential for themselves. He needs to close the distance, more move speed after you. Well, sounds pretty good to me as 1xN. Trades onto Abel, who immediately cleanses, teleports behind onto 1xN, who could now be in danger himself. May well be forced to flash away here, looking for a wall to get over. Gets towards the bush, stays alive. Beishwan now coming on over as well.
Beitran to the rescue, had himself that ultimate, would have been fine disengage for 1xN, so gets himself double summoners out of Abel for just the one of his own. I think that's probably worth that for 1xN, given the fact that the backline access from W is not always the best, and that cleanses enough for the gold card. So Abel, falling behind there a little.
Takes a huge chunk, but doesn't quite go down. The Gleaming Quill heal comes through in time to keep himself topped up, and the wards start coming on down. Wave being shoved towards this tier 2, and WE on the resets looking to wrestle control back of the map.
Yeah, WE. So the negative of going towards the Mikhails is that you can't be the one regenning back up. Ult thrown out from Beitran just for kind of denying the tower push coming through. So TT will use that ultimate. But yeah, Mark doesn't have the the instant base button effectively of just having that the Warmogs to keep himself topped up.
Potentially be pretty problematic at that front, but right now you understand the value of the Mikhails. It just means that the way Rakans have been playing more recently isn't going to be quite as achievable, shall we say, for Mark this game.
Well, it doesn't mean, it means that you don't shrug off poke nearly as easily. So now Baron up and available, Soul Point over for TT. So TT doing quite well in terms of the objective game. Also got themselves those 3 grubs to just the 1 from W earlier, so it wasn't the full 6 taken overall. We talked about that a little bit before, but we're checking in now. Vision control started to come through from TT, and remember that they have themselves all of those tools available on Hoya. They have that flash, the teleport, and the ult, whereas Wayward doesn't have his exhaust on available yet. It was on cooldown from that bot side. I wonder whether TT could have looked for a hard force knowing that.
Yeah, decided against it, not quite having enough information. Hoya is on the flank now, but so is Wayward. Hoya with the flash.
Abel's made a mistake. Oh my god.
Days. Base one now being jumped. They've tried to turn it around themselves. Good angle from WE. They get onto the Sejuani, and it's going to be roast pork for breakfast.
But why didn't Hoya pull the trigger? Abel had no flash, no cleanse, and Hoya could have gone in with the ult. That feels like a massive mistake from the top laner of TT. Baron's now going to go down. Hoya's looking for the flank.
Okay. Here we can go, get over the wall. They need to get a gold card onto him now. Wayward in danger! Baron goes down into the backline of the Baron pit. They go. They're all so low. They're in danger. 3 dead already. Fofo and Abel must escape. Double AD carries in danger as Feather and Hoya flash over the wall, making sure they're in no contact. Abel, with a lot of HP and double buffs though, could still win this fight potentially for them. They're going to be allowed to reset.
Hoya uses the flash to try and chase down the last remaining members of WE, but they can't quite manage it. Hoya didn't pull the ultimate before. I was wondering if that was a mistake, but he gets huge value around the Baron, which saves the play. So credit to him on that cannon, making sure that 2 item with a death cap power spike comes through. Just before this, Abel had E'd forward, and we thought that maybe the AD carry could have been caught from the side of WE. He isn't punished for that one. They go straight over towards the Baron, but yeah, I think this is where WE maybe just forget that they don't have that exhaust available. Great teleport ward placed down earlier by Baytron. He's obviously dead for this play, but he still contributes by putting down that ward, and it ends up being basically a 5-man ultimate across the play, even if it is spread across the mobility there.
And they look for a bit more, but Hoya flashed over the wall, think I've got the HP bar, and then Abel says, no, you don't. We're getting out with at least 2.
Yeah, sadly, Yukal wasn't there to immediately follow up when the E was used by Abel. Could have turned around for a kill, but him and Feather ended up splitting 4,000 damage in that last team fight from that cannon. That's what happens when you don't have that exhaust. Mark not going for that second exhaust, maybe ruining that at this point.
Most potent Baron power play I've seen all day was plus 17 for a moment or two there. Back down to plus 40 as the minions start getting traded. Wayward doesn't have the Baron, but is still going to be on that split push angle. Hoya, without the teleport, looks like will be sent over to deal with that member.
So, WE still have themselves a couple of Baron buffs to corral the map where they can, and that'll help them in regards to that one. TT trying to try and wave clear. Remember, there is that Mikhail's. There is the exhaust back up now. TT, their last fight was good, but the tools are now there from WE.
Oh my days. Splits the uprights there just a little bit. Yukal throws down the barrier, trying to clear out the minions best he can. Fofo down to about half HP, actually, as the damage starts coming on through.
Yeah, there was a tower shot, and then Yukal popping the barrier and just opening up with the broadside. So, Yukal, big damage. 3 items coming in from both Yukal and 1xn, important for them. They can play around that overshield. They can play around shrugging off some of that poke with the sustain as well. Dragon now up in 10 seconds. WE, they've pushed in top and mid, but they haven't been around this bot side to get positioning around this Dragon. TT might have just found themselves a free soul because WE chose to push top and mid.
Beichuan got caught out the last time. This time around, though, is holding on for the last available moment. Gets on in here. Wayward looking for the angle. Feather now spotting things out. Flash on to the cannon. Dragon Soul secured. Cannon down already, though, could prove problematic. Feather and the rest of Thunder Talk now trying to back away. Beichuan Arctic Assault to try to get safety as the volley slows prove problematic. Beichuan clearing out the wave here, kind of aware might well be dead, and so he's trying to make the shove afterwards as problematic as possible.
He's got the cloud movement speed, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's trying to run as fast as he can. Fly! This boar is trying to get some wings. Turns out pigs really can fly if you ask them to. Nicely enough, this one's flying straight towards the gray screen though. Wayward potentially was going to get all in by 1xn there, but he thinks better of it, not having that cleanse. And TT, they get themselves soul at the cost of 2.
And there's no Baron or anything to take here, and because Beichuan cleared out the wave, not very easy for them to get a wave in before respawns are here. Slows to prove pretty problematic as Wayward hit with the culling, and Chiang as well, taken pretty low after that one, but no one dead. Yukal just about okay. Worried he was going to be in danger there, but not going to be there as the Baron is also timed out, so shouldn't be too much more on the minions to work with in terms of buffs.
You can see that Yukal pulling that ultimate. The Cloud Soul on Lucian is really potent because you can get all of your shots on target because of the increased movement speed. One of the most broken things with Lucian is that if he tags you with his W beforehand and then hits the ult onto you, he gets to keep gunning you down with shots, so we need to pay attention to that. What almost came to be relevant across that bot turret. Hoya half HP, gets completely zoned out by Wayward. Not zoned out, just
Murdered.
Yeah. That's a better word for it. You can see that just after this point, that the move speed immediately coming in helpful for that retreat. Beitron gets himself the brief movement speed from throwing the ultimate across there.
Yeah, I understand Beitron's decision making there. It's like, I'm out, I'm dead, so let me clear this wave while I'm here. Now that's real jungle mentality right there.
Back out onto the map. So 700 gold-ish from WE from the Baron power play. Not game-changing, basically. Nope. However, the items you're getting through might be. Wayward has a Zhonya's now. What that means is that he can end up going forwards for an aggressive gold card. If the turnaround comes through from Hoya, from Beitron, can immediately just press that as a stasis keep. Get himself into a more safe position in that team fight.
Kenano at 3 items. Yeah, getting increasingly hard to exhaust and make it be... let me try that again. Even if you exhaust the cannon at this point, because of the 3 items he's got, he's still going to do a chunk. It just won't be a one-shot. It'll still be half your HP, potentially, as these items still keep coming on through. And then you're not exhausting the 3-item Lucian or the Ashe. It can still be a little bit scary to manage a cannon with just that much raw AP.
Yeah, but you do have also another... so you have Mikhail's to stop one of the stuns. You have Cleanse on Abel. Yeah. You have Bloodthirster on Abel, which means it's much easier for him to survive with the Overshield. You have double Zhonya's now from Wayward and from Yangtze as well. So they can both go into stasis. So I feel like Hoya going into the exhaust and all of his extra tools just makes the cannon so much harder to play. Already down 3,000 gold. He does have the items to do damage. This is mainly a comment on Wayward being so very, very strong in his own right. Yeah. But I feel like this cannon is going to really struggle.
Abel hops away, but now Abel in danger, forced to flash on out here as the culling came on through. Means he's not really in position to defend this wave coming on through mid lane, but they'll back away, having gotten the summoner off the Ezreal.
The Asher's haven't quite managed to have the impact which TT would have liked them to have. Of course, again, that Mikhail's makes it much harder to do so. Way was spotted on that ward, so he's going to be spotted heading towards this side lane. Wouldn't surprise me if TT tried some funny business around there too, if they know where the rest of the team is.
Yeah, and credit over to WE for that as well, because it's not like the arrows have been off target, if you know what I mean, but it's been good summoner usage, good dodges, frankly, to keep the arrows from being as potentially impactful as they could have been.
So, TT, they see the Barons available, Elder's coming up in 2 minutes. They have that Cloud Soul that helps them move around the map quicker, especially when you combine up the Cloud Soul, and then also the Cloud Zones as well. They can be very powerful. Fofo might be able to combo up with Wayward's gold card immediately, though that's going to be the top, that's the tower going down. Wayward might have to leave Fofo, the double teleport.
Danger, he's dead, can't get the TP out, and that'll be Fofo going down, but it means everyone there could be problematic, but with the Cloud Rift zones, Baron is actually quite hard to start up before people get here in time.
Hoya just ends up teleporting towards mid as well. They want to keep forcing. There's no ultimate here now from the cannon, but maybe TT can force a fight again. They have that Cloud Soul, much easier for them to run forwards and find targets.
Yeah, and of course you've lost so much of your damage. Fofo has no TP and is dead for another 40 seconds. They can start a Baron with that man advantage and feel a lot happier about it.
TT have 0 ultimates, though, is the big problem. They have Yukal's ultimate, but no big engage. Because of that, it makes things a lot more difficult to win up even 5v4 beyond that point. So WE, they end up losing the TF ult, they end up losing the Corki teleport, and they end up losing a kill as well, but they don't lose the Baron, importantly.
Not quite yet. They do get the turret at least as well. It could have gone a lot worse than it did. TT, though, are the ones with vision control right now in the pit. WE going to try and contest that best they can afterwards, going in with the sweepers. It remains a very tense affair here in game 1.
So, TT, managing to deal with the TF a little better in side lanes. They did lose a tower for that as well, so I suppose WE, if the globals aren't punished, they come away with a better gold advantage because they get that inner turret. Side lane inner turrets are worth, what, about 700 a pop or so?
750, I believe.
750, something around that. So, Dragon now coming up in a minute. That should be very interesting now to see the priorities between Elder setup and then the Baron setup. One team that has the Zyra, much easier for them to rush either of those objectives. WE also have that TF ult coming up very, very quickly to potentially see whether they can force on one side or the other. Definitely have more tools, I feel like, especially if 1xn's arrows go wide. Even if they go wide, hit the target rather, you've got that Mikhail's. That's why that Mikhail's is so important. Mark hasn't stopped off for that Warmogs, and I think that's completely fine, given the value of that cleanse for the rest of his teammates.
You can see Infinity Edges completed for 1xn and Yukal. Alright, if the arrow misses, the regular auto attacks will do a lot of work at this point of the game. Arrow afterwards goes wide, was dodged away from. Yukal culling on the backline. Stranglethorn's disengaged. Wayward looking for the gold card, gets it onto Yukal. Golden now is Wayward! Boya! Slice Blessing Maelstrom from the gods gets 2, and the rest of the team is immediately eviscerated. They are static shocked down as the Greek god of thunder, it feels like, is here to play. What an ultimate in from Hoya. What a flash.
How did WWE fall apart that quickly? They let the cannon get into the backline. Wayward couldn't get his maximum value out of that fight, and Hoya wins the game for Thunder Talk. Wow, they ended up putting themselves a very topical champion up there to the top lane to seal out this win. It was back and forth. They let the TF get ahead, but they did not let him end the game. Nexus falling in favor of TT.
Huge moment there for Thunder Talk, who claim a fantastic team fight win. Wayward went forwards. He tried to get onto UCal, and he meant he was out of position, not there to exhaust, and suddenly Hoya with the ult of all time. It was supposed to be a hard game for the Kennen. It was supposed to be getting tricky. He was supposed to be the player that was the weakest link on this team.
Okay, I'm going to throw this out there again. When we saw the TF locked in, what did we say the win condition was? You can get double exhaust from the Rakan and from that Twisted Fate. All of these team fights they lost were largely through the Kennen getting massive value. Massive value when the exhaust wasn't there. Folks, hello, welcome back. I'm Namer, also known as Alex. This is my brother, Initialize, also known as Sam. That's his name.
Yeah, so they tell me.
So they tell him. Folks, we are actually brothers. We do actually cast League of Legends and LPL 2. When there is no official English broadcast on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we come and cast that instead. So we hope you're enjoying yourselves. I need to get myself a drink pretty desperately, actually. So what Sam did in terms of this tea is he made chili chai.
I did.
It's not great for soothing vocal cords. It's like pepper going down my throat. Why would you put this in there, Sam? What have you done?
I really like it. And I went, oh, there's no lapsang left. I was like, I'll just go, oh, we got chili chai. Chai
I'm going to be
sounds
coughing
nice.
through in the other room as I get myself a drink. Stick by us, folks. Thank you for...
Doesn't bother me for the record.
Well, it's just that I've been casting so much in the last million days. It's getting a bit much. So, folks, drop me a follow, drop Sam a follow. If you got any primes free for as well, it helps us continue. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. So we'll go through the posting and stuff. I'm gonna get myself a drink real quick.
That's fine. Do you mind filling up my cup with more chili chai, please?
Sure, I can do.
Thank you, mate. Oh my days. Well, that's a gold graph of all time. Yeah, again, the gold is always going to be a little deceptive because a lot of that was in Wayward, who had a very good game on the TF on the whole, but TF gold leads are always going to be somewhat ballooned purely off the passive. The fact, bluntly, that the Lucian and the Ashe were ahead for large portions of the game proved pretty scary, and Kennen's there at 3.5 items. I don't care, in many ways, what happens at that point. The damage is in. So that's pretty valuable. And then, of course, this top lane gank. We saw it go wrong. Beishwan misses everything. Wayward sidesteps everything. Wayward gets huge leads early, and you go, oh dear, that's a disaster. Okay, but it's important. It's not chai. It's chai with chili in it. So it's like it's not like straight chai. I thought it was a good idea. I hadn't thought through it enough, and Alex has understandably gone, mate, what have you done? So I thought that's that one. Oh. But there we go. It was a fun game. It was a close game. I will also say I feel like Fofo on the Corki didn't get as much value as I think he was hoping for. This is actually a really good little gank onto Wayward, who is forced to flash out, doesn't get as much value as they're hoping. And this arrow leaves Fofo stunned 1, 2, 3, 4 odd seconds there. Poor guy. How much damage could he have done there if he was getting off, what, 1 or 2 autos, a Foss bomb? It's a lot of work he didn't get to. Chai with chili, it's really nice. It's like it's a blend from Wittard's. It's a very good tea blend, or tea company from the UK. Spelt WHITTARDS. Don't mispronounce it, guys. Don't do that. There you go. Have I ever tried Chinese tea? Yes, quite a lot. Though not that. I don't know. I've done it in Hong Kong. And I've been I've done some tea ceremonies and stuff out in Japan and I want to say Singapore. I've also tried a lot of stuff around like Southeast Asia in general in terms of various teas. I used to live in Japan, so I tried a lot of Japanese tea. And again, obviously it's not Chinese tea, inverted commas, because of course tea is very much the local specialties. But still, I've tried a lot of various teas. Our kitchen has 3 full shelves of tea. This ultimate is fucking gorgeous, guys. Oh man, you just can't ask for better. They try to deal with the double AD carries, and Hoya says, yeah, eat my ult. Didn't realize Smeb was playing again. It's even in a very similar situation. God bless. Was it versus OG, wasn't it? Origin. It was OG back in the day. It wasn't G2. If you're looking back, it was Smeb into Origin. It was with when Sven was still called Niels and Becky was in the mid lane, and Smeb flash ult straight up mid lane. But we have seen a few of those. Rox G2. There's also Rox. There's also Ku Tigers versus Origin, which is the original one. But the thing is, Smeb did it so many times. Smeb, Canonal versus OG. Well, I think it might have been 2015, that one, not the 2016 one. Because obviously there was the G2 one as well. I'm fairly certain there's one into Origin as well, where he just murdered them all. Am I just misremembering? I'm sure there was one in 2015 as well. Sure there was. Because I know the ult you're talking about, Trinity. Oh no, you're right. It was Sven on G2 at that point, wasn't it?
What are you talking about?
There's this. I'm trying to think. Obviously, there's the Smeb ult in mid lane against G2 in 2016. I seem to remember there being one against Origin the year before as well, or am I completely misremembering when Amazing was in the jungle?
There was a big play, yeah, but I can't remember if that was it. It wasn't Smeb in jungle, it was...
no, sorry, no, Amazing in jungle.
I can't remember that. Okay, Max, we need to run ads real quick.
Okay.
So we're gonna do that.
I'm gonna run quickly to the toilet while I get a
I
chance.
don't know, I guess I'll just like put on some... I guess I'll like put on Poker again.
Do it. YouTube. No, yeah, I know the...
Origin was versus SKT in the semifinals, yeah.
Right, that's what it was.
So it would have been fight, yeah. I mean, there was the Origin had the huge mid lane. No, Sam, Origin was the huge mid lane fight against LGD in groups, and then Pekka got the quadra kill. So that's so actually that was an EU favored one. Yeah.
Being a big play.
Okay. I can't remember where I was at in Poker Rogue, but we'll just, you know, we'll deal with that.
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
I can't remember what I was doing, but hey. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is like double powerful. Poison Pass is not bad. Leash that. I reckon that's... That's good against fire types though, that's not bad. I want to keep Sludge Bomb. Maybe I get rid of Earth Power. Yeah, I get rid of Earth Power, I think. Oh, I owe Foxy a compliment. If I could rename... Wait, is Foxy around? Foxy, if I could rename this full picks, I would call it Foxy Luxana. I would call it that. Wait, Sleep Powder or Poison Powder? No, Poison... Yeah, folks, like, I don't... If you lose money or something, that's... Like, don't bring that anger into this chat. It happens. That's the nature of what you're doing. Sure, that's okay, I guess. Almost jinxed us yesterday. I've been very like complimentary of RA recently, so.
A 不球是因为就是打
打法比较凶的吧，然后就是可能有时候会位置不好，然后失误的去使用。然后后面前面再说就是一起加油，然后一起进入季后赛吧。队伍的小目标就是首先掉到了涅槃组嘛，然后主要就是说现在就是要团结一致的去进入季后赛嘛，然后进入季后赛再去好好表现。
Great, that affects both of
现
them.
在也要好好加油。
Ow. Oh, it killed both. Damn. I kind of wanted to catch both. So, well, I'll catch Meryl.
전형에서 또 그대로 갔다 보니까 서로 신뢰도 되게 잘 쌓여가지고 그렇게 결과가
Oh, cool.
아무래도 작년 스프링
Nice.
이후로 플레이오프를 한두 경기 차이로 못 간 게 좀 쌓여가지고
Hey, let's go, Ivysaur.
이번 시즌에 뭔가 한이 돼서 그렇게 나타나는 것 같은데 이번 시즌은 무조건 간다는 생각으로 열심히 해서 최대한 높은 곳까지 올라가고 싶습니다.
Sure, that's okay, I guess. Oh, shit, I should have healed. That's a problem. Oh, we're getting into Rift soon again. I need to be aware of that. What is he starting out? Oh, this is fine. Okay, cool. Let's do Poison Powder. Oh, shit, that's annoying. It's annoying. I should have done Leech Seed. Do we just start? No, we've done the first game. Oh, you piece of crap. What did the inventor of the knock-knock jokes win? The Nobel Prize. Wow. Oh, God. Owie. Ow. Is this gonna kill? That probably kills, doesn't it? Ow. Let's do Leech Seed, maybe? Okay, that helps a little bit. It's a bit annoying. This isn't great. Maybe I'd do this instead. That's not great. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna stop this for now. We'll get into the game soon. Okay, should be back into the arena soon, folks. We've done ads. God, I'm not with it today. I'm really tired, and my voice is not. Yeah, my voice is a little bit ropey today. Tea didn't help.
Hello, stranger. Hello, chat.
I want to shine LEC and Ebby and LCS. I mean, Ebby was really like underrated for what he did in LEC. He was a lot better than people thought. He just had a mid laner that would never roam, and like a team that was very poorly balanced. Also, Ebby has forever been someone who follows shot calls, and there was no clear shot calling on that team. There is a clear example where one of their first games of that year, he says, "Can I teleport bot?" And they say, "Yes, teleport bot." He teleports bot, and then they lose a fight because he teleported bot. So, yeah, I mean, realistically, I'm kind of sad that Ebby was treated the way he was by the LEC community. Like, he had some weak games, but like a lot of it wasn't even his fault. He was learning English. He was doing a hell of a good job of like improving. He solo killed Adam like a bunch of times in the important series they had versus BDS as well. Like, he was not the problem on that team. He did a lot better than I think people give him credit for. But it's easy to dunk down on the person who you don't have a personal connection to, someone who doesn't understand your languages as well and isn't as present on social media, because that means there's less backlash for it. And also it's just easier to scapegoat him than the players which you know better. So yeah, and I'm not going to say he was great, but I'm saying he was better than people thought he was, which is the important thing. And the fact that like people are saying, oh, he's the worst top laner ever in the LEC, it just wasn't the case. Well, folks, we are getting ourselves into second draft of the day. W versus TT. TT clutched out, I think it's fair to say, a game 2 with Hoya's Cannon. It really does feel like WE had that game in their hands. They did manage to close that out all the same. Sejuani immediately banned away by TT this time, interestingly enough, and that leaves me wondering what that first pick will be. We'll see exactly what will be up on the table. The Lucian, very important for UCal. It wouldn't even surprise me to see that being an early lock-in for him on that side, but potentially could be something like that. Leona also left up and available. Ashe, lots of big power picks still on the table. Last ban coming through from Team WE. Ashe still available. That Lucian's still available. And of course the Tristana. How could we forget about that as well? I'm just so used to seeing that. I'm very surprised to see that get through to the last bans. UCal, the man with the blue hair on your screen. Very, very good at that champion, as it would happen. So what's your first pick going to be? You're going to give over the Leona to Mark. Very comfort champion for him. You're going to pick that up yourself. There's no Sejuani if you want the... in regards to the easy engage options, so that Leona does go up in value too. Zyra, something that Yanxian was locking in very, very easily. That was the first pick from WE in that last game, and looks like it will be that first pick here for TT. Locked in. Now WE, they could lock in something like the Ezreal. Ezreal's another important pick here. Not normally a first pick priority, but pretty good when we get around to this stage of the draft. Abel starting to go over a couple of his different options, and it will be that Lucian locked in and that Leona. We were wondering whether either of these would be a first pick for TT, instead favoring Beichuan on that Zyra.
That's going to be an interesting thing to track. Of course, Yanqing had a really good start to the game on that Zyra. Really great counter gank in the lane top side. Became a bit of a menace as the game went on, but it was still not quite enough to carry things over the edge. And we have seen Zyra's really take over the game. I understand the takeaway of the Lucian from UCal. Certainly after a very solid game himself. And the Zeri instead, early on this time around, not leaving 1xN to last pick, but getting him in a bit earlier. Of course, we have seen a little bit of a flex of that Zeri around and about to various lanes, but worth noting, likely 1xN.
No, I think this is likely UCal. Because
you really reckon?
Yeah, because he likes playing against the AD carry versus AD carry matchup. So he played that into, he's played that in that mid lane.
It's not into the Corki, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be, but it's into the Lucian. Okay. So it's AD carry versus AD carry, so I think this is completely fine.
Yeah.
Or either way, it is a flex, but I think that this is equally likely to go between the two of them, depending on what's left up in that second round. Hoya now goes towards the Gnar instead of going towards something more like that cannon. Kind of surprised it wouldn't be the cannon if they've hard forced onto that before, but maybe they didn't want the double AP top side of the Zyra and the cannon.
Hoya being asked to blind pick. I don't know why I've said blind pick. Yeah, no, that's certainly very
We're only
British.
supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Well, only fools and casters here deciding that some.
No, that's not only.
I know. I'm just going for
I'm
just going for various British references.
Okay, let's keep
Yeah,
going.
it's fine. And I couldn't remember where it actually was from, so I went for a reference that would make some sense. It was the honest answer, but you've now revealed my ruse, and it's all gone wrong. We're into the second phase of bans. We will see whether Yanxiang, new jungler to the league, will be granted the Nidalee pass here in game 2. Bans away by the side of WE. Getting rid of the Ashe, knowing that's a potential flex. They're also getting rid of the Braum because that bot lane proved pretty obnoxious as the game went on.
It does, and you can see that TT currently don't have great engage options. So, and also on the side of WE, they are now assuming with that Ashe ban that there is that threat of that Zeri going to the mid lane. We've highlighted that. It is still a flex. It's still important to do that. Like Kiev gives some cutting credence to that. So WE. What are they going to lock in on for? I mean, Ezreal is kind of up and available. Feels like that one is a bit of an easy one if they want to go to it. Very easy with that. Leona locked in very easily.
They do exactly that. The Leona plus Ezreal combo has been around about now in the league and just generally in Pro League since the last few patches. Really, it's such a good combo, and Ezreal right now feeling pretty strong. So, any ways to make Leona even better always feels great too. What though do TT want to round up their composition with? Feather on the Alistair shouldn't surprise anybody, and they will lock that one in.
It's his most played, so it's definitely okay in that sense. It's fine into the Leona too. If you get hit with a Zenith Blade, it roots you, but it doesn't stun you, so you can technically pulverize Leona out of the full combo. So there's some play to be made around that. You can struggle against the Ezreal, but it's fine enough. So what are we doing? Zeri mid, Zeri bot. What have we got in terms of other answers? The Misfortune of the Kai'Sa, maybe potentially quite powerful here.
Certainly got a fair amount of lockdown between the Zyra and the Alistair. It's not Zyra and MF in the same lane, of course, unless we're seeing the return of Emperor Palpatine. God bless Static Shiv Alistair from all those years ago. But all the same, Rocks, Tigers lives on here. sort of split apart though the combo is.
So last pick now going to be... Okay, is that Varus top? I think we're getting... Okay, so we're getting one of two things. Varus top or Lucian top. What I would imagine the Ezreal has to say in that bot lane. I mean, look, technically, all three of these AD carries could have been put about the place, but Wayward looks at that Nara and says, okay, yeah, I want that lane dominance now. Locks in that Varus top. We've seen it very occasionally. It was a Mirwin special over in the LEC for Mad Koi over there, so bring it out now here. Wayward, there's not too much to threaten him in regards to big lockdown. The Zyra's not great at ganking.
And we have said that, generally speaking, at least in lane, Hoya has been someone who is a bit more susceptible to a lane dominant top laner, and Wayward had a very good first half of the game. Hoya, fantastic flanks, made some incredible game winning moments in that game as well, especially considering there were a couple 2v2s that didn't go quite the way they were hoping for, even if the individual 1v1 wasn't necessarily going absolutely awfully or whatever, but still, it is fine as we are preparing here to get onto the
So, we're getting ourselves into game 2. TT clutched out that first game. WE, I feel like they will be smarting a little bit from that one. We're here down in the Nirvana group. Both of these teams been on better form than I think a lot of people had expected for them, especially WE coming out of that group stage. But Thunder Talk, after their first series, I was worried about them, but it feels like they've bounced back just fine enough. Into game 2, we go very shortly after this. Does feel like Thunder Talk coming up with a lot more clutch plays as the series and as the games roll by. They have looked like they are starting to really start contending for those top 4 spots. Wouldn't surprise me to see them qualify into the effective last chance qualifier for those playoffs as we get through onto the Rift.
Level 1 plant knocked out there with a spear from Yanxiang. Very rude of him. That's my way of gardening. I just take a big spear and throw it at whatever plant offends me.
So, for the record, folks, I'm pretty sure this is the second top lane Varus game we've seen in the LPL ever. Now, we have seen, over this year, 200 other games of Varus in other roles. So we've seen, you know, this is 0.5% of the sample size of Varus. Feather's going to spot the level 1 coming through. Feather will be able to just... He's not going for a big play. The team's too split. But TT, at least having the information that WE have walked into their jungle.
If you want to know why I suck at League of Legends, I wouldn't have been able to resist pressing W there.
Yeah. I somewhat get that. The temptation is very strong. Something which TT have failed at here is to secure a level 1 kind of bush advantage for Hoya, which means that Wayward gets a good trade right from the off. Is going towards the press attack. There are a number of top lane builds you can go towards. God, I mean, Kerberos had this really disgusting build of like loads of mask stacking for like percent increased damage. 2v2 ends up blowing Summon for Summoner as we're rusing about the other side of the map, but can definitely see that the HP going just about in the favor of WE.
I will say I think Misfortune here isn't really dressed for battle either. She's here in pajamas, right. And that isn't really a weapon of war. They are NIP, right? Though I feel like NIP should be playing nearly permanently with pajama guardian skins. I think that's probably got to be a contractual obligation, right?
In one way, I'm kind of sad that Urgot never got his true Star Guardian skin. He was just a Pajama Guardian, but also it was really funny. Excellent. It is also an excellent skin, so I'm not complaining too hard in regards to that one. So TT need to see what they can do towards this bot side. 1xN locking in this Misfortune. I mean, I wonder whether they could have locked in the Varus as well, because they do lack some engage. They don't. It's quite hard for them to lock in everything. But the Misfortune, very, very good if they get the combo in place. I think if WE overstep and they dive into CC, this Misfortune will determine everything. And Yukal, as we said before, bringing that barrier into the early lane, loves playing since the AD carry. So as soon as that was locked in, the threat was there. Yukal just having a real favored pick here in this area.
I'm also looking at Yanxiang here is going, right, I am pathing towards the lane where I'm going to have loads of pressure for obvious reasons, and Yukal might have to be a bit wary here. Will he be able to get towards the wall before Mark can land the Zenith Blade? Gets over, Ignite comes on down, and Yukal, forced to barrier, gets out alive, though.
Yeah, but Mark really benefiting from Abel winning his lane. Abel's going to teleport back towards that bot side. He's gone a little further. That's not... I wonder if Beidrouin could have put down a W plant for slow, but it wouldn't have really meant wouldn't have meant much in regards to that bot side going to kill pressure. All the same, Abel winning that lane for Mark will allows him to roam across the map and threaten TT across other lanes.
And now Hoya at 20% HP. Yanxian can look to dive this. The mini Nara is going to be coming out shortly. Will Hoya be forced to flash? No, gets to crunch away and is just about fine.
However, the top lane domination of the Varus it's already here, folks. Press the attack, early base damages. Yeah, you don't really want to be stuck around facing off against Varus in a 1v1. It's really quite funny. It's this kind of... God. Think about the flowchart of AD carries over time. Why do AD carries have a support? Well, it's because they're weak in lane and they need time to scale, but they're weak. So why are AD carries played as solo lanes? Because they're really good in the first couple of levels of the game at bullying out lanes. Oh, so why do we need the support then? I think that's the problem we've had over time. Basically, because AD carries, balancing this class around, like, being supported by another person is actually quite boring for the AD carry players themselves. This allows them to have more agency. But this is the problem with AD carries have agency. They get played everywhere because a lot of the fallbacks of these champions isn't there right now.
Well, yeah, and especially if you are designed around being a later game damage. You're supposed to be there. You're supposed to be one of the better users of items as Yukal. A little bit by Fofo there, but you're supposed to be one of the better users of items. That's what you're supposed to be there for in some ways, is getting those items in, really using the triple scaling threat of attack speed and crit and attack damage all combined together to do lots of late game damage. But if on top of that you've also got early agency, then you just have everything going for you. The weakness of your class perhaps isn't there. It's just, as you said, a little less fun to play for the AD carry player because it feels like your choices are limited earlier on in the game. It's pretty miserable for solo queue in particular.
So it turns out that they do have a support in their lane. It's the junglers, Yanxian and
that's
Beidrouin.
Yeah.
Making this effectively a 2v2 lane there. So no first blood coming down just yet. Yukal was forced back earlier, but both him and Fofo get themselves
a mini raptor.
the culls. That's going to be fine. Yanxian gets himself another mini raptor, but won't get himself a big one. Beidrouin smites it away.
Trying to get some little bits of Yukal again being jumped on by multiple members. Will be sure to be able to get towards the wall. Did Spark Surge just to get outside of that javelin toss range. Hasn't actually been able to cross the wall there.
Folks, on average, in the 2 games we've had 5 AD carries.
That's
in both our games. 1 in top lane, 2 in mid lane, 1 and 2 in bot lane as well. This is absolutely ridiculous. And like
even TF is an honorary AD carry.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because that's part of the 5 in that first game. Like, it's AD TF. He is an AD carry at that point. So yeah, the Varus much more on the traditional side, but both of our games today we've had 5 AD carries. Sure, this role is completely fine, folks. This class of champion is completely fine.
This is miserable. I don't have level 6. I can't walk up here. There's a control ward in the bush. Wayward can potentially just... Yeah, he can still throw out the chains of corruption. There's just nowhere to go.
Yeah, and if he has the W, if he has the W arrow, this is looking pretty bad.
Boy, there's potential flash available. Mega Gnar going to be a little ways off. That was a flash on forward for the Q. And Wayward just doesn't miss. Throws out a Cassante emote. He knows he's being a Giga Chad this game.
Yeah, WE played around Wayward so heavily in spring to allow him that lane advantage. TT, they need... That's a great double root.
Gets the double root, and that will be a double kill, surely being delivered to Yukal's waiting arms.
1xN doesn't even get any kill participation. It's like, okay, yeah, Yukal, you can get this one. Ults through the next one as well. Yeah, you can see that, 1xN doesn't even look to that last hit on the other one. Yukal getting so much gold. This needs to balance out across the map. This Gnar is going to be beyond anemic. They are going to be bloodless at this point. Varus in this top lane, dominating lane, and also been isolated from the rest of the map. Because Yanxian has been playing this Nidalee and Mark's been roaming on the Leona, it has been really hard for anyone in TT to get past this effective blockade towards top side. How do you get to this lane to help?
Episode 1, we've got the Trade Federation blockading Naboo. Hoya needs to get the Jedi to come and sort his life out.
So we need to rely on, I don't know, oh god, I don't know. I was gonna say Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Yukal. It doesn't work very well. They're really trying. Wayward, no flash. There is a chance of a big play here.
That's another good route. Wayward in danger, but remember, has no flash. Likely to be put under the dirt here. Beichuan might be traded back as Yanxiang comes on out, but a flash away keeps him alive just for now. But Yanxiang flashes in turn and makes it the 1-for-1, but Wayward falling is important.
So TT, they run the blockade, they get towards topside, and they get themselves past that blockade of WE to get themselves something into Hoya's lane. It means that Wayward can't get himself this continued lane domination.
Obeichuan, that's
Obeichuan Kenobi! That's incredible!
That's the one.
So except the problem is Beichuan, not Beichuan.
And it's Qui-Gon Isshin, or 1XN.
Oh god, I really like though. Obeichuan Kenobi, that's great. I love that. Oh, that's wonderful.
Ken 1-3. He's 0, 1, and 3 currently. So yeah, it's all coming together, guys. It's all TMP. I need to let this go. This is Illuminati levels of trying to make things fit together. Beichuan being potentially jumped on by Yanxiang alongside the rest of WE. Will lose the Gromp. Plants can't secure that even on the retreat.
And now they're trying to set up the blockade again. Hoya once again, like, he didn't even kill that ward there. Oh, Hoya, they did so much work for him.
There's going to be the rest of TT turning up trying to defend this. Gets the pulverize into the Stranglethorns. There's still 4 members though. And there's no Plant really to do lots of damage. Yukal not coming on over. They're caught between so many turrets. Mark will likely fall, but can he keep the rest of his members alive? Wayward stepping forwards. The Hyper Proc's nearly there. There'll be Meganar coming as well. Hoya could do so much work. Yukal gets that one. They go way too far to try and punish the Snark.
Massive Stranglethorns from the Jedi of the jungle. Obeichuan Kenobi gets himself so much DPS with the increased enraged plants as they get a huge amount of DPS over. And that means the Padawan at the mid lane, Yukal, comes through for another double kill. I think he's going to be graduating to knight status anytime soon.
Well, we'll find out, I suppose. Darth Wayward was finally put down there. He was doing something that's considered unnatural to the Jedi, playing ranged top laners. And they were a bit too deep here between the 2 towers.
Yeah, he was so dominant in lane, and yet he could not quite transfer that towards the rest of the map, quite fall into his own folly. Look how much damage Beichuan does across here, and Yukal, he holds onto his wall ride for a really long time here. Make sure that the spear is down, has his passive fully stacked up, and they managed to follow that Lord of the Sith in that top side. He brought out something unnatural to the lane, and he's been exposed in front of the Galactic Conference here. TT get themselves so many kills onto this area. Really, really big point of power. He's going to be getting himself towards big power points soon.
And don't get me wrong, this Varus is still very far ahead of the curve, is a very, very scary member, but bluntly, giving up 4 kills to Azeri early on is pretty rough going, and this Varus will still have to play side lane in long lanes as the game goes on. If the map control starts getting lackluster, it won't be easy for the Varus. We've seen it before when this kind of champion is forced to play with less information in lane.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things which has become really apparent again is, so you will notice that Yukal is running barrier. That is not a global. Now the thing is, if you are good at timing your roams with the Zeri, your E, your wall ride can basically be an extra global, a semi-global, because you're going to get to plays about 3-4 seconds earlier than maybe you should do at that point, because the wall ride's really, really fast and allows you to cross different bits of terrain, much like a Bard can do that for his team. So Yukal getting himself in a point of power, he can push in lanes and get himself onto the map very, very quickly, is something that W need to be really, really wary of. The grubs are going down, WE, they need to now go into this big disengage comp.
Beichuan getting jumped on, Solar Flare lands into the Zenith Blade afterwards, could make that Zyra very, very afraid, but the bullet time disengaged as well. Hoya tries to get in the backside, Abel will get away, but it'll still be Wayward who goes down. Vengeance for the lane, the team fights that much harder to execute. Plants are everywhere as well at this point, as Beichuan puts that one down. Finally, Feather falls. Fofo picks that one up, the culling blocked by the various bits of foliage. Another route lands. Yanxiang in danger. Wall ride from Yukal. Barrier available. Hoya hopping on forwards. Fofo looking to maybe hunt over the wall. Will not be able to jump in to get more. Big fight for Thunder Talk.
And it's once again WE finding themselves engaging into the disengage comp. Fantastic play from 1XN and Feather to do the full contact team fighting that we know and love here in the LPL. Beichuan's ulted, sure. Let's go ult your backline so you can't get into the big play as well. I'm sure we'll get a replay of this. This is what I mean by full contact team fighting. Beichuan has no flash. He is at risk. He gets stunned out. What is Feather's response? Immediately all in. What is 1XN's response? Immediately all in. Even though Beichuan is ulted down, he survives because of the plays from the rest of his team, saving him with their own form of engage.
watch how many plants end up in this fight now as well. Base at 20% HP. It doesn't matter because the plants have all the HP you need.
It's like to go back to Attack of the Clone, Attack of the Clone. This is basically just Felucia. This is just like the giant jungle planet for those of you who are knowers and enjoyers of that one. Yeah, like I'm just waiting to see like an Acklay turn up in the background and start ripping people to shreds.
Oh man, I was wondering whether the plants would count as the clones themselves with a million more on the way at this point in the game, but there we go. Django Fett. Now become a gardener.
They're very impressive. You must be very proud, Beitran. Here comes the Stranglethorns. Feel that one. Stranglethorns a forced choke in that one too. As TT go towards the dragon, start again playing around their photosynthesizing friends.
I find your lack of plant-based puns disturbing as we find an engage onto Mark. Who will be on the wrong end of the mark, I suppose. Is trying to get out of danger. Dragon started. WE sort of here to contest.
Yeah. They almost had their own savior in this one too. They could have had themselves a Luke. They had themselves close enough to the Mark Hamill instead.
No.
Basically the same thing, but he's not going to be able to defend this themselves. Dragon going down.
Cullen comes on through, gets Feather to half HP, but really that's all there is to write home about. Plants continue to be very obnoxious at this point as Beitran picks up a couple items. Feather down 20% HP now. Probably has to be a little bit wary on this Alistair.
I found what TT's mid lane is. You have that's going to be the ult coming through, but Feather has his ult too. Not going to be that much, but luckily, you have Obi-Wan Kenobi, but they also have Yubaka. Yubaka in the mid lane.
No!
You ever seen a Zeri Terraman's arm off? I think we'll see that in this game.
Is it going to be Hoya solo as his pal in the other solo lane?
Yeah, I think so. We have 1-2-D2 for 1xn.
Oh no! And the Millennium Falcon Feather.
I'm having far too much fun in this one. Oh my god. Okay, right. We're gonna get ourselves back into the Rift Hours. TT get themselves, one of those early grubs. They get themselves those 2 dragons, and they have themselves even in the gold lead. But considering how lane dominant the Varus is meant to be, the Varus is ahead. But the fact that the overall gold is even is going to be quite problematic for WE. They should have been further ahead with the lane dominance from this top side.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And again, they tried to play towards it. It was looking really good for a moment or two, but then 2 plays go wrong. There was the initial kill that goes against Wayward. He gets dove a little bit later. They do a dive between 2 towers, which Thundertalk are there and willing to respond. And credit to Hoya, again, a player we have criticized pretty heavily for being put on the mother of all weak sides and doing pretty well. But I feel like I might just have cursed him. Nope, Feather's here. Should be okay. Yeah,
so
I got
I have
worried
to
for a
say,
second.
CT were awful at playing around side lanes in groups. The fact that Beitran and Feather have managed to be so effective covering Hoya in this game shows the growth that they've had as a team. Go back and watch some of their side lane play from the first round robin of groups. It was really, really bad. The fact that they managed to save Hoya from what could have been a very cruel and unusual fate here against the Varus is very, very important. Now this is going to be the cross map from TT taking down first turret of the game in top side. Gold spread between Beitran and Yukal. Again, that very powerful duo here going in for a second charge now. Comes landing on here. I don't know why that's the theme tune I've decided for the Herald charge, but just every time I see it, it happens. I'm not going to lie, I'm not even sure what that theme tune was. Pretty sure it's for when when Lancelot is running towards the castle in Monty Python's Holy Grail. It's similar to that. I don't think it quite is that, but it's kind of what it's inspired by, yeah. In second thought, let us not go to top lane. It is a silly place. Let us leave that Varus alone. Well, it's the Herald. It's a landowner, right? They're looking for the vast tracts of lands to bring gold and wealth. Okay, look, I'm aware that Star Wars has probably made a larger pop cultural impact than Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Go watch that anyway. It's great. Fantastic movie. Very much enjoy that one as... I don't know, I don't really know how to follow with that one, but yeah, go do it. In my LEC casting debut, I got to make an ex-Matty joke, as in an ex-Parrot joke, which I was very pleased with. He's gone pining for the fjords, he's gone to meet his maker, he's an ex-Matty. We got to do the same with X-Bear on the side of FPX recently too. It was a fun time, yeah. Just any time everyone has an X in front of their name, I start making those references. Neurons activated. Exactly. So this time, W are forcing onto Yukal on the bot side. You don't really want to be going in towards that Zeri with the barrier, flash, and ult with 6 kills behind them. Fofo is going to get the gold from the side lane turret, though. Have they gone too far, though? Hoya has Mega Knight. It's good timing for him. This could be very scary. Fofo has just dashed, does have the flash, may be forced to burn it very early here. He's in a pretty tricky position, doesn't flash quite yet. The follow-up CC is brutal. Ignites on him, and the chain lightning claims the life of him. The solar flare, not quite in time. Yukal flashes in. They finally goes down, but the damage surely is done. Wayward nearly takes Feather on the way as Basewan flashes to get more Qs, more autos. 1xn is nearly here. What time is it, he says?
Time for some bullets, you imagine, but he's yet to pop the ultimate. I'm forced to hold my breath. Does get one back. Feather goes down by the corner of the turret as the plants keep spawning. Where's your weed killer? WE, because Thunderdog claimed the entire team.
It's as if a million voices cried out, and we're suddenly silenced. The super weapon of the Misfortune ultimate just comes in to clean up the rebel base, and there's this bot lane turret. TT, they get themselves a full team ace before 18 minutes. That is a hell of a play coming through from them. 1xN even gets himself onto an Infinity Edge power spike beyond this point. And I will say, there is a difference between a Gnar teleporting in and a Varus teleporting on the back out path for this play. Feather comes in for a big engage, comes up with Hoya. Very surprised that the flash didn't come through from Fofo before this point, but no, Wayward finds himself massively in the backline here. The only reason he gets to turn one back is because he has such high base damage, and the fact that the rest of his team manages to clear up one beyond this point. But that is not the same as a flanking Gnar. The flanking Varus is not it. And the Chains of Corruption landed onto Yukal, otherwise he would have been able to free fire a bit more, and then finally they were ready and willing to fire, and Alderaan falls here in the bot lane. Okay, so TT look to see if they can once again fly themselves into the position here and see if they can get themselves forwards. That's a big Varus already used, but not really getting that much out of it. Big cooldown used. They are going to be around this round. Will be sole point for TT, and the plants are all in line. I just don't know how easy it's going to be break through. The Stranglethorns come on through. Feather into the backline with a headbutt, and the pulverizer somewhat interrupted. In goes Hoya with a double crunch to get into the backline as the transformation comes on through, and Yanxiang is put to the sword, or I suppose the bolt. Well, there's no turret to play around. Wayward gets one. Fofo's going to try and TP out. Flash! Crunch! And a wallop brings down what Fofo was trying to do. No teleport to safety. Oh, and sadly Abel, the last remaining messenger. Not to worry, still flying half a T-Punk team comp, I guess. Even less than that as 4 members hit the ground. TT have blasted WE off the map around these dragons and around the bot side. Considering that the Varus was meant to be so far ahead and Hoya is making these plays, Hoya is 100% my MVP for this game so far. I know that Yukal's picked up the plays, but given that Hoya's been under all this pressure and has made this much team fight impact, it has to go celebrated here. He's managed to get so much value out of this. And genuine credit. Again, we say it because it's true and it's important to highlight players like this. Hoya's not had a great year. He's really struggled. But this series, he has really stepped up when it has been damn hard to do so. Those matchups have not been fun. TT have found themselves a new hope in the top side. This player who was, what this team has so often been about Yukal and 1xN. This series has been about Hoya. His Kennen, his Gnar, even under pressure, has been the difference maker. The fact that Wayward has been the player who stomps down on players who are less confident in top lane. The fact that Hoya can run away with this series has been so important. Yeah, that's exactly it. And now you're looking at this Misfortune's 2,500 gold ahead of the Ezreal, building towards that third item. A Bloodthirst from Infinity Edge is already a scary combo. You're nearly at a third for the Zeri as well, and once those come on through, it'll stop being just AoE and it'll start being really nasty damage. Ryali's in for the Zyra as well. She is got a 10-stack Dark Seal. She could debate a Medjai's, frankly. Also going to say this too. Beichuan's defensive play, his ultimates have been some of the best ultimates I've seen out of Zyra play so far, consistently. 4, 5-man ultimates. Now, I do think they've been set up for by W because they're diving into the disengage comp, and that's a problem. They're diving into bullet times. They're diving into the Force Choke, the Stranglethorns. It's very
standing over the Rancor pit.
They've been staying up. Yes.
It's not a Rancor.
Java. Oh my god! I think we need a Rancor. We need a Rancor.
I would have a Rancor now.
That'd be great. And he just fires like the bones. He kind of like they keep in the Rancor pit. That could be the boomerang instead.
Could we have Nunu and Willip? We're like
no, it's just like no.
Willip's
so
the Rancor and Nunu's like a mini Boba.
Wayward's coming in, maybe trying to catch up Beichuan. He doesn't have flash, and suddenly TT are not here.
Yeah, but Yukal's coming on down. Feather takes up so much time, and now on the back end, Wayward's in danger. Gets knocked up, tries to get something back, but already 2 members are dead, and of course it's 1xN who picks them up. He may fire when ready one more time. This by Team Comp is fully operational. 3 dead already. And Yanxiang and Fofo will be left alive to try and rebuild what remains of the rebel base.
What are we doing? Teleporting in as Varus? Wayward, buddy, like the Wayward's your name. It's not meant to be your position in the team fights. Goes into the backline multiple times. I understand the angle there, trying to catch out Beichuan without the flash, but he puts himself into the worst possible scenario. Beyond that point, TT take themselves a Baron. This is going to see them through to the Dragon spawning as well, and this is This is beyond, like, the musings of the dark side of League of Legends. This is just bad. Wayward puts himself out into a teleport position onto an enemy ward, and he's completely gunned down. TT well and truly accelerating this game. The game one was clutched out. It was a bit slow. It couldn't quite find their advantages. This one has been domination from TT, and WE throwing themselves into the jaws of the enemy.
And 3-item misfortune with the rapid fire cannon to get those love taps coming on through. Even those incidental autos now will really start to sting on people. He's got so many ways to just throw down that bitter poke. The Zeri W, the plants from the Zyra. Misfortune waiting for those rapid fire options and making it rain. He will see taking 10% of his HP bar just off some of those very low effort poke options from TT.
And you know what? TT, normally I would trust them to play out a lane dominant style for Wayward, because Wayward is a lane dominant top laner. He plays towards snowballing through his lane. The fact that he got shut down was, oh god, but it's just not had the impact he wanted to. And ult does go wide.
Oh boy, Stranglethorns come on through, and Abel of all people is the one who's caught up on top of the mark now, in danger. Bullet time comes flying across everyone. Wayward has to flash away, but Yukal's now in the backside of them all. There was always another member, always two there are. And AD carries in this game will be the Sith Lords, perhaps, as TT match on into the base.
And it's Thundertalk marching their way in for an inhibitor at 24 minutes with the Baron still remaining. They might even push for more. Fofo has flash, Yangxian has flash. Looks like TT, and they're not, well, maybe they are looking for the end. They're at least looking for minimum 2 inhibitors.
Wipe them out. All of them. The inhibitors are under siege. 2 of them fall. 1 remains. But I don't think the rest of the base will be standing all that much longer. Nexus turret falls, and TT decide the message has been sent enough.
Feels like they've missed the memo. They're trying to go into the battle station thinking that it's, shield generators down, but no, by the time they engage, I think they'll find this battle station is fully operational. And as they go into the plants, as they go into the bullet time, sadly, the entire WE fleet has just been shredded, much like episode 6. But the problem is, it's not even just happened the one time. It's happened multiple times. They go in for a big engage. Look, Abel's trying to go up and follow up and stuff like that. And immediately they find out that, no, it was a trap all along. It feels like TT. It is that. It's WE. They're just engaging into a disengaged comp. Why do they think this is going to work?
Unfortunately, Admiral Akbar falls apart off screen a little bit.
Oh, come on.
I mean, I'm sorry. That still makes me angry. We'll move apart from that one. And there isn't really much option for the Rebel base. It's looking like a very alternate universe of the Star Wars. Right? We said that Wayward was somehow the Dark Lord of the Sith that is on the Rebel team now, so who knows?
Great blue drink to spot out what could have been a comeback play for W. Now the problem is they've overextended, looking for that Fnatic brush. Fofo trying to teleport away. He won't be stopped in this one.
Ooh, no, not quite, but Mark will still fall down. Fofo loses half his HP bar, but stays alive.
Fofo, much like that first game, gets himself just out of the jaws of this team comp from TT, but it doesn't save them. It's still Ocean Soul from TT. It's still them pushing in for more and more, getting themselves likely a last inhibitor. W, what have they got left in the tank? What do they have in the tank to begin with?
Who knows? It's looking a little bit limited. Maybe they have got a hope and a prayer, but it'll have to be some absolute magic as Yanxian caught in between the base gates. He's being jumped on by Hoya. It's a Star Destroyer versus a very paltry troop transport at this point. What are you before the full might of the Empire? Hoya continues to auto down the Cougar in the jungle.
Yeah, call him the Tanty 4 the way that one went. He gets ran down as the bullet time comes out once again. All weapon systems online.
Mark goes down as well, and that'll be it. The Nexus falls. Death Star is primed and ready to bring TT to a clean 2-0 victory.
It is thunder and lightning today. Yukal celebrating as he always does. It's so hard not to like Yukal, the blue-haired man in the mid lane for TT. He was such an emotional lightning rod for this team in 2023 because he was the player that was carrying them. He couldn't quite make it to playoffs in that summer, made it briefly through in spring. I feel like with the way that they're playing, they are looking maybe like the best team here in the Nirvana group despite a weak first showing. They get themselves a good 2-0. I'm not going to call it clean because of that first game. I feel like they had to clutch that one out, but we showed there in the second game, particularly the jungle support movements have looked a lot better from them on a macro sense. And on an individual level, I think Hoya has really started coming into his own. This was a great series, and particularly because it's against Wayward, who is so often played through individual advantages, to overcome that and just be the better, more impactful top laner throughout this series, despite the fact that he was put against very difficult lane matchups in both games, is really, really impactful.
And again, and you can be a good weak side player, and it won't matter sometimes because you haven't got the support and you just bleed out. It's the direst treatment. You don't get to survive some of those things in a 1vx unless something miraculous happens. The fact that TT did come to support Hoya, did come to prevent some of the really aggressive dives, made absolute waves in that game too in particular, and serious credit to them for that turnaround and a really good game too.
Welcome back, folks. Hi, I'm Alex, also known as Nomar. You've probably heard this a million times now if you've been on the channel before, but this is also my brother. Yes, genuine brother, Sam, initialized. He's in the title as well. So both of our names in the title. If you've been enjoying today's games, good. That's what we're here for. We're not paid by Riot to do this. We're using our co-streaming rights to give you a similar experience to LPL English when it's not on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, because the games here in LPL are still played every day of the week. So there's a lot of games to catch up on, and because of that, we have ended up saving about 130 games, I think, from the Abyss, which would have become lost games of the LPL. We hope you're enjoying it, and if you are enjoying it, drop a follow, drop a prime, drop whatever you can, because it helps us continue what we're doing, and just by being here, it makes a lot of difference too.
That's quite alarming when your weak side Gnar out-damages the Varus. Yeah, Beichuan on the Zyra doing lots of work. That doesn't surprise me. It's a great Zyra game too.
Can I get a Hoya?
Oh, where's Georgia when you need her? Oh.
God, yeah.
For those who don't know, behind the scenes look, Georgia, otherwise known as Trouble Inc., has a long-standing habit of getting everybody on the team to give a Hoya before...
Back in the NLC days, yeah.
She still does it on Amir Masters. And she gets the production team to join in as well, so everyone on mics just goes Hoya really loudly about 2 seconds before we go live. And so it still makes us smile every time we do it with Hoya here, having a great game on the Gnar.
Yeah, this is a fantastic...
The viewers dropped by 2.
Damn, you kidding me? Damn, that's it. Well, okay, second series started. Don't you... Wow, that makes me feel great, folks. Wow, fantastic. We'll be getting on towards Weibo and Top East what's in the next part of 2. I think we'll be getting ourselves... Well, we'll see whether we get ourselves a significant break. It's probably going to be about 15 minutes until the next series comes on. In that note, might be a good time for us to go grab a croissant or something like that.
That's not a bad call.
You did the last time, so I guess I'll get
that's fine. I can look after chat.
Sure, yeah. You can do that. If you'd like, you can even learn how to play poker.
Yeah, I can do that. I can start. I've never played poker.
No, you can do whatever the hell you want. Wait,
Yeah.
what would you like?
I will learn to play poker.
Okay, you say that the Hoya was bad. I got a Hoya in the YouTube chat. So fuck you, Twitch chat. YouTube is my friend now. Friendship ended with Twitch chat.
Set up the rivalry.
Patreon. Yeah, thank you. You got my back.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Again, look, I love seeing UCal get this. It's really hard not to be a fan of a player who is so openly passionate about the game. Even if you're on a struggling team, celebrating the wins that you have and celebrating the gameplay that you show, I love that. I think it is bad for the sport if you only celebrate teams which are winning and you only celebrate teams at the top of the game. Support your teams which are struggling. And look, there are teams out there which are not doing well, and sometimes I feel like I don't always support them enough for points like that. But yeah, I feel like when it comes to teams like Ultra Prime or TT, heck, even IG, for as much as I meme on Vampire or whatever,
sure.
I enjoy watching these teams succeed, because for me, the underdog story and seeing these players go from a point where they were weak, they were at the bottom of the pile, but somehow battling through it, that to me is a much more engaging story than players that just kind of coast through with great rosters and don't really find those same kind of trials and tribulations. I enjoy that so much more.
Yeah, and I think especially when you look at a team like TT, you can see things that you want to cheer about. This is a team that's got talent, that's got verve. I think is probably the way to do it. I won't call it mojo. That's Munch's thing. But they've got verve, I tell you. And people like 1XM, people like you, Cal, the fact we are seeing people like Feather, Beichuan, Hoya step up when it matters as well, gives me a little bit of joy watching this team. Now, I don't know how deep a run they would make in playoffs, but you can see the improvement. You can see some of these guys and go, yeah, you belong in this league, and I think you could make a real name for yourself, yes.
So, MVP's coming through. We'll switch over to the other stream after this point. It should probably be about, 15 minutes until we're on stage.
Well,
Beichuan gets the MVP. Beichuan Kenobi. You heard it here first. He's even using the Force!
He is!
Look at him! He's using the Force! He's using the Force!
There we go!
Oh my word. Help us, Beichuan Kenobi! You're our only hope!
Oh no!
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's great. Okay, look, folks, it's probably going to be about... I already clipped this out.
Okay, fantastic.
So we have ourselves about a 15-minute break until we're on to stage, and then probably about a 25-minute break, including the 10 minutes after, until we get into drafting into games. So it'll be a significant break. I'm going to go get myself some food and a drink. I'm getting some for him
Fantastic.
as well. He's going to look at the chat for a bit.
How am I bringing poker in terms of getting on OBS and
Okay,
stuff as
so
well?
it should be here.
Right.
What I will do...
I don't know what catch you got on.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to refresh the page. So this is on... like things Windows 7 or something like that. You can hear the sound through there, and you can start a new run, and you can do whatever the hell you want, basically.
Excellent.
So what I will suggest is we'll do a new game, do classic, and then what you do is you use.
I'm not going to overwrite your stuff with this.
No, you just put it into a new save file. So what you end up doing is you pick up to 10 points. The cost is up here.
Okay.
Some things I've evolved before. You can change like stuff like the nature, ability, and gender if they're available, and they'll have keys down there.
Nice.
You move by doing keyboard stuff. So you'll have to sit in this chair.
Okay.
You use.
Is it random every time for starts?
Enter or what?
Is it random every time for starts, or is it this is just your choices for starts?
No.
Oh, you got.
So important stuff to note. Shinies increase your rarity of item drops and stuff like that after a level. Pokerus increase can spread through your team and give you extra bonuses.
Okay.
Things with Pokerus are surrounded by that thing there, so you'd have to select that. And I don't believe actually we have anything of it. Okay, so this would be the only Pokerus thing that we have available. So you might want to get that into your team because it gives you.
Which one's Pokerus?
The purple outline.
The purple outline. Okay.
Yeah. So we have. So there's neither. Yep. So you can build your team, enjoy yourself. So I'm gonna go get some quest-ons, and then also like we don't need to run ads for. Well, I guess we can run ads now.
Okay.
We'll run ads now just to keep it up, but we'll have to run it again anyway.
That's fine. Okay. Right. Let's play some poker. What do I need to do? Let me make.
So you don't use mask. It's only.
No, I'm just going to make it bigger on the OBS briefly.
Sure. There's window capture 7.
Window capture 7. Window capture 7.
That one, yeah.
There we go.
There you go. That's quite big. Okay, whatever. It should be fine. Now you don't get to see like any of the breaks like that. Oh, do I need to? Hang on. Let me change over stream first. Let me change over the clean feed first, just because.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, because I have the tools for the job. Clock error. So we were on that one first. No, I was wrong. It's on this one. Okay, cool. So it should be going up to a separate stream now.
Okay.
And now I need to check the volume as well, because the volume between clean feeds changes quite drastically. Oh yeah, we've got it in the background there as well, but this should be there too. I'm just gonna suggest keep this down a little bit lower, just because it allows. Yeah, just because it allows you to like see some stuff on here as well. And if you see something interesting, just flip over to this. So if you see something interesting and you want to see that on screen, put that there. Give that up like this, and
do I ever feel like a plastic bag flying in the wind? I can't say I've ever had that particular existential crisis. No.
Okay, there you go. Leave it to it.
Excellent. Right. I've never played this game before. Let's have a look. What have we got? Well, we're probably going to need.
So I suggest getting a Pokerus and then just doing.
How do I have to do off? How do I enter? Is it enter?
So you go arrow keys or WASD, and it's spacebar or enter to
select.
something.
Okay. How do I go back?
Backspace.
Backspace.
Or V, I think.
Or V,
as well,
okay.
Maybe. No, V is different.
That's party. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to use the mouse at all.
Okay.
The mouse is
That's fine. Okay.
Exactly.
Hi everyone. How's? You think Weibo can do it? Probably. In fact, welcome to the top. Subscribe for 4 months. We got Weibo versus Top Esports. I think Top should win, but they've been having a weird old time. I'm gonna buy an Adratini. How many points do I have? I've got. Oh, I see. It's 0 to 10. I see. I see. Right. Let's have a look. What have we got? What have we got? Gen 2. Anything good in here? And how do I know what shiny? I need to see if there's something shiny as well, don't I? Is that shiny? Growth rate fluctuating. What does shiny look like? Is that shiny? Yeah, but there's these little like, oh, it just means you won with them. That's the medal thing. Excuse me. Trapinch. Do we have a trap? We have a Trapinch. Oh my god. Oh. How do we do that? Get behind that. Okay, I need to make some decisions here. My god. We've got Pokerus one. That's important. We need something shiny, probably, because that increases rarity. Does it need to be out? Manectric is the best Pokemon. Don't at me. That's fair. I can get behind that. I'm a big Flygon enjoyer, so I probably will need Flygon in my team. So this is happening. Is there a route as well? I could get my OG duo of Gardevoir and Flygon. I don't know. I was a big Gen 3 enjoyer. I'll have a look in a second. Right, I need to get this. Okay, toggle IVs. That's fine. Yeah. How do I go back? Oh, Right, back. Okay, that's fine. Manage moves, manage nature. So I want that one. I don't know whether I want bide. Bit meh that one. Fire lash. That's pretty good. Theoretically. Feint attack also good. Does it have feint attack already? Attack never misses. I think I might take fire lash, honestly. I've got so much fire lash feint attack. Yeah, that's pretty solid. I can get behind that. Normal, not having a normal move is whatever, but that's okay. Yeah. Manage nature. Serious stretch plus special defense minus. No. Need to get better. I need better natures. Add to party. Here we go. How many have we got? 7. Oh my god, I'm running out of options here. This is not good. I want a trapinch. This is happening. We've got a +3 somewhere. Okay. We are shy. Is that a route there? That's routes, isn't it? Okay, uncaught. Fine. Can I get over here? Let's go. 4. Where are the shinies? Find me the shinies with the stars. That's not shiny, is it? What's that little thing at the top right there? That's not. That's not shiny. There's a little heart thing there. I don't have good track record when it comes to playoffs. That's fair. Gen 7 on my dates. Is there a star in here? I don't see it. I see Vulpix. That's pretty good. That's the stars. I see. Okay, oh, you gotta get a hold of this. That might be doable. Another one here. Oh, could get that as well. Sinisty. Are there any other shinies? Oh, there's the Toad School, of course. Naruhodo. Thing in here. Oh, we have got some in here that are shiny. Oh, this is shiny too. Luck 3. Oh my god, it just costs 1. Lord. Well, we get that, don't we? It's a ridiculous win. I mean, what moves does it have? Tail Glow. And special attack stat. Ember. Yeah, Morning Sun. HP. Yeah, that's pretty good. Moonblast. That's a pretty good combo. I can get behind that. Yes. God, yes. I've got, what, 2 remaining? I could get a Magnemite. That's probably not awful. We could get Magnemite. Manifesting my wishes. How's life? Everybody, while you're watching me figure out what the hell I'm doing with this. Any other good 2s? Magnemite looking like the best option right now. I'm not seeing too many other superior options. Oh, right. No. Okay. Magnemite it will be. Give me Steel Electric type. There we go. Solid enough coverage. We're missing water. That's the only thing. We've got, we're gonna miss a grass or a water coverage. The electric's not bad. We'll give it a run. Tackle, Thundershock, Supersonic Body Press. That's okay. Fighting. Yeah, that's super helpful. Thunder Shock Tackle. Yeah, that's some good status moves. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll try that. Empty. Let's go. Okay, Ninkada. Let's go. Do I get to choose the starting Pokemon? Yeah, didn't want to mess with Vulpix. I could get in trouble with that one. When I switch Pokemon, what was that? Grass. Well, this is good then. Send out. I don't actually have that much in the way of. I guess we'll body press. Eat this. That's not great into bug, is it? Oh no. Tackle. There you go. Okay, problem solved. Brave men. Don't mind the speed. Big Nugget. I can get some money. That's pretty good going. Big Nugget. Yeah, I can get some gold. Tandem Mouse. What are you, normal? Yes. Remind me what you have. Yeah, we'll send out. Okay. Fight. Astonish. Oh, it's normal. Whoops, I was that was a stupid move. Oh dear. Okay, we're out. Nice. Oh, max mushrooms become available? Oh lord, I'm assuming this is quite good. I'm ground type. Yeah, I need to switch out for that. That will be good into it. I need to probably just run Vulpix. There we go. Let's just do this. Ember. Oh, Jesus. That's a good combo. I don't know whether I want that right now. Oh, I can buy stuff up here too. I guess we could try a Super Lure. Oh no, bad news for DSO wearing their green jersey. Oh no. Man, you missed a shot. Yeah, I mean, he's a great player. Why not? Let's try this. No. Fight. Ember. Oh, it's solar power. Oh my, we're eating some damage. Unless you choose your destination. Money map. I have no idea if that's any good.
观看2024英雄联盟职业联赛夏季赛，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPLQQ.com 虎牙直播、
LPL stuff in the background. What the heck is that?
腾讯视频、腾讯
only started watching League of PL in 2023, so I latched on him and quick as much. Weird to see him and miss him. Yeah, he's very popular. He's quite pricey.
全程赛事，智能豪华独一无二，新装再起。 长轴距一级车与你共赴巅峰，李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2024新品现已上市。逛京东，搜京东电竞，参与赛事预测赢手机。光明莫斯利安助力2024 LPL 夏季赛，奶一口为热爱证明。
Normal.
开一局吗？开就开，保护有多度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。
How do I check out what this does?
快速应对，保护常在。
Is there a way of finding out info? Who won? It was Thunder Talk Gaming, I believe.
OPPO Find X7 系列真爱5位，热血加倍。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2024 LPL 官方指定家电产品， 更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，
Amber，
有能量
boom
当然战马，血脉不停 ，buff 不断，超神根本停不下来。英特尔酷睿14代 HX 战力再加1，拓技
Okay,
T1
about that.
Max 夏季赛
Five times
全新
Pokeballs.
升
Yeah,
级。
get behind that one. I think she's got a heal. I think the Vulpix's got a heal, so we'll do it on the trap edge. Yeah, get some balls. Ooh, double battle. Let's go. I want the Eevee. How do I catch the Eevee? No. No. Fight. Ember. Oh, I see. Ah. Yeah. Fine. Nice. How do I check out what moves are? Well, in terms of can I do it up here? Is this where we do it? Summary. This is where we go. Special attack. Ah, varies with the weather. Okay. I don't want to do that. So you can do this. There we go. Nice. Special attack minus attack. Okay, I can get behind that.
Faster.
Nice. Hell yeah. OTT. Big one, yes. Leftovers. Oh, God, yes. That's always fantastic. Who do I want to give this to? I'm going to give it the Trapinch, actually. Yes. Come on, Trapinch, let's go. Eyelash. Oh, no. There we go. Nice. Enigma Berry. Hmm. Potentially pretty good. Do I pick up a revive? How useful is revive? Everyone's actually coming out on the stage now as well, so with that in mind, we will take a brief pause here and instead go back over to this, because as we can see, our players are coming out onto stage, and that means we need to start paying a bit more attention to what's going on. So this matchup, WE have been looking, oh not WE, Weibo Gaming have been looking better again. But better is not necessarily that much when it comes to Weibo Gaming because of how inconsistent they can be. But Xiaohu and Tarzan starting to look a little bit more like an actual duo again. Should be good news for Weibo Gaming fans. But on the other side, Top Esports still running with a little bit of an international tournament hangover. Not quite on the form we come to expect them as being a very, very clean team. It just hasn't been the case so far here in the LPL over the last couple of weeks. They've been a little bit more lackluster, frankly. Still, Weibo gaining in their green jerseys over the orange-red ones. So different look today as we're in an away game. Fantastic dress and headdress stuff again. Again, the hosts always look phenomenal here in the LPL. It's so true. Weibo green says go Spider-Gwen. That's fair. Still, about to get ready to go in the draft here. We can see the players all there, locked in, ready to go. So brace yourselves for what should be a pretty exciting old matchup. How are we doing in terms of our pre-rolls? And tell you what, we might need to consider running some ads here, but I think we'll be just about alright. So, about to get into draft. It's 369 on your screen there. The away kit is green, exactly that. The top have, generally speaking, been our most consistent team here in the LPL over the last split or so, but they, kind of as we noted, been having as clean a time of it in recent moments. Mako had a very unusual last series, if I remember correctly, and just been struggling again to find out exactly how they want to play, and it feels like other teams have found more of an answer into them, especially some of the things have changed around. Of course, Jackie Love, famously an incredible center player, so maybe they'll look more towards back something like that. They have got that opportunity to flex things around. Is still waiting to get here in the draft, even if the players are on screen and ready to get rolling here. Now, second series of the day. Mako on your screen, looking comfortable, looking happy. Not too bothered by some of the recent slight slip-ups from Top Esports. Bit of a laugh there with his teammates as I find myself delivered coffee. Thank you very much, dearest brother.
I hope it wasn't too long. How was the break? How's ProBroke? How's everything?
Good. I managed to pick up the Dynamax band very early.
Very cool. So you do need to pick up the individual Dynamax things beyond that point, but it's very, very cool.
Cool, man. So that's kind of fun. And your Voltix is city strong.
Yeah. What build are you using for it?
I just want the one you was based on there, so I've got the heal and the ember and the sunlight and the death to all but metal.
Yes, it's very, very good. It has good coverage as well with the Moonblast as well. It's very high damage. Anyway, that's a different thing. I'm going to catch my breath really quickly because I just ran up the stairs to get back here in time, getting ready for this series. This is going to be a hell of a test.
It should be.
Realistically, look, Weibo, they are the consistently inconsistent team. They lost against LNG, but LNG looked good, so it's not necessarily like the biggest litmus test against them.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and it'll be a good test in general for Weibo because they have looked, and I say this again as I noted, better. The problem with Weibo Gaming is for how long will they look better, because I can't trust this team, certainly not to be consistent.
Yeah, so as we come through into this game, I'm trying to think about, what matchups have you highlighted? Anything in particular?
I have yet to get to doing that. I've just been doing some other sort of like general housekeeping about the team's recent trajectories.
I will tell you exactly what I think this is now, thinking about it again. I think this is so jungle. It is so jungle favored. Yeah. Tarzan versus Tien, hell yeah, sign me up for that one. Again, I think that the schedule of Top Esports really threw them for 6. I think that Tien has not... Look, I don't think he's looked bad, but he's not looked like Tien, which is the problem.
Which is the MVP, yeah.
Which is the problem I sometimes have with Top Esports is, what happens when Tien is not playing godlike, which he was doing for most of groups. Feels like he's taken a little bit of a step back, and going into the first draft, I really need to see if one of these players is going to get Brand, if one of them is going to get a dominant jungle matchup, which they can start running the game with.
Of course, on the other side, that was a question for LNG last year. What happens when Tarzan isn't playing well? The team just didn't look the same, and both these junglers, such high impact when they are on their game that when they are having just a normal one, they sometimes leave a hole the rest of the team can struggle to fill. Bans coming on through. Nidalee against Tarzan, who has been, I think, earning of the Nidalee pass in recent games. So getting rid of that makes some sense.
Just to put this out there, because this will affect future drafts, the players with Nidalee passes in the LPL right now are Tien, Kanavi, and I think Tarzan. Now, some people will say, well, why isn't Shun there? Well, Shun hasn't been playing that champion to win with that very often, so that's not necessarily even something which BLG have managed to do. Very powerful pick. The Leona also very powerful. I will say, though, Mako had a bit of a duff series last time out, though, when they did, of course, lose to LNG. And that a lot of that was through Mako not playing the tank frontline very well on Leona, which I'm very surprised about, because he's been so good at that this year.
I think it's also telling that Top Esports banned away the Nidalee and the Sejuani themselves, considering how good Tien is at both of those. And of course, either side of the matchup, can be a bit obnoxious. The Nidalee normally very good at punishing a Sejuani, but the response from Weibo a very rapid Ashe.
So, are you going to lock in Braum now, or are you going to lock it on 3? You can choose to hold your cards a little closer to the chest. Leona is awful versus Braum, and Ashe Braum is the best duo for Braum. That typically tends to be the logic, because Braum doesn't need to be the primary engage. He's better at follow-up engage, and that really, really helps. Now, this is a bit different. Top Esports lost to Scout playing that Yone just the other day, so that might be something which is locked in for either of these two mid laners, but it would have been very... And Shaggy has been looking better for that. But as we said, the Ashe Braum keeps your cards a little closer to your chest, and it is the best duo for Braum, and Braum is very good into Leona. That's your logic.
Makes a lot of sense. Of course, there was no real way for it to be taken away by Top Esports, but by the same token, you maybe reveal a bit more about your draft if you don't pick, if you pick something other than the Braum there, so that makes some sense. Tien, debating a Zyra, there's a couple good options. It does feel like Zyra, as people have realized how good she is, has really supplanted, no pun intended, the likes of Karthus, who was the initial AP god.
So Karthus can still be a real factor. He did get some nerfs to him in terms of his clear speed to an extent. It's not enough to take him out of the meta. It's just it's way easier to have extra kind of facets of your kit as a Zyra or a Brand or something like that. You build more HP items in the Karthus, and particularly with the Zyra as well. You can play from longer range because your plans kind of artificially expend
you bring
your
extend
as well. So we did talk about that Yone being a pick which is pretty good for Xiaohu, which is weird because if you think towards the start of summer, it was not good. It was pretty awful. He has said in interviews that he's been learning from Chovy and talking about how he shouldn't be the first person into the play. You follow up with the Yone. Notice what we said about the Braum earlier. That's the follow-up CC. So yeah, it does feel like now Xiaohu and Chris have that follow-up if Light is very accurate or if there's another engage source coming in from Tarzan. The first target from Top Esports is going to have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, because whoever gets hit is about to have a hell of a pylon coming on through already between the Yone and everyone else throwing in the additional CC. Passionate there from Weibo Gaming's coach, who... But with that kind of that look, I feel like he should be like curating an art gallery somewhere. It's got a real sort of like avant-garde air to him. I appreciate the look.
Okay, we'll see what his opinions are. I mean, I guess we're just gonna see Jin and Hui every game.
Yeah.
Like
pre-Raphael, like, come on now.
I wouldn't know enough to speak about that. Getting into the second round of bans, of course, Weiwei don't have any magic damage. Rumble's gone. It might be worth banning out Kennen from Breathe at that point, just because there is no magic damage to that. But I guess Tarzan can still go towards the Brand, and the Brand would be very powerful. The fact that Brand has made its way through is kind of mad. I think you now go towards either Brand or Karthus here for Tarzan. I think that'd be very powerful for them. Because I think they do still need some extra magic damage. They could also angle towards a Kennen if they particularly wanted to, but that would be a blind pick Kennen, and against someone like 369 can be quite risky. BLG did try to do something similar the other day though. They're looking for magic damage all the same.
Excuse me as I...
it's the Zyra.
Exactly.
Zyra pressing W.
Yeah, exactly. I'm getting hay fever. I don't normally get hay fever. Maybe I'm getting digital hay fever, courtesy of Zyra. Is that the Misfortune locked in here, as has been increasingly common. You've already got the Leona, you've already got the Zyra. We saw last game exactly how deadly Roots are plus Misfortune. Cassante blind pick here for 369. That's partly why you wonder whether they got rid of the Gnar, which has often been something of at least a lane matchup into that. So, what does Breathe have to work with?
Yeah, Breathe has looked for lane dominance typically, and Breathe has been very good at playing through lane dominance. It has been something of a powerful pickup. For Weibo, you're looking for something where he can kind of just bully about 369. 369 is going to have teamfight impact. He's on the Cassante. How do you stop him from having impact elsewhere? You look at a Camille and you say, good luck in the side lane later on. Breathe taking the dominant matchup versus that Cassante and trying to see if he can outvalue in side lanes and in terms of that laning phase. Weibo, they somehow get Tarzan Brand. I think he's he is the best Brand within the LPL right now, and maybe one of the very best in the world at the same time. Weibo, they have a great following the arrow, the Camille, and the follow-up CC from Yone and Braum passive beyond that point becomes so deadly. So Weibo, I think their composition has a very, very coherent identity. Top Esports, they also do 3 long-range champions with the bullet time and the Stranglethorns and the rockets coming out of the rookie, standing behind a double front line. Now, if the front line cannot stay alive beyond that first pick from Weibo, this team composition falls apart. So Top Esports need to be on their front line A-game. Mako and 369 are very good at that style of play, but recently it hasn't looked like it's been working out for them as well. Weibo, I like what they're doing here. It gives all of their players aggressive options, and Weibo, they are on the up and up. This team has looked like it's recovered a lot of their form. They've tricked us before, though. See if they've tricked us yet again.
We'll see. And then, of course, for the side of Weibo, they've got a composition which can end up becoming a bit of a snatch and grab comp where you go looking for that isolated target, someone you think is out of position, and then you mess it up, or you don't kill that first person cleanly, and suddenly the team fight bulwark that Top Esports are drafted could certainly punish and over-engage on something like that Camille or something like that Yone. Need to be very, very aware. We have got Plants versus Zombies again, Zyra versus Brand. Those two junglers in that matchup could prove pivotal here in two very different styles of play that have been drafted for our Game 1. Top Esports versus Weibo Gaming about to hit off.
Ascension games for today. The teams which won through in their group stage. Weibo slotted in just about at the last time of asking, but they made it all the same, and those results don't have to matter at all now. Let's see if they can take it to Top Esports.
Some big fan support today. You can hear the crowd live and alive here to be supporting their teams, and you can see a lot of big neon signs for their favorite players. People like Mako at this point, some of the longest standing and most successful players. Huge neon signs there cheering him on in the crowd.
You know, Weibo, they've been a fan favorite before, particularly when they had the Shy. I mean, when you've got Jackie on a roster for Top East, was always very, very popular. Breed's going to walk into Tien. Now, it is worth noting that if you disrupt the seeds, you disrupt the clear. Hasn't made Tien go through those seeds just yet, though, and with the E, it's not like you can kind of like do a hook shot through a lot of them at the same kind of time. So Tien will still be on full clear speed. Zyra not really interrupted enough, is known quantity, so he will be going from top to bot. Tarzan starting on bot side. I wonder what that means for jungle invades and stuff. The Brand is worse on the first camp clear than the Zyra, which means that sometimes the Zyra can cross over the river and do this. Now, what this means is that Tien is trying to, again, blockade this top side and say, all right, Tarzan, you cannot go towards top side. You're not going to have enough kind of like camps up here to make it worthwhile for you. Now, the rest of the map needs to evolve with this. We saw this from Rare Atom the other day when they got invaded on the top side and they struggled to adapt beyond that point. Weibo with Tarzan, they have really gotten a lot of value out of their early pathing. Tien will be going for a full quadrant invade. Tarzan will likely be doing the same. But what do the lanes do to respond to this?
That will be the question. And of course, it does mean that Camille is going to be isolated, not having the easiest time of playing as aggressive as she might otherwise like. Bot side though, Jackie and Mako have a little bit of a HP. They got tagged by the winners by the turnaround coming on through, but Tarzan's coming on over. Could still prove deadly if they overplay their hands down here.
Tarzan not even sticking around for the level 3, so he only gets the one camp away, doesn't take that red buff. So Tarzan may be a little bit worried that Cream was going to get towards bot side earlier and that Tien could walk away after just doing one camp. So that does mean that Tien is ahead in terms of the jungle camp advantage, unless Tarzan gets a double scuffle, which I don't think is hugely likely at this point. Tien, really good early pathing from him to deny Tarzan you know, early gold. When you are AP junglers, I keep saying this every time we see big jungle camp trades, getting a CS advantage with an AP farming jungler is a win condition in itself. These champions are not fair late game. Milky Way showed us that versus NIP the other day, kind of the solo carry in the late game fights. You don't really want to be starting that off early if you're on the losing side of that.
When your 1 and 5 Brand ends up doing the most damage in team fights and suddenly ends up at 7 and 5, you know that the game has turned around just a little bit. You always have that win condition, even if you are behind, just purely by getting towards that 2.5 item, that just level 11, level 16 on some of these junglers can be so brutal. Tarzan on the Brand can try and pull a Milky Way should it turn up into that situation.
So, slight advantage to Tien. He's going to get himself the Scuttle Crab as well, finish off the last of his camps he had on that first clear, get himself towards that. Tarzan's trying to get into a lane instead. Now, if he impacts a lane with level 3 Brand, which is very, very powerful, that changes things. Now, Tien is on top side, but he's going for the Scuttle. Wave crashes in, so 369 is going to be putting down a ward. He has now used his ward, and Weibo do not... Well, Tarzan's completely off vision.
Yeah, the hook shot into the Pillar of Flame makes this a very scary position. 4-3-6-9, a flash for the Seer means first blood to Breathes Camille.
So, we were talking about jungle CS, it's a win condition. You know what else is a win condition? Camille ahead of Breathe, Camille ahead of Cassante. So Weibo, again, for those of you who are watching these games, maybe from a perspective of watching Weibo in spring and in group stage, I understand saying, what the hell? where has this Weibo been all along? Let me introduce you to Weibo. This team has one of the largest fluctuations in style that I have ever seen.
Yeah.
Ever seen. They're up there with the KT Rolsters of the world and your CLG counter logic truly of the times of past. Tarzan getting himself into that lane, and Tarzan's early pathing has revolutionized this team. It's added like an extra direction so these pieces can all pull together. So this play starts out with the hookshot. 369 goes for an E instead of going for the W, which means he can't get the E out of that. He flashes out of the W from the brand, doesn't therefore have the flash to get out of the Q stun. Breathe picks up the kill, and now Breathe can really start to roll ahead potentially.
Prove pretty problematic here, particularly if that Camille can get out of hand. Of course, it does come at a cost again of a Raptor camp, and Tien has been taking the opportunity to get more camps on the road. There's engage down towards the bot lane, flash away from Light, but the turnaround now pretty good as Tarzan does force the flash in trade from Mako.
Yeah, that Braum value was huge. What did we... So, very first picks, we saw the Leona first pick and then the Ashe Braum locked in immediately after. I love Ashe Braum into the Leona. I think that Nautilus can play out the lane fine by just pressing W, putting that shield on. Leona kind of has to go in, so if you don't get to do that, it really, really sucks. So the fact that the Ashe Braum gets value there, gets the flash out of Mako, you can see how valuable that can be. However, Light also down the summoners means that they need to be protective of their AD carry.
Light took more damage than Jackie, of course, but Jackie at this point burned a lot of the mana. Particularly the Make It Rain is a huge mana sink on Miss Fortune. It does have a particularly big mana pool, so that ability to slow people down in the AoE can be a little bit costly there for the MF, who might be in danger here, not knowing when Crisp is, who steps on forward, looking for that passive auto. Will instead throw down a Q. Jackie in danger, has the cleanse. Cleanses early, actually.
Cleanses for the slow. Would have given the tenacity too, but wanted to make sure that the actual passive didn't make its way through as well. Crisp. So for those of you, there are some Braum mechanics that show that you get a slight movement speed increase when you have the shield up. You use that after your jump, and you can surprisingly chase people down very easily in the laning phase. So the stand behind me, the shield helping get themselves onto that target, blowing a summoner, and meaning that now Jacqueline needs to be very afraid of the upcoming level 6 for Light, especially with all of the follow-up CC coming in from Weibo. Top Esports this early game, it's not been exactly what they wanted. I feel like Tarzan's gotten a little bit of the better of them. Getting themselves the grubs could help an awful lot, though, if they get themselves options to attack side lane turrets and avoid Weibo.
Yeah, and the gold remains dead even, largely off good laning still from the side of Top Esports, and they're still in a good position here in the sense that they will be a great teamfight team. They picked up some grubs early, double AD carries, surviving the lanes just fine, but they do end up in a position where particularly the side lanes get ahead of the curve. A Yone and a Camille with gold gets pretty scary.
It does. So, Top Esports needs to be afraid of the arrows coming through. Also, it's always worth noting when Ashe is in the game, one of the big things about engaged supports being around right now is that they don't build with the Mikhails. So when you see the Rakan coming through, which we saw earlier in the day, that's good against the Ashe. The Leona can struggle there, because you want to go towards the Warmogs, you want to go towards sometimes even like a Zeke's as well, just because the base value of that item is really high and it's very cheap. But you don't often go towards something like that Mikhails, which means that you are relying on QSS's and the cleanse on Jackulov, which is not that great because they're quite high cooldown and they don't apply to the whole team.
Definitely do that. Keep our eyes on it as Tarzan starts up the dragon. Of course, as Brand, you do burn through objective well here. Grubs is normally the one he does a little bit faster because you can spark the passive off each other and get big AoE damage from that, but Zyra claimed those ones a little earlier. Tien also got the invade to claim another red buff and is doing a really good job of roaming with Mako, getting into the enemy jungle, trying to get some of those camps away from Tarzan, who was tried to trade back by at least impacting lanes, but is still coming at the cost of his own well-being a little bit.
If you're wondering why, like, we don't see as much Xin Sao and less Lee Sin, the amount of early work you need to do to get into lanes and skirmish your way through to a victory is really, really high before... That was about it. How the hell did that hit one? It's really, really high to outvalue something like a Zyra who gets a load of gold. So, Tarzan gave up a lot of camps for the opportunity to get in towards this top lane. So, that can be a win condition. Camille is a very deadly champion, particularly 2-item Camille is where that champion goes nuclear, really. But we need to see now from Weibo.
Remember, Mako still doesn't have a flash, could be in serious danger here. Now the damage comes on forward, the Eclipse Shield is solid. Jackie now in danger as well, has to flash away because there is no cleanse. Another Winter Spite lands, the turnaround is good, but the door, phenomenal! Stops so much of the bullet time damage, a flash on in from Tarzan, ensures that wait! Miss Fortune still gets a kill on the way out. Jackie buying his life in blood.
The shield was fantastic from Crisp. I thought Crisp would outplay, but he still gets taken down into the watery depths of Bilgewater. Misfortune claiming that one. Jaculov will be up, and with the Scrub will be able to get towards the lane fairly quickly, but still, I think overall a win for Weibo. They might be able to get themselves a couple of minions. Dying to tower. Breathe needs to be careful here. Delays himself that hook shot.
Stranglethorns afterwards, though, means surely a dead Breathe as well. Who'll be breathing no more. The Hextech ultimatum is solid, though, but it's an execute because, of course, Breathe had no damage on the Zyra.
One of my biggest complaints of Zyra junglers is why are people not using the E plants well? The W placement in pro play hasn't been great. People know how to use the Q, they know how to use the root, but they don't know how to use the plants all the time. Speak of someone who's played too much Zyra recently in terms of Arena. 1,000 games of that champion. By the way, really good play from the E-plants there. We're going to go towards the bot side here, I would imagine, first. But you can see that the arrow ends up just tagging Mako, which then allows the follow-up CC to come in from the Braum. This is the power of the Ash Braum. It's not just the arrow, it's the follow-up CC beyond that point, and the rundown potential is really, really nasty. Great shield coming in from Chris, blocks out the entirety of that bullet time, but then what ends up happening here is the double tap auto reset ends up just taking down Chris. Bit of a miscalculation there. We didn't get to see that top side. Get to see it now.
Ooh, Tarzan went looking for that one with Crisp and can't quite find it. He's going to teleport out instead to safety. Breathe now in danger on the other side, though, in a 1v2. Got a 1v3 as Tien at the top of our screen will be coming on down here as well as Camille. About to be under attack again. Arrow coming on down.
Is that going to be accurate? It's going right the way down the river. It's following Xiaohu as well. Breathes alone down here. It misses. But here comes Xiaohu all the same. Has flash, has ult, and Mako is out of this team's radius.
Teleport coming on through. It'll be a 1 versus 4 now. Breathe still in danger. Xiaohu nearly here. Wants to get something back. Gets a fate sealed with that soul unbound to allow a ping back. But the roots are pretty huge. Xiaohu gets Mako. Turret shots coming in to fly on through with Xiaohu, though, tanking up the minions. Ensure the top esports pick up a second in trade for just the one.
And that's going to be like 3 waves lost to turret, especially with the bullet time coming through to clear out the wave. Weibo have just lost a huge play on this side. Breathe, who was meant to be the win condition for Weibo, has been put behind him. You know, top esports, they lost a great series to BLG. They lost the series to LNG as well. And it felt like, you know, what people were starting to doubt top esports. And I have to say, I have to a certain degree too. But you have to wonder whether that was the schedule of flying back and forth and coming back into the Rumble stage later than some of these other teams. This kind of game shows us why we are still very afraid of top esports if we are opponents of them, because goddamn, they're really quite good at playing through these early games when particularly Tien gets to press the go button. Very, very powerful from him. He's now 1,000 gold up, is 2-1-1 on this area. We're going to go see ourselves a replay of this too. Breathe, I don't really think he should be left on the weak side. I think that Breathe should be played towards more heavily. I'm really surprised that he's been left alone here for so long. The teleport for free was necessary. If that wasn't there, I think Xiaohu can clean this up. Sadly, Xiaohu kind of sits there. He uses his E early. I wonder whether he should have just flashed knockups instead. It would have put himself into a better position. I think maybe just using the E at that point leads to the return point in the middle of the plants, in the middle of the minions. It just leads to an easy death.
Does, unfortunately, at that, and I appreciate the look in, but it was still a 2 versus 4, and because Breathe couldn't really use the Hextech ultimatum, buy that much time, kind of died before anyone really took aggro. It ended up being pretty tricky. This turret's about to fall afterwards. Jackie gets that one. First turret of the game being donated to the Misfortune. Feeling pretty good here, and Jackie in general, a solid enough game on the Misfortune, despite some of the attempts from Light and Crisp to make his life very, very tricky. Has a Bloodthirst early, and that's before the resets come on for him.
Yeah, and the fact that he's now ahead, like 1,000 gold, despite the fact that Light and Crisp were doing pretty damn well in that laning phase, is a problem.
Yeah.
Now, the fact that Breathe is not that far ahead is also a problem. You need to get to that 2-item Camille ASAP now, because top esports are getting towards a point where they are very, very happy to start rolling over objective fights. Top esports.
That last play.
Yeah, last play, not quite. Just there, he'll have another 40 seconds. Should be okay with them. Jaculov using the bullet time and the grub growth to just get that DOT on the turret and get himself that plate himself.
A little bit there as well. We saw up on screen as Jackie's having his stats shown up as well. Nice live stat count. I appreciate that. But 85% win rate with the first turret taken top esports is a very impressive number. They have not dropped a lot of games this year.
Well, that's just from summer. So for me, that's actually quite a bad stat because they've won so many games. The fact that they end up losing any in general is something. The arrow's going to go wide again. Tarzan misses his stun, looking for a smite still, but he's rooted.
Big turnaround there, and my god, the Zyra damage with the bullet time over the top is just foul. Mako traded back to the Glacial Prison. Sorry, Glacial Fissure lands onto Jacula, but he will still be going to the Prison of Death. In comes Camille from downtown as well, and top esports on the extraction lose 2. At least Tien gets 1 back, but is rooted under turret and will surely fall as well. The raid boss, no breathe, got slowed. The E slow and the red buff do enough to keep Tien alive.
Tien 5-1-1, and Weibo Maybe they wish that Top East hadn't watered that house plant quite as much. It is deadly flora in the jungle from Top Esports. Wait, but it looked like they just cleaned things up, but they don't quite manage to get that calculation right. The start of that dragon fight was really not good. It was Safari League of Legends. Just watching the objective going down, there wasn't the best entrance to it. Afterwards, the follow-up was really powerful. We might get ourselves another fight around this Herald too.
4 versus 5 as well. 369 was just top lane on the K'Sante, getting another turret, so gets value out of that. It looks a bit messy, but the extended play still ends up okay as Jackie now stepping on forwards. Crisp in danger, could well be going down as the all-out comes on down onto the Braum. Santa Braum put on his own naughty list.
That was a really nice play from 369. Flashes for the ult as the Braum stun comes through, so he doesn't get like isolated in the front line. Really good stuff from him. And we know exactly how well he can play when he gets tanky enough and can be disruptive enough. Cream's jumping forwards now onto Xiaohu, just looking for a bit of poke. But Weibo, they have been kind of called blow for blow by Top Esports. I feel like this play was just a slow approach. You can see that the arrow missing doesn't help, because if the arrow hits, it's so much easier to kill that first target. I think the fact that Light has missed so many of the arrows has really changed this game. If you get to walk up to that point, it becomes a really powerful moment to get the Pyroclasm down on someone important. Just hasn't ended up being like that. Great Glacial Fissure to keep things up. I think Chris has had a good game so far on the Braum, but just on the whole, it's not quite everyone firing off in all cylinders at once, and it's giving these cracks in the team fights where Tien can start to outplay. Turns around for the red buff on one, gets himself a red buff on the other one, flashes over and the slow, as he rightfully said, leads to Tien getting that kill.
Clutch smite, clutch red buff slow. That was clean, and now he's at Rylai's very, very early. Tien, a jungler who has been in the running for MVP as the whole LPL, had a quiet couple of last games. He's now in a dangerous position. Arrow does indeed come through. We'll talk about Tien a little later as the burn is down, but the Braum door is enough to prevent a house fire.
Haven't seen these arrows get the value that Weibo wants. Xiaohu has Q3, give him attention to go in here. Finds Cream.
Oh no, Cream was thinking he was safe, but manages to Valkyrie over the wall. Xiaohu though can still trade back. Will be able to get some more damage coming back as he pings back and forces a flash out of Cream. Who knows? It could have gotten pretty ugly there with the blade. Mako is now in danger himself. Tarzan throws out the Pillar of Flame, but a knockup prevents Dracula from getting that much value out of the bullet time. Trying to trade back on the Light in the 1v2, but it's just not far enough to go. Puts on the afterburners, but Light brings him down. Bow and arrow beats guns. Tien finally falls, will be brought low eventually, but claiming that huge shutdown is big, big news for Light.
These fights are so scrappy. Both of these teams are really aware of what they have to move around the map and the globals they can use. The fact that Top Esports are outvaluing Weibo in this is really going to be what determines this mid game, I think, because we're seeing, Mako not really in the safest place, but he should be okay. So we can calm down for now. We can calm down for now. Xiao, who has himself that global, the flash, and the ultimate coming back up. That's what Weibo have to fight with the next kind of calling card. I think because we have 1 dragon apiece and 3 grubs apiece, we're probably going to see a continuation of this scrappy game, because there's no like game-ending soul point at this point. We've got lots of big movements around the map. It means that vision starts to go around the place too. Great ultimate coming from Jackie. That's about as best as you can get in that situation. But he does put himself out of position to do so. So the ult was good. The fact that you stand there against an Ash Braum, less good. It's quite fortunate that here that Light ends up picking up another kill, because that should have been dead to rights there as well.
He gets that huge shutdown. That gold we saw 2,000 for Misfortune. Evened up. Both AD carries now giga-fed. 4 kills on the Ash, including that shutdown. Brings him to 2 items very, very early in the game.
I think it's fascinating that we get the Hurricane coming through from Light as well. I think this is typically when you see the Hurricane, it's one for 2 reasons. 1, your Twitch, or 2, you're looking for big wave clear. It's not necessarily the Phantom Dancer, which gives you really good move speed as the Ash to keep kind of moving forwards in plays. When you have approach velocity, you have loads of abilities to move forwards, with the Kraken Slayer giving you movement speed, and then also that as well can really help. Yes, the Hurricane gives you some movement speed, but it's not quite on that same level. This is here for that wave clear. Is it enough to deal with the Herald? I don't think so.
I also quite like it into Zarya, because you can take out her plant so much easier with Hurricane. You can auto a lot of them down a bit more freely, and it makes Tien's life a little bit harder in terms of getting that value. It's a small little thing. We'll see whether it pays out that well. Of course, the wave clear as well, very valuable, especially considering outside of Tarzan is really the only ranged wave clear of the team.
That can be very powerful, but yeah, it does feel like Weibo, they're looking to play towards 1-3-1 with Xiaohu and Breeze. They do have double teleports and the rewards here. It wouldn't surprise you to see them go towards this arrow and go for big teleports.
They can look for a flank here from Xiaohu's still off vision. Tien's about to face check the Yone. Oh my days. Observers bait us all, and Tien gets to walk away.
I think if Weibo wanted to pull that fight, they would have teleported. Now, Xiao, who is teleporting to the sideline. Look, again, it's not sole point. Breather's going forwards. He can ult forwards here, all out. Not going to break the ultimatum.
Fate Seal still lands, trying to get the damage to 369. Doesn't have the resist anymore and goes down.
So this is why earlier I was saying I feel like the scrappy gameplay is going to continue. There's no sole point. There's no huge advantage just yet. Top esports, they're ahead in terms of gold, but Weibo, they're playing towards 1-3-1. They say, okay, take the dragon. We're opening the map. And we'll use that to our advantage later on, so we can start again looking for these scrappier plays where maybe the Camille, now at 2 items, and then of course Xiaohu as well, also now at 2 items, can start controlling the game from side lanes before Top esports can play around the big front-to-back team fights with their double front line.
Let's see whether we get to that point freely. 2 items are on the Camille. There's been 2 items in general beginning to come on through, and you noted earlier on in the game that, look, Breather's a win condition at 2 items, at 3 could prove really scary this game. And 369, a couple cool team fights, and survived really going over first blood, but this Camille will still eventually become an absolute menace to deal with. Xiaohu as well, going towards the Blade of the Ruin King build as well, not going for a crit build, at least yet. Will also be pretty obnoxious for 369 because that percent HP damage procs twice on Yone.
So in regards to the crit, remember Shield Bow does give you that crit.
Sure, it's like he's not gone Infinity Edge and stuff.
Yeah, no, I have to say, Yone in the grand majority of his builds is still Blade, well, even throughout the last however many years, it has typically been Blade for the extra laning pressure and then something that Shield Bow. Yasuo does similar, because the problem in pro play is that if you're going into 3-4 people, you're going to take a lot of damage. The Shield Bow helps you towards that. You go towards the Jaxer after that point. So you have enough damage with these 2 items. It allows you to just allow you to survive the initial engage, which is where things can be quite problematic.
We have seen, obviously, like the Infinity Edge third as well. I know Cream was doing that the other day, but I think understandably, because you're going to be asked to be something of a frontline this game, the Jack Show, I think, makes sense into all of the upfront burst that Top esports has.
See already that the cloth armor coming in from Xiaohu as well, which makes it a lot better that way. Xiaohu's going to charge up his Q3. One of the big things, there are a lot of different Yone mechanics you can track, which is basically you can try and play defensively by eating forwards. Ult's out right now. Mako not going to be able to lock him down. Just with that solar flare. What you will notice is that Yonis will often E forwards and not use their last Q3. They'll pop back and use that extra mobility to get out if they're playing defensive. Wait to see if Xiaohu does that one. Can help you survive a lot more situations than you can potentially realize at that point, particularly when you have the shield bow and the extra tank stats. See if Xiaohu can play, again, respectfully in this kind of game. Top esports are an incredibly punishing team. They have a lot of damage. You have Jack 11, you have Cream on good items now as well. And of course, Top esports are in the gold advantage. Top esports very rarely lose ever with a gold advantage, so Weibo, they need to be very, very careful with the next few fights that they're picking.
Be a difficult situation, that's for sure, and the gold lead is there for Top. That is off turrets they've managed to claim, and obviously you can see just good farm numbers around about as Xiaohu falls back again. Crisp is around, but so is Mako. Both supports mirroring each other on the map right now.
These support moves have been so fun to watch, because look, realistically, all of Weibo has been criticized at some point this summer and this year. Chris was even subbed out at some point. I think we're seeing Chris have a lot of impact on this Braum. I think that we're seeing Xiaohu have some good sideline, but he's 3-1, so he's obviously very powerful at this point. Breathe, I think, has been probably the most consistent member throughout groups and then into Rumble as well, because Tarzan had such a crap start to groups.
It wasn't good.
And I think right now Tarzan is probably the most important player for Weibo, because he has been so much of that team fight damage, and his brand play has been so exceptional throughout summer as well. Weibo, the fact that they can finally get so many of these players on form means that this is a contest. The Weibo at the start of summer would have lost by now, legitimately. The Weibo right now can contest with what was our best team in the league before, of course, BLG maybe showed us up on that one. Baron has potentially been spawned. Weibo do not have vision on it.
I think a Zyra with so much gold as well means that there is a real threat of Baron at this point in the game. Potentially even a solo at this point. Vision is gone. So, Zyra at 2.5 items, you got to be afraid.
Top esports want to at least get the teleport out of Breathe, because that means that some of the side lane threat which Weibo are going towards is nullified. Xiaohu is here. He's trying to potentially get himself into Q3, just hops over the wall, gets some vision, uses the Spirit Cleave to get that shield in case any turnaround damage came through. Breathe is still left alone in bot side, so the teleport should be coming through. Here comes the arrow.
Arrow lands, will hit onto one of the most valuable target, though. It's still very dark and down to half HP. This might actually just end up being the Baron take. They're way too late. Tarzan flashes out of the bullet time. Baron secured. Look at the fight afterwards, though. Can Top finish up what they started? Mako low but not down. Tarzan eviscerated. Into the back line goes Xiaohu, though, alongside Breathe. The double solo laner trying to get something back as the Corki is dead. Breathe trying to run away, but there's just not enough breath in the lungs. Light trading on out, doing his best he can to claim 369, but it's still Top Esports with the overall victory. Baron secured on 3.
That is exactly what Top Esports wanted. Get the summoners out of Weibo, get that teleport away from Breathe, and get them away from their goddamn side lanes, because that's what Weibo wanted to be doing. They get the kill, they get themselves the Baron as well, and the Bad Dragon has just spawned, so they can get themselves onto Soul Point. This is the gold standard of what they wanted out of that Baron power play. Weibo didn't even have a bad entrance to that. Honestly, so much of that play is just on 369, zoning out the damage from Weibo to make sure it wasn't a big cleanup fight. And sadly, the solo laners of Weibo couldn't get enough value, so Top Esports, this should be the game which breaks the game open for them.
Going to be pretty tricky, of course. Weibo Gaming have managed to respawn. Are going to be around to contest for this Baron. Ready, though, you can see Top Esports here and ready to play themselves. A few flashes blown on key members, though. Cream and Jackie without a flash could prove problematic here.
That could be. They still have so much damage, though. We saw what happened when Weibo couldn't get the lockdown. You can see that Weibo, they have to give this up. Now, the problem is, this is the problem with Safari League of Legends. You watch the objective go down, and maybe you could have had a cross map by moving across the map quicker to this. And because you look for a pseudo contest and you don't manage it, things kind of fall away. You do see the Zyra using the ult for the big Baron rush. Tarzan tries to get in for a steal. I wonder if they should have just looked for the fight. It's quite hard to get away with this. 369, fantastic play from him. He just goes straight into that control ward as well, which means that Light misses an auto or two. Ends up getting himself a last kill onto the Crisp somehow because he's Kasansei. And the double solo laners of Weibo can't match the single solo laner of 369 in the back lane dive. That's insane.
They only really get Mako, of course. Cream did fall eventually, but in some ways the damage is already done bluntly. You've lost Baron, you're now at Soul Point. Top Esports in full command of this game, and I don't know how much time the likes of Xiao, who can have in a side lane, forced to ult away, shield bow popped.
That's going to be its full tower taken, so that'll be even more gold coming over. And now the problem is, if you are sieging as Top Esports now, and Weibo's response is trying, get a flank teleport, doing that into the Seekers of Tien and the 2.5k gold lead of Tien, and so much damage from these double AD carries is so hard to manage. So Weibo, I think they fought well for a lot of the mid-game, but I think it's been quite clear that Top Esports were quicker on their globals, they were better at their teamfight execution, and I don't even think Weibo played this game poorly. I think that the skirmishes have largely been good. I just think that Top Esports have been better. And look, they've lost 2 series. They lost to 2 very good teams in BLG and then, of course, LNG, who have looked to level up their gameplay as well. This is not necessarily an indication on Top Esports being terrible and awful. Going 0-2 is not what anyone expects, given how good they were from coming through from groups. But this is more the gameplay that we're expecting.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just getting back into gear.
Gonna get the Mortal Reminder in from Jackie Love here as well, wanting to get some anti-heal in, and obviously with the bullet time and the Make It Rain, really good ability to spread that across the team when you're looking at a Ravenous Hydra, a Bloodthirst, a Shield Bow, Yone in general. Like, it does make sense to have that kind of ability to cut some of that healing.
It's also just really good stats on the whole. It's pretty nice for what it is. There's not a huge amount of armor on the other side, so it gives you some armor pen, but not having to index into it. Similar kind of situation with the Crypt Bloom Void Staff, where you're just looking for, you're not looking for the full armor pen. Breathe is the problem.
Hang on.
Breathe. Oh, it's a pick in the jungle.
Chris will get to hop away, stay alive, Solar Flare afterwards. Still not enough to keep him alive, just burns down to the Ignite.
Does it? He just ends up just completely eating every bit of damage that Top Esports can throw at him. Weibo, it's so hard to go into this group unit of Top Esports, and they managed to get themselves an important kill. The Baron's not even up, but just the siege and range of this team is going to make it so hard to defend this turret now.
What was looking a very even game very much isn't anymore. The cohort of Top Esports here and sieging. It'd be very difficult to break through that phalanx, not to mix my ancient unit metaphors, but here we are.
Yeah, Chris more with the testudo slash like shield wall at that point. Not really got them any spears to stick out beyond the parapets of this one. That's the arrow coming through. It's not great. They don't have the Braum for the follow-up CC, and Tarzan is burned out to half HP just by the Thermal Thorns.
Jackie Love is getting very low, though. Shahu to the backline, can't quite get onto valuable members. The stopwatch comes on through the TN. 369 buys some space, and actually the burn on the Top Esports over the extended fight, proving pretty damn obnoxious. Another pillar of fire into the hook shot of 369, not quite going down the floor. Comes on up. Hextech ultimated puts Mako in a dangerous position. The Zenith Blade takes him into the abyss, and another kill for Camille.
Xiao, who has flash, but he doesn't have Q3, and he doesn't have his ult. He's just going to E forwards, and that's going to be it. They're going to try and stop some of these recalls, and again, this is why we view Weibo as one of these teams as quite scary, regardless of who you are. Even when they are behind in this game, they find themselves a pick. They have themselves that big burst, dynamic teamfight wombo combo kind of style coming through with this comp. And Top Esports, they don't manage to completely escape unscathed. Weibo starting to really turn on some of the damage numbers. Is it enough though? They're still behind 6,500 gold, and Top Esports have huge items. Those opportunities don't come that often, and sadly it is only a kill. It's not leading up to a dragon, it's not leading up to a baron. And now with the dragon and the baron both spawning in the next minute, they need to find themselves that team fight flank or a pick onto an extended target before the objective comes to bear. You've already got that Zhonya's on Setien. It won't be up, luckily for them, for the next minute. If they can force onto him, maybe that could cause something, but it's really hard for them to choose their right target.
Xiaohu was so close to forcing Jackie to flash there, but couldn't quite get beyond all of the members of Top Esports, and if I can credit Tarzan as well for getting down all of that damage despite the chunks that came on through, but it doesn't earn as much as they were hoping for. Soul is on the line in 20 seconds, Baron's up as well, and Top Esports say, well, we'd rather have the Baron, all you're getting is second dragon, so once again, you're forced to face check. Ash has still got Hawk shots though, so you have got some ways to face check at least.
You do, it can help. Crisp doesn't have that Warmogs yet.
No.
30 minutes into the game.
rough.
How bad does that feel? That's a huge advantage in some ways. It means that you're going to eat a lot of that poke. The dragon is going down very, very quickly. We're seeing more Safari League of Legends. Breed's going in.
Dracula. It's a shoot, but the arrow landed onto the Cream as well. That'll be danger onto the Corki, trying to stay alive, but they lose. The Camille, the damage back, just not there in time. Xiaohu is only here now. Infernal Soul claimed by Top Esports. And Weibo think they have the flank. They get both AD carry CC'd, and the damage just doesn't follow up. Fate sealed is only Xiaohu's own.
And they keep fighting on. 369 does burn down. Tarzan does have the damage. He's done 6,000 damage already, but it is not enough. Top Esports, they arrive at the objective first. Weibo once again plays Safari. And the wildlife comes to claw their throats out at the end of it. Mako can Warmogs his way back up towards this Baron. Top Esports, for those that were thinking this team had met their demise in recent weeks, you are maybe finding yourself sorely disappointed. They are here to play, and Weibo, despite their own level up in form, cannot match Top Esports here. Dragon gets burned down. Breathe is on the flank, but he is a flanker alone. The arrow hits one person and Breathe is doing damage, but the Stranglethorns is there. There are still multiple people doing damage, and the fact is that Top Esports just don't have they're just not threatened enough on the backline. Xiaohu is even spotted going over the wall here, and the all-out brings him back over. Xiaohu couldn't get to that fight in time. He didn't have that global. Weibo weren't there in time as a full unit to make this fight any closer.
You'd think it was a bit of a Britain's Cream. Throws out one much damage and just takes down Light alongside himself going down.
So it's going to be a kill onto one of the Baron buffs from Top Esports, and I think that's a shutdown, but taking down the Ashe, really not what Weibo would have wanted. It has been, again, a very scrappy game. Weibo have been eating the worst end of it. I feel like the carries of Top Esports, Tien, Cream, Jacula, are getting so much damage in the turnaround that it makes it really hard to make the most out of this. Tarzan pops out of a rush, a bit of a jump scare coming in from the zombie brand. It's a bit of a haunted house there. Still not enough to save his AD carry.
Turns out, Infernal Soul plus 4 items on Cork. He's quite low. It's only his first kill of the game, by the way, Cream. Still like, doing some damage, and Chris taking very low there, throws out the glacial fissure, and the backline goes Breathe, flash away from Jackie, might not be enough to save her life, but the Stranglethorns is absolutely ridiculous, and Jackie just stands and delivers with a little assistance from his team.
Top Esports have the gods of Peel on their side. 369 and Tien throw out their ultimates to save their AD carry. Can't quite get the damage. Again, Breathe diving too deep. You feel like they kind of have to go for the diving plays, but they're just getting laughed at by 369 and Tien not getting caught in the engage and managing to fire back with their own big Peel ultimates.
Oh, it's so huge. And a reminder to anybody who didn't watch JDG last year, Ruler was a god. But part of why he was a god was because he had 369 in the top lane, being the most incredible Peel top laner you have seen in your life. So good at the flanks, so good at using his skills to make sure his AD carry is unthreatened, unbothered, moisturized, and sitting in the mid lane.
And Xiaohu just tagged a little bit with that slow coming over. Cream is probably going to force an ult out of him if he sees him, but luckily Tarzan is around to protect him. Top Esports, they have stopped Weibo from going towards these side lanes at all. I feel like Weibo just in one or two key moments before this lead exploded couldn't quite execute on their fights. You would have imagined Breathe would have been able to take over the side lanes, maybe Xiaohu as well, but Top Esports have made the game about objectives. They've made the game about Weibo engaging too deep into their backline in these kind of hell for leather objective fights, and that has fits, and it has completely gone towards the style of Top Esports composition in this game. There is a flank teleport available. Top Esports might have overpushed in this one, but again, they have so many ultimates to peel for them. It's really hard for Weibo to get the damage down.
There's no to keep our eyes on this one. Inhibitor now about to be sieged. Will we see that teleport fold? I think Weibo just saying, look, we can't do this right now. We lose this fight, the game is over. And they decide against taking the risk.
Also, another big problem here as well is that when TN is pushing a lane for a long time, that passive spawns so many seeds, especially in late game. The cooldown goes an awful lot further down than early game. Means you just get so many plants. And those plants with 4 or 5 items are utterly disgusting. TN Strangle Thorns are one thing. The plants are doing a hell of a lot of damage for another thing too. Top Esports, they've taken mid inhib, they've taken bot inhib, they're going to take themselves the top inhib soon if that everything goes to plan. And sadly for Weibo, they don't have that flank teleport ward on the top side, which means that they don't have that same option available to them. Can you afford to get 3 inhibitors down? I don't think you can.
Looking for a Q3, can't find it as Mako tried to go in himself. The arrow hits onto the Leona, but it's not the clearest of targets. The arrow really has only caught Cream once or twice, and even then it's been hard to follow up. We haven't seen a combo between Xiaohu and Breed all coming together at once, and the bullet time in Trey puts Tarzan out of a 10% HP, has to flash away, tries to turn around with a Pillar of Flame, and a Pyroclasm still available. Fate sealed away from Xiaohu again. Breathe down into the GA, 369 flashing on out. Breathe tries to get one back at the end of it all, but already the peel is there for 369 this time, and he stays alive.
There is always another peel tool for Top Esports, and Weibo, they're throwing themselves, but they're just getting dashed against the rocks. 3 inhibs down, 369 teleporting in with a full HP bar. No Camille this time, Weibo falling.
Oh, bring him into the kitchen and smell the citrus. I've never seen more peeled vegetables and fruits in my life. Weibo Gaming chopped to pieces, and Top Esports clean up a phenomenal team fight game.
For those of you wondering whether Top Esports had met their demise in summer, you are sorely mistaken. Weibo blown away in this first game, and Top Esports showcasing that maybe it was just a case of schedule, a case of strong opponents. Weibo, they gave up a good fight, but they could not give up enough to challenge in that game, truly. Really felt like they were just beaten across all of these skirmishes. Weibo, despite their own uptick in form, could not walk away with that win. Game 1 goes to Top Esports, and folks, hello, welcome.
Hello.
It's been a long week. We're in our last day of our co-stream games of the LPL. I'm Namera, also known as Alex, and this is Sam, also known as Initialized. We're brothers, and we cast together, bringing to you the games which are not broadcast on the LPL English channel. There are 7 days of games here every single week for the LPL. And because there's a lot of games here on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we thought that we'd end up throwing those games on our co-stream instead and cast them more like the official English broadcast, so you don't get to miss out on that one. So we hope you're enjoying. Drop a follow, drop a prime. Myself and Sam's names are in the title as well, if you can follow us on our socials. Keep up to date with what we're doing with the LPL here and keep yourself abreast of LPL knowledge.
Exactly that. As we said, finishing up that spiel, it's a pleasure to get to cast with Alex. He's really good at this. I get to cast with my brother. It's pretty damn awesome, guys. But yeah, if you've got the ability to throw some support at us, it is super appreciated. Be that just a follow. If you've got the ability to sub to one or the other of us, again, that does mean a huge deal. Already, again, I've watched the follow account this year grow from nearly 2,000 to edging towards 7,000, mate. You're getting there. The following is getting there, and it is really awesome to have you all in here. Thanks for coming and watching the LPL with us, especially when we get to see cool games like this.
Yeah, and we're also streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so if you have if you have a preference, you can watch on there. We will upload the VODs as well onto Twitch and YouTube, and if you're particularly desperate for it, all of the past broadcasts are also completely available to sort through that. MVP for me,
Tien, right?
I think Tien had a great game. Tien was insane. He got such an individual advantage. His Strangle Thorns were great. He was a huge damage threat. Had some funny outplays as well. The damage was less than Tarzan, but Tien made the damage matter and the CC matter.
Yeah, I could maybe see an angle for someone like Jackie, because I think he survived so much as well. But, you know, it is what it is. Tarzan actually doing the most damage in the game. The problem is that damage was all done kind of as an individual rather than as part of a team play. And honestly, the moment that Tien ends up with 5 kills early, gets towards 2.5 items early, and they lose control of the Baron and don't get there in time and the Baron goes down, well, that's the danger of a fed Zyra early. I'm not going to lie.
I feel like the game was already at problem points before that, because Light missed a lot of key arrows, and also it led to the point where, because they failed on those skirmishes, which their team composition is meant to be really important for.
Sorry, no, keep going. I was just looking at the damage per gold numbers for Tarzan being absolutely nuts.
I have never seen that in my life. Jesus Christ, Tarzan. For those of you who are wondering whether Tarzan is washed or what kind of form he's on, yeah, watch these team fights. He was trying, even against Top Esports, one of the best team fighting teams in the world. Over 300% gold efficiency.
That is
like,
nuts.
Yeah, he was very far behind what TN had, but that's just brand gaming, man. Jesus, man.
Yeah, again, Alex having this really important spiel, and I just started burst out laughing. Like, what the hell are you doing, mate?
Honestly, I can't even remember what I was talking about. I think largely it was about, look, some key Ashe errors missed, and then also Weibo, when they messed up those skirmishes, which their team comp is meant to be favored in, it gave too much map movement for Top Esports. So they can get the jungle support ahead of the game. They could start locking Weibo out of these objective fights. Then Weibo had to go towards the objective fights, and they kind of like. This is the kind of game where a lot of people will start criticizing Breathe or Xiaohu for diving too deep, and it's like, well, they kind of have to and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not saying it was good, but I'm just saying it is a symptom. It's like, sometimes when a Nautilus goes 0 and 8, you're like, well, it's a Nautilus playing his role in a losing game. You got the losing Nautilus experience. This is the losing losing Yone and the losing Camille experience. You still have to dive into the enemy team. I think that the peel from 369 was absolutely absurd. And yeah, I mean, while things started off well in terms of Tarzan getting Breathe ahead, the big problem for me for Weibo is that they ended up leaving Breathe alone on a side lane to be on weak side. There were the teleporting from Xiaohu in bot lane where they both died in that 4v2 dive. That was where the game really kind of got out of hand for me.
And again, we saw incredible peel. TN and 369 in particular did such good work to prevent particularly Jackie Love from being taken out multiple times. This play notwithstanding, where the exit nearly went so wrong, the fact that TN picks up so many kills at the back end of this is absolutely ridiculous. If this had been a clean dive onto TN, if he hadn't picked up all of these kills, I do wonder whether we might be looking at a very different game state. But no, he walks away alive, he walks away with the dragon, he walks away with the ability to kind of help set up for Baron plays like this. And the game had been teetering towards Top Esports before this, but this was the moment where it was broken nearly irrevocably.
Yeah, I think that if you give over a Baron as a 1-3-1 team, you don't get to 1-3-1. And if you can't do anything but that, which Camille and Yone can kind of struggle with, things go pretty poorly after that point. This play was almost it. This play was almost it. But the problem is, you're going into a big play like this, and you don't catch TN. TN gets to put down the Stranglethorns, and your melee range divers then have to eat a ton of damage, and they get knocked up after this point. I think Tien's teamfight play was absolutely nuts.
Phenomenal. Imagine if Xiaohu was there as the arrow lands. If the Ashe gets to Hurricane Auto, everyone's stuck in the pit. That play looks so different, but Tien zones 3. Xiaohu isn't there on time because they don't have control of the map, and their options are always limited. They don't get the perfect scenarios to come in here, and Breathe goes at the right time, inverted commas, but it's the wrong time for the rest of the team, so it all goes that little bit wrong. And from that point, yes, Tarzan puts up ungodly numbers, especially considering his goal, but they were always playing from a difficult deficit, and these Stranglethorns made Breathe's life in particular absolute hell every time he went for the backline.
Hey folks, we're gonna go take ourselves a break. Sam, you get yourself a drink. Thanks for looking after the stream for that. Yeah, why not? Can you get myself something else? Oh great, I really appreciate it.
I can make that happen. I'll use the brew your own cups.
I mean, I've already used this, so you can use that.
Oh, yeah, I see. You've gone for the loose leaf.
I just tend to. I'm just like, I can't be bothered to use the tea strainer all the time. I just put the leaves in there. Like a man, Sam. Which I'm very good at doing in most days. I'm so manly. Okay, folks. We can take a bit of a break. Oh my god, my voice is really not that healthy today, folks. Okay, I'm going to play some Pokerogue. What I'm going to do is... So Sam's on this one anyway. I'm just going to save and quit this one. That's fine. So Sam can just run that again, that's okay, and then we'll go towards the run which I was on before this. Which is completely okay. Load game, where was I on? Because I was on... Which one was I on? Oh, he got the big... oh, he's got like the double shinies there. Nice, nice, nice. Who's the MVP? Yeah, Tian gets MVP. That's completely understandable for me. This guy was great. Guy was great. Let's get towards this again. Yeah, I need to start... Typically, my voice has been okay. I need to be a little careful though, for sure. For sure. Faux show. We can do this and incinerate the Flamigo. Flamigo's really good though. Maybe I should do a run with that at some point. I also need to get a fairy type at some point. Fairy types are really, really important for late game. Let's... oh yeah, we can do this. We didn't... Wait, I thought we'd leveled up this already. Huh. I thought I had an Ivysaur. What? Huh? Yeah, I thought I had an Ivysaur already. Weird. Okay. Fair play. Supersonic, no. What? Huh. Oh, we had the trainer battle as well. Weird. Rare candy, we can do that. Sure, why not? Poison powder is okay. Yeah, we can do that. Sleep powder, no. This is really nice though. Having sludge bomb for fairies is also really nice. Okay, cool. Yay. Yeah, I guess autosave didn't go off weirdly. Normally it does. It does it normally at every level. So. So we're gonna have. Let's switch out Ivysaur because it's double water. This is fine. Razor Leaf hits both. You can do this on that, I guess. Plop. Ow. That's fine, cool. Who's gonna win next time? I mean, top esports look like they're back in form, so probably them. But Weibo are also a good team. I'm not gonna, like, you know, completely write them off. Man, Sludge Bomb is a really nice ability. Sure, special attack, why not? Getting the trainer battle next anyway. So. Yeah, we are very, very happy with this. So you're gonna do, let's do Leech Seed because they bring out Durant next, don't they? That's good. Now we switch out to Vulpix. Let's do Tail Glow because they're gonna switch out. We do Tail Glow, we're gonna get a load of stats up from this. And then hopefully we get to then just mince them with this. Oh, you're faster than me? Oof. Oh, I die from this now, so that's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Okay. Yeah, losing Vulpix, we can 1-for-1, I guess. Payday is good. Yeah, we can do Payday. That's okay. It's fine. Yeah, that happens. Sucks. This is not looking fantastic. Oh. It avoided it, you piece of shit. Oh, I was like just gonna kill. Ow. This is not looking fantastic either. You piece of shit. I might need to restart this battle. I think I died of this, don't I? Oh, I avoided it? Let's go. Nice. Good poison bomb. Seed bomb's okay. So that's physical, isn't it? Special attack's better. 55. Yeah, so that crit's better, but this is just better, isn't it? Yeah, it's just better. I don't care about tackle. Why'd you learn tackle such a late level? What the fuck? This is a bit of a problem. Do you have any... Ow. It's not looking fantastic though. I think I just keep doing this, don't I? Yeah. Do we need ads? Yes, I need to run ads. Yep. I will run ads now. Nice, okay. Well, it's a pain. Do I get... Is this end of the level now, or does it go to 30? Mega Drain's better than Absorb, so we'll take that out. Maybe I should try doing a... Oh, we have like 20 eggs. Okay, wish me luck on eggs. What the fuck is that? What is that? Huh? What are you? What are you? Oh my god, is that Spiritomb? Jesus, okay, nice. Strength Sap's a really good move too. That... goes into basically an Archaeopteryx. Floaty Fall is apparently a really good move. Nice. Dudum Sparks. Magical Talk. What the hell's that? Hello, Stunfisk. I kind of like Stunfisk. It's a derpy little shit, but I like it. Yep. Hey, I like Solrock. Solrock's cool. Terrible nature, but yeah. Attack up. Ow, 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 ow. Fuck, fuck, fuck. That's really hot. Hey, I like Pinsir too. Isn't Pinsir? Pinsir's like one of the highest attack Pokemon in the game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Gooby goes into Goodra. Goodra's pretty okay.
Special defense, isn't it?
Really good special wall, yeah. Oh, that's good. We can definitely... Wait, did I do a real... I think I did a Lucario run already. I think I already did a Lucario run. Nice, nice. I like Heracross as well. Maybe I should do a Bug-type run at some point. Do like Scyther. I don't think I've done a Caesar run yet. I think, in fact, I actively avoided a Caesar run because I know how powerful it would be. Ooh, shiny. Nice. Bouffalant shiny. Let's go. Oh, this goes into Sinistcha or whatever. Poltergeist. It's like a Char ghost Pokemon.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. We'll get into drafting folks, so I'll just do the rest of the eggs. Oh, that goes into Gimmighoul. Oh, it's Gimmighoul goes into the other stuff. Nice. That's one of the like the Paradox Pokemon-ish thing. Egg move's nice. Egg. Weavel's not bad as well. You get a priority ice move with that one. Oh, that's a shiny. There you go. Get a Sazza Sneasel with shiny, isn't it? Isn't that shiny? No, it's not. Huh. I am surprised that's not a shiny. Weird. Get a map, and then we will go to the next one. We'll end that off, and then we will go into next camp. Okay, folks. Thanks for sticking with us. Go into game 2 shortly. Ads are off. Okay, right. What potentially could be our last game of the day. I mean, first game was a massive display of Peel talent from Tien and 369. Tien walked away with MVP, completely understandably so. Weibo go onto that blue side, and they failed at that 1-3-1 skirmish comp. Top East was they peeled too well. Weibo couldn't get the advantages they needed that. And we go into a game 2 wondering what Weibo can do more than that. They got a lot of their comfort picks. They managed to get Tarzan into lanes early. I think that Tien's early pathing still locked Tarzan out of doing as much as he could have done, which is insane given that he did 40,000 damage and had 300% gold efficiency across that game. Leona's banned, Ash is banned, Tristana is up, very importantly so. That champion should not be going through for free. That would have to be a first pick from Weibo. You can't give that over to Cream, so yeah, that pick coming through, that has to be a ban here from Top Esports, surely.
Yeah, it does feel that way, as it'd be very
difficult. Hang on. So we have some big problems here. So there's Rumble, there is Tristana, there is so much to play for.
Yeah.
All of the AP junglers. This is a draft where Top East was said, okay, let's overload the draft. We're going to ban out some more specific stuff, so the more generally powerful things are available for first and second picks. Weibo can only pick one of the power picks. Top Esports can maybe even respond with 2 of their own, and you can see Weibo, they're umming and ahhing. What do they lock in? They do go towards the Rumble.
It's been so strong, and it does feel like there isn't really an answer in lane to Rumble very freely, so very difficult to manage. The response may well be this Tristana, something the Cream has had a lot of success on, and does feel to be the more banned option out of the Corki-Tristana duo.
So, Top Esports, they're going to get Cream's Tristana from this? That's insane. Right? This is the dude which has been solo killing Faker, solo killing everyone on this pick. That is so bold. So, Xiaoqi's not going to get Lucian, which is one of his best champions. He might have to go towards the Yone, which wasn't great in that last game. He has shown improvement on it, but is it enough? You've also got that Sejuani, which has been a first pick priority for Tien in recent series as well. So, Weibo, God, they are really praying that Breathe can do some hard carrying here through a laning phase versus 369. I'd imagine 369 has to lock in, well, if you don't lock it on 3, it's going to be really hard for him to get any kind of value out of that pick. Weibo, though, this is now going to be an arms race. Can Breathe get far enough ahead in top lane to win the game before Cream does the same in mid lane?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something that we've got to keep our eyes on, generally speaking, because they have been so inconsistent have Weibo over the course. They've been looking better, and that game 1 they were competitive in the early game. The problem is on the other side, Top Esports, yes, they stumbled in a couple weeks, but that is a blip on what has been a very steady, successful journey for them across particularly summer, but they weren't exactly bad in spring either, guys. Come on now. And debating what to pick in the top side. 369, thinking about a Kennen, can certainly be a menace in the team fights, even if the laning phase against Rumble is still going to be hard, because Rumble's just tough to lane against in general.
Funnily enough, we have seen at different points in the past, Rumble be a counter to Kennen, and Kennen be a counter to Rumble. They're both magic damage from that top lane, so you don't have to look for it heavily elsewhere. We're expecting this Poppy to go into the jungle. It does bully out the Sejuani. In fact, we have seen Poppy's solo kill Sejuani at level 3. If you are... if you're in the right kind of position to get a wall stun and also cancel out that Q as well from Sejuani, you get the extra damage from the Steadfast Presence. So, Tarzan looking towards the, what I love to call, and you know, if you hear anyone else say this, remember I said it first, and I have a sense of pride about this, the full build Poppy. You hit level 3 and you play like a maniac to use that level 3 spike to just run across the map. That's how it played last year. It's still this chance to go towards that support role. Technically, as a flex, Top Esports, all of these champions are likely going to be in their expected roles as well. Kennen top, Sejuani jungle, Tristana mid. Very good comfort champions for Tien and Cream. I'm still quite worried about letting this Rumble go through, even though the Cannon can answer that Rumble. It feels like it is quite risky, especially now with the Poppy who can gank early too. It's not the best champion to gank that Cannon with. We can definitely have some value. No AD carries really locked in towards that bot lane though, so we are still conspicuously. The Ezreal is up and available. That can be very powerful. The Senna and the Kai'Sa, very, very powerful. Weirdly for Jackalov, I'm surprised they're banning it themselves, but they must be angling for that Ezreal now.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They will be certainly considering that as an option. It does feel like a very strong champion choice. And the Ezreal is a very comfortable champion for Jackie. The response, though, a very rapid Kalista Renata. Like they are playing through bot.
So what they are doing is level 3 Poppy, level 2, level 3 bot lane. Goomba stomp that bot lane. Now, you might need to go towards something more lane pressury like the Karma, weirdly, because you need to be able to contest these early levels to some extent. You know that your target has been put on this bot side. Breathe is likely not going to be on the strong side Rumble at this point. It's going to be Tarzan likely pathing towards bot side to start dumping down on this lane and try and make sure this Kalista Renata can snowball through the game. The Karma is here to give you some level 1 priority to make sure that the Kalista Renata doesn't get an easy push in and start diving you with that Poppy. If they can stop that wave crashing in by trimming it with the Mantra Q, getting some HP off, maybe they can survive the early look-in from the Poppy Kalista Renata. Not many teams play towards this. This to me is very heads up. It is a showcase of the flexibility of these players on the Rift from Top Esports with that last pick of the draft to try and dismantle the win condition from Weibo.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the other side as well. As what this does is it isolates the top lane 1v1, and that should be pretty scary if you're into a Rumble, because it means you're not going to have that jungle attention you sometimes need to stop Rumble from being as impressive a lane as he might otherwise be.
So, both of these teams picking out very different compositions from our first game of the series. It does feel like early game instead of those late game junglers with AP scalings are on the task here. Both Tarzan and Tien showcasing they can play, or at least draft towards both of them, see how much impact they can have. Tien walked away with MVP of game 1. Tarzan almost ended up having a team fight, a masterclass on that Brand 3 in that game 1, but it was not enough. Top Esports look to get themselves onto the board in series wins. They're in a situation where I don't think many people have expected it of them. On the other side, Weibo, they are trying to showcase that they are truly back, that we're seeing them on the upswing, but they will need to do a little bit more than to prove that against Top Esports here in the Ascension group.
Proved challenging indeed. Top Esports played their composition exceptionally well in game 1, though Weibo Gaming didn't go without a fight in the early game. It just became increasingly challenging to manage. A change in style, a change in strategy here, playing through a Kalista lane, isolating a Rumble lane. They've got the Poppy on, and we've got a potential level 1 shenanigans, so we'd love to listen to the Gyos. We may be forced to interrupt.
You just look down at the minimap and you can see that Weibo are not even stepping close to that. So it's like, yes, you're stacking up, but it is still the Ezreal Karma at level 1. They very well keep well away from that one.
For sure. Could be challenging indeed. You see exactly why Top Esports, though, are desperate to ensure they have some command of this lane, because if it does go wrong, and it might yet, it could get very, very ugly.
So, Weibo. Need to really see how Tarzan gets out onto the map. Need to see how Light and Chris play this early game. Weibo, their biggest strength with this composition is the level 3 Poppy, and then the Kalista Renata in their early few levels, getting a push and trying to get a huge kill combo. Now, Ezreal Karma can get good poke. What tends to rule in Ezreal Karma lane, for those of you who haven't seen it in the last few years, it used to be incredibly meta. You look for the level 1 Mantra Q onto hopefully 2 people. If you can get it onto the minions as well and multiple champions, very, very powerful. The slow also makes it easier to hit the Ezreal Q as well. Jackalov hits 1 onto Crisp there. If the poke starts to rack up, this bot lane starts to get pushed for free. As you can see, Mako and Jackalov already getting Light and Crisp off the wave. The Guardian comes through, but you can see that the minions are starting to get chunked down, and some XP was lost there by Light and Crisp.
It will be a bit of a difficult position here, that's for sure. And where the Poppy is going to be around shortly if they want to go for a level 2 gank. See whether that's the option. Jackie and Mako have managed to get that early shove, as you call that.
Needs to do a full quadrant. So Tarzan's not going to be here on the earliest timing. This is why the Karma was brought in. Because put it this way, if you put in a more defensive support, Kalista and Renata, they get control of that first wave, they get themselves a wave crash, and you can't play around that lane. So now the early levels from the Kalista and Renata are not coming through to be like a dive throw, which is typically what we see out of this duo, the BLGs of the world. Of course, we saw it from T1 a lot of the time too. This was the bread and butter of how to play through aggressive bot lanes. This is a good adaptation from Top Esports to make sure it's not the easiest way to play through it. And now Wave will need to find something else on the map. Tarzan's level 3. This is the full build Poppy. Full build Poppy is going towards top side right now. 369 doesn't have a ward in River. Tarzan might just hang about in this brush. Probably a flash out of 369 and much else.
Oh, try and get something but the flash to work on from that one, but flash blown, everything else working out okay.
So 369 blowing that flash. Tarzan coming back again though.
For that regank, he's just going to be here as 369 puts down the wall, but it could already be too late. Can't quite get in range at all just now. 369 though still being burnt down, and the slow is just enough. First blood to the Rumble.
So, we said the big trade-off for Weibo was you lock in that Rumble. Nothing is fair against Rumble right now. This champion just destroys lanes, whereas Top Esports get themselves the Tristana, which is, of course, very, very powerful for Cream, and which one could potentially pop off first. Cream on that Tristana is such a ticking time bomb, much like the champion itself. But Breathe getting that first kill might just be what they need. And Tarzan is going right again. Level 3, full build Poppy, back towards top side again. Maybe just Hex flashing over that wall. Breathe has the lane in a great spot.
Do just that. Chris pulled back by the handshake himself, doing some work there. Was forced to flash. Tarzan's back here again. We said they'd be looking bot lane instead. It's just punished the Kennen hours. Apparently gets shoved back. Doesn't have the flash. Slowed again by the hammer shock and Breathe. Misses the initial harpoon. Tien is here and Crisp and Light so very low.
So the level 3, they don't have a heal. They have the cleanse, the ignite. They're going to spot out Tien here. They will have that level 3, which means they have the bailout. Means it's not easy to get this.
Just dies before we can use it. Never mind. Light in danger now as well. That's that passive from Tien. Stacking on him, but will not be brought down. Kill in the bot lane for Top Esports.
Okay, so that's going to be a lot of XP taken away from that Kalista as well. And this is now, the win conditions which Weibo had was, okay, you have the Rumble who's going to outvalue her points, especially if they get ahead, but also you have the Kalista Renata, which is meant to snowball. The last pick, Karma, has dismantled that bot side win condition. Light is coming down. Chris will have himself the bailout this time. It will be off cooldown. Tien's coming down.
Well, they back away knowing it can get a bit ugly, but it's still another wave, pretty much. Lot 15 CS to 42 is huge for the side of Jackie.
Yeah, so 369 is going to get himself, like, at least a wave state, which is okay, salvageable over here. Tien is going to get in towards this bot side, though. And the problem is with this Poppy is that you end up hyper-ganking towards this top side, but you do lose value. You need to get a good amount of value on this Poppy to make sure that they are, you know, making use of that level 3 power spike, and it doesn't fall apart beyond that point. It is 1 kill in top side, but given that Top Esports got so much value out of that bot lane, I don't think it's enough right now.
Of course, we are still now looking at a bot lane, which is in a pretty interesting position. You've locked in a Kalista Renata. It's not gone well. I think it's fair to see 4 choices that have been made. You've then got your Rumble very far ahead of this Kennen, at least in terms of gold, but the Kennen's got the farm, but the Kalista has not.
Yeah, this is not even on this top side. So Weibo, this was one of the danger points of this composition. That again, I like to call it we like to call it the Luke Skywalker pick, which is the red 5, the last pick of the draft. Ends up being a bit of a proton torpedo into Weibo's draft. That Karma has really, really ruined the win conditions of Weibo's early game. They're going to have to scrap their way through it. This is going to be a level 6 Rumble coming down towards these grubs. You might see a fight right now coming through. Tien takes one of them, jumps backwards. Tarzan already used that W, which means it won't be available. Long cooldown of that first rank. Second one goes down. No fight coming just yet.
369 gets the slicing maelstrom down. Breathe. Chunk low, but not down quite yet. Tien may be forced to get out of the pit. Fails the flash over the wall. Doesn't have an ability to assault right now. And with the W there, means Tien is stuck in the pit and falls down.
One kill over to Weibo in this extended play to match that one on the top side earlier. It's still going to be 2 grubs to the side of Tien. I'm surprised that Weibo couldn't get themselves a cleaner fight around that, but Tien manages to get himself at least those 2 grubs before it goes down. The first ult of the game from Breathe gets himself something 2 kills on that Rumble. Now, Breathe, one of the new additions to this roster of Weibo, needs to prove that this investment was worthwhile. Tien flashes out of that wall stun. It's a really hard ability to flash out of, but he still ends up going down, so you kind of just waste the flash there.
Unfortunate there, perhaps you just give it on up, but still, they get the 2 grubs. You know, only trade for that kill. Of course, you've got to be a bit scared because Breathe is going to be absolutely terrifying here, as that's so much bot lane. It's still a problem though.
Yeah, Light has not had a fun time here. I almost wonder if they should have gone towards the lethality Kalista as soon as you see that Ezreal Karma locked in. I know that you can still get good press the attack traits, and I know that the Halo Blades build is worse and it's less good in terms of the opportunity getting nerfed to you, but like, this is the risk. You're now an on-hit Kalista with 0 gold. One of the things about Kalista, and one of the reasons why we've seen Kalista fall out of pro play at points, is that when you have to play the on-hit version of the Kalista, whether that was the old Blade Hurricane build in the past, or the Blade and the Terminus and Rage Blade build as it is currently, if you don't have the stats, you have to still go very low range and you can't dance away from everything. As it stands, they're getting ganked again.
Try and get some damage back as Crisp, chunked very low, nowhere really to go. He's got the bailout on top of him, so they just turn on to Light, who just about survives for a second or 2 longer. The bailout comes on through regardless, and Jackie gets both.
Masterclass from top esports bot lane. The draft has worked, the level 1 has worked, and the continuation to keep Light and Crisp down, keep pushing them under the waterline as it rises around them has worked out an absolute treat. And you know, Weibo, I think that Weibo have been on much better form than they were in groups. And I don't necessarily even think this is a... this series, it's one of those sad things where I feel like you look at the results of this and you say, oh, it's just Weibo back. Of course, they're much worse than top esports. Now, I do think they are worse than top esports, especially in this game that they're playing right now. I think they are still better than they were. Tarzan's going towards Cream, gets Buster shot away, can't quite flash into range to get that steadfast presence, tries to block that jump at the end of it. Now he's down a flash. Tarzan trying to play that again. The full build Poppy, the early game Poppy. You unlock all of your abilities, you go psycho across the map. Hasn't got enough value.
Not yet, at the very least, and it is proving so frustrating down here. Even with just 2 grubs, 4 plates about to fall. Get that last auto, you feel it's a guarantee, and there it is. Light hits another one of those, gets hit by another one of those Qs, the Mystic shots. Feeling pretty targeted this game.
So this is going to be the bot gang. I kind of wanted to replay that mid lane because it's really slick stuff from Cream. Maybe we'll get it afterwards. But I mean, they get themselves a point where they need to crash that wave. You can't not hit that wave. But then the problem is, because no one else is there to help them hit that wave, they end up getting slapped by a big gank here. And, you know, the bailouts onto the Renata, they don't have to focus them. They put the damage onto the Kalista instead. Crisp goes down. And sadly, this Kalista Renata is now down in a 2v2. More than 2,500 gold between the Ezreal and the Karma. That's just gone up to 3,500 gold lead as a 2v2 between both the Ezreal and the Karma.
It's so rough to see, and again, this was a lane that was drafted for Weibo game to get pressure and attack bot. Tarzan, understandably in some ways, decided, look, I'd rather go top lane after we didn't really find an angle early, but it's come at such an insane cost, and the value back just hasn't been there. Crisp walks over a ward, 369 is in danger, don't get me wrong, but how much value getting here all the while?
I really feel like this needs to work out. The ult comes through. That's a lot of damage onto Tarzan. It will be the kill. Crisp goes down.
No, not quite.
Not quite. Thought he would do. Tien has himself that ultimate. Can potentially look for a jump over the wall as Jackie and Mako are rotating topside, but no kill back. That is bare minimum for what Weibo need. Cream is still hitting the outer turret in mid lane, though, as this happens.
Tarzan is there, just allowing Xiaohu to get out of dodge for now. But Tien and Mako could look to go forwards here. shield on top speeds TN up briefly, but they won't pull the trigger. They're happy to give up that one kill.
See the cream
nearly here.
Over. Get the wall stun.
Jumps on in, gets the double knock up with the keeper's verdict, but Mako stays alive. Another turnaround damage begins to come on through. The hostile takeover is short. Not going to be useful. Tarzan dead to rights. Light stunned up. Goes down again this game. The bailout does not keep him alive. Crisp in danger. Goes down as well. Mako only falls now as Xiao, who has to Valkyrie forwards to get him. Grubs have spawned. Top esports are there. Jackie looks for a snipe that's not going to land anything because 369 is backing in the bush further down the lane. But Top esports gets so much more value.
Top esports take this bot lane advantage and it explodes onto the map. That 3,500 gold lead in the 2v2 before is now gone up to 4,000. There is a teleport ward for Weibo. Will they choose to pull the trigger? Xiaohu up now. He can teleport into that top side. There are members from Top esports on this top side though, so I don't really think they can commit very heavily to this one, despite the fact they would love to get a slap back. Top esports have just skirmished better. They have team fought better. And while I do think that Weibo have been playing better than they did, particularly in that group stage, here in the Rumble stage, they're amongst the they're in the big fishes. This is arguably the best team in the LPL. I think BLG have beaten them to that now with a comprehensive series victory over them just earlier this week. But Top esports are still Top esports. Tarzan is trying to get this early playmaking down, and you feel like they have to do this. They're already far enough down. They need to find a miracle play from somewhere. This isn't it, though. Chris doesn't get a great ultimate. He's in the wrong position. He tries to get an ultimate over the wall. Breathe also doesn't have his equalizer, too. You're trying to get these snappy early game plays without all of your big tools for it. It feels like Weibo have just been drawn into their own madness of this game. They're panicking a little bit because Top esports are beating them at their own game.
They are, and now into the mid lane we go. Jackie gets more plates. This mid lane turret under siege, no herald required, and that's before 40 minutes, so the value is huge. This gold lead is ballooning to monstrous proportions.
Oh my word, this is a snowball and a half. This is a snow boulder at this point. It just keeps rolling downhill, and Weibo don't have a great amount to stop it with. They're currently set in its path, and it's looking a little bit like an Indiana Jones movie as they try and run away from that one. Boulder at the Temple of Doom. This one has been yeah, you know, funnily enough, one of my favorite team compositions of all time, our favorite team composition of all time, get ready for this, folks, it is Rumble, Kiana, and then also Brawl. And it is Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom, as you just get all of these line strip skill shots as people try and run away from the boulder, which is the wombo combo.
It's pretty ridiculous, and we do love that. I miss Kiana.
I miss that.
She was so cool. Of course, very obnoxious at points of power, but I enjoyed watching particularly Kiana Jungle was, for TN in particular, an absolute menace to watch.
That was
Season 9 Worlds.
Oh, do you remember that era of Season 8, Season 9, when Conqueror was one of the most busted runes we'd ever seen,
strong.
and you had junglers who were stronger than solo laners because they could just like kill you at level 3, level 4. Like that was wild. That was wild. And I have to say, I am glad that junglers aren't at that point anymore, where they become actually the strongest person on the map and they become the main character for the entire game. That was a bit much, but I still feel like now they have some great ability to impact the game, particularly the AP junglers coming back. They can be those carry threats. The jungle diversity right now has been pretty good. We've seen Kindred, we've seen farming junglers, we still see Kanavi's Lee Sin, we see Sejuani in terms of tank junglers, an odd Maokai about the place. The jungle pool is pretty good. I will say the mid lane pool is
very limited,
kind of shit here for Mr. Mid Lane and myself over here. I miss my Ahri from Spring. At least we get some LeBlanc around the place, but you know, we are back towards Corki Tristana for the millionth time. Junglers get to have fun. I want to see a few more of those mid laners back.
369 potentially has a teleport angle here if he wants to come looking for this Herald. The observer's like, look, they can really look for this, and they know it's coming on in. Here come the rest of Top esports. Xiaohu backing away. The ultimate comes on through from Rumble, but already Poppy has been deleted. 369 with Flash could look for a slicing maelstrom. It's just not required. It doesn't even get involved with the kill. But they get out, they lose 2, and they're going to lose the Herald too.
Look, folks, if you're losing control of the map at 15 minutes and getting flank teleported on from within your own jungle, there is a huge issue. Top esports, you know, they've gotten every single objective on the map besides one grub. They're going to get themselves that Herald. That will almost certainly break open another turret, because I don't think Weibo have themselves the wave clear at this point. It is, I don't know, man. This ain't looking so great. The fact that Breathe finds his first death of the game, this whole draft was, can the Rumble get enough gold? Can the Rumble control the team fights? The answer has been no. Rumble is here. Breede's looking for a, you know, big ult at the start of this, but, you know, the front line of TN is so much stronger than the front line of Tarzan at this point. Cream dunks him, gets himself the reset, jumps over the red carpet, and it is a welcome party for him as Breathe goes down at that point. 2 very easy kills. The Herald going over. Weibo, you understand why they're looking for these big early game skirmishes, because I don't think it gets easier later into the game, but it is bit of a poor look in for them. As soon as they lost that bot lane, I think that things fell apart. I have to say now, on retrospect, whether Tarzan should have still tried to hardcore focus bot. When you have the Ezreal Karma, you have that Glycerin Ardor, it is obvious whoever gets there as a jungler first and gets to flip that lane is going to make a mess of things. JackeyLove and Mako win that level 1, Tien comes down first, and the game falls apart. I think trusting the Glycerin Ardor to survive against that lane is a bit of fool's hope.
Yeah, and doing it by itself when you drafted for influence from the jungle just hasn't happened. I feel like in some ways you had to trust Breathe to win the lane by himself, and in fairness, he's been a win condition in some ways. He's the only part of the team that is ahead, and it's still very scary. It's just look at the leads literally everywhere else. Even the look in mid lane was just hopped away from casually by Cream.
I mean, Cream's Tristana, this is one of the other things you gave up for this. The last pick of the Karma, I think, actually ends up winning the draft because it was incredible. I think that Mako's flexibility on display there, a man of 1,000 games plus, actually. Has completely ruined this game with the versatility. There is going to be an objective bounty. There's going to be a teleport. Tarzan here too.
Tarzan on a flank, could look to get onto someone's key. Forces Cream to flash away. The equalizer comes on through, but only really chunks out Mako. The heal comes on down and into the backline. The damage is huge. The Pokeball is summoned to try and keep the support alive.
This is 4v5.
There's no Kennen here.
And this is a 4v5. Top Esports end up winning out through that one. The wall stun didn't come through, and therefore the play falls apart. So close from Tarzan, but much like most of this game, it has been so close, but just far enough to fail. Tarzan hyper ganked that top lane early. 3-4 ganks chained together onto 369 has not been enough to open up a winning angle in this game. Top Esports have scrapped their way through into a dominant game. The Herald comes through, big amount of damage onto that turret. Look how close Tarzan is to getting this kill here. But Cream, he stands far enough away from the wall, so it's not going to be a good wall stun angle. Means that follow-up can't come through. Chris flies forwards and tries to get himself that handshake too, but Cream also buffers out of that one, and Cream manages to just run over that team fight. Again, Weibo, that was a lot of the remaining ammunition they had. They don't have those flashes and teleports now.
Was a limited chance anyway. Mako gets the root over the wall on the Tarzan, who's frozen up. The True Shot Barrage does so much damage at this point of the game. You can see the statistical analysis there. I think it might be a little higher than that. I'm not going to lie to you guys.
Yeah, but it's Top Esports piloting this composition. Yeah. It's a little bit higher than that, so turret also going to be forced in as well. Baron hasn't even spawned yet. This is how dominant it is. The Baron's not even spawned. Weibo, they're trying to get some objective bounties. They got one in the top lane outer turret. They get another one in the bot lane outer turret just now. That is something back, but it is not nearly enough. Top Esports, they have themselves the Sejuani ultimate coming up soon, Ooh. And that is going to be the Rumble ultimate used for wave clear at 18 minutes on the inhibitor turret. There's already an open mid lane inhibitor. Top Esports, they have turned the screws.
JackeyLove is nearly at 3 items, and he's gotten so fed so early, his Manamune hasn't transformed.
What?
He might get a 3rd item before his Manamune transforms.
I don't know exactly how much gold he has in pocket. He might genuinely get to that point. Big bong on turret, gets the extended blast of Pure Range as well. They don't have that Rumble equalizer now. The only gold on their team has gone to Breathe, and he can't even get himself that team-winning ultimate because he's using it for wave clear. Weibo have been outclassed, hugely so. No. And of course, now with that ultimate coming through, there is defender's advantage for Weibo where they can go through and regen from the base plate. But given how much poke has come through, it might not even save their inhibitors. JackeyLove is here, just whacking around that turret, misses the spell flux on this as well. Maybe he's trying to catch out light beyond that, but he has enough anyway beyond that point. One inhibitor fallen at 19.5 minutes, another one open beyond this point. There is a teleport from Breathe. He has a flash, but he might have been spotted.
Oh, he was on a control ward, so it's a known quantity, and Breathe with no Zhonya's. Really in a great position necessarily to full-on face tank. No Riftmaker or anything like that. They'll lose the Skull Crab here as well, and instead they just turn onto the Rumble, who flashes away. Does land that Electro Harpoon. Tarzan missing with the Keeper's Verdict. Could still prove a little bit problematic here as Cream steps on forwards. Remember, Kennen not here. Still, this is still a 4v4. Teleport now flying on through his shower. He's tugged out by that True Shot Barrage. Cream still alive, still healthy, still dangerous. Chris gets the bailout as Tarzan chunked out by a slicing Maelstrom. Light is snuffed, and Breathe falls as well, breathing his last. The inhibitors are exposed, Baron's alive, and they've got their choice of the litter in terms of what they go towards.
And not even the RNG Baron giving an extra wall stun opportunity for Tarzan can win that fight for Weibo. It is clean from them. Cream on his Tristana, showing exactly why you probably should have banned that one. They're going to go straight towards the Baron on spawn, bomb it down with the Tristana in that mid lane, who gets themselves that 3rd item. Weibo, they try themselves a last hurrah with that teleport coming in from Breathe. It just isn't the game-changing fight they need. Breathe is immediately focused down, and he has to flash away from the play. It's not the end of that play, but it does end up just putting Weibo into the defensive footwork again. I thought for a second the change towards the territorial Baron would have ended up giving an option there from Weibo. If that wall's going to come through, because of the change in the Baron pit, that could have ended up being one of the weirdest team fights I've ever seen, but it doesn't quite come through, and sadly for the side of Weibo, they just haven't got the gold. They don't have the damage, they don't have the CC, and they don't have the health plus.
That's exactly it, and it was always going to be difficult, but the leads that were garnered from the early game are just so unmanageable. 5 grubs, Soul Point coming on through. It feels like a game that is 10 minutes later than it is, purely off the lead. It's a 12,000 gold lead. It's only just gone 21 minutes.
I mean, they're getting more than 500 gold lead per minute. Mako's got himself a Mikhail's as well, so if a Wallstone does come through, if a big Renata ult does come through, that's a saving point as well. The Shirelia's helping you outpace a lot of this too. Weibo have very limited engage. They have a very slow Renata ult. You have nothing really to pin people into. The Equalizer too. It is a Wallstone and that is it, and that is so conditional. Weibo are going to be spotted in that brush there, and it means that top esports can start jumping forwards again. They have that Shirelia's. They have the Ezreal on the power spike. 2-man ultimate chunks out Weibo to about half HP on Xiao, and they just keep rolling forwards.
We love bites, but so does Jackie Love. Lord almighty, he's 3 items. It's only an item on light. He is a 1-item Callista. On the other side, Jackie is about to be able to 1v9 this as Cream gets jumped on by Tarzan, but gets to buffer over the wall. Still has Buster Shot available. Flashes out of the Equalizer. Does eventually go down, but all the while, their base is being broken apart.
And now you don't have the Equalizer either. If you have the Equalizer, you can look for a big AoE team fight. There are 3 Baroned up super minion waves. Weibo, you catch Cream, but at what cost?
Yeah, finally, I understand going for dessert first. The problem is you've got to deal with the meat of the matter. And that is Jackie Love. That is the rest of top esports who are quite happy to have a 3-course meal named Weibo Gaming. They have been feasting all game long, with the exception of poor old 3x69 who's been on a diet. But maybe, just maybe, he's allowed to have a little bit of something at the end as just a treat to end up this series. Top esports have taken no prisoners this game. No sign of remorse. They are back on board. Their first series win at the Rumble stage.
Top esports, maybe it was the schedule, maybe it was entering into the Rumble stage, but feels like whatever happened to their form before this point seems to be now a point of the past. Top esports, they lose against BLG, lose against LNG. Could they have lost against Weibo? They answer that as absolutely goddamn not. They stomped through this series.
I have not seen an early game snowball like that in a very, very long time. And again, we knew that bot lane would be volatile, but that is on another level.
Top esports, back in form, so it seemed. I really think that Tian had a fantastic series. I think that Jack 11 and Mako with that last game as well, through draft and through early game play, removed the win conditions from Weibo. I still think that Weibo are playing better than they have done in the group stage and through the Rumble stage. They've given me a lot to be hopeful for. They do find themselves now, though, I believe, at 2-2, all things said and done. They ended up beating JDG, and of course losing to now LNG and Top Esports. Weibo not quite there at the top of the table. We know that their potential is very, very high, but not high enough to take down Top Esports on this current form. Folks, hello, that was our last game of the day. I'm Nymera, also known as Alex. This is Sam, also known as Initialize. We're brothers, we cast together, and when LPL English does not broadcast Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, despite the game still happening, we use our co-stream rights to make sure we fill in the gap. We hope you've been enjoying it. Hope you enjoyed today as well. I'm going to stick around for the MVP.
That's it.
Sam's going to go stream afterwards as well, so thank you so much for joining me as well on this one. It's always a joy to get to cast with you, Sam. And,
cheers, guys.
Hope that you guys got to enjoy that as well. We're going to hang around for the MVP, and I'll just mill around in the background for a bit. Hope you've enjoyed it. We have been on Twitch and on YouTube. If you want to catch these games and you've missed any of the ones which were played earlier today, you can watch it here on the Twitch channel or the YouTube channel. It'll be under the live or under the past broadcast as well, which are both immediately available right now. I will be uploading the individual games as well, if that is useful to you, so you can keep an archive of these games so you can enjoy them at a point in the future.
For sure. I'm going to make a wild guess that Jackie Love gets MVP for this one.
Yeah, I think Jackie Love was insane. I think Jackie Love was insane. I think this guy was great. I think the fact that he kept walking away with that huge early game pressure was a huge winning point for them. So yeah, folks, stick around. We'll wait to find out who that MVP is, and then we'll get to then we'll go right over to Sam. He'll be What are you playing today, Sam? You just playing some solo queue?
Some league stuff just 'cause it's easier.
Cool.
I
All
want
right.
to play click holding at some point because that's come out as well, and that looks weird as fuck.
Click holding.
Have you not seen that? It's the guys who made.
That sounds a little bit close to cuck holding,
That's
Sam.
exactly what it is.
Oh, right.
But it's about a man with like you know the clickers for people going into like a venue or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just a dude in a chair telling you to click that.
What? That is so weird.
It's from the
Okay.
guys who made
Right.
like the horror kidnapping Save the World simulator.
That is so weird. What?
And an airport for aliens run by dogs.
That is so weird. Oh god, I need to rest my voice after this too. I've got a podcast later as well. Oh yeah, by the way, folks, I'll say this as well. So, if you are someone who is interested also within LEC and LCK, as we see some of these post-game stats, there are podcasts which I do every week. So there is a podcast on the LEC which is called EuroLeague, and there's a podcast on the LCK called The Complaints Truck. We just released a Complaints Truck episode yesterday, and LEC EuroLeague should be out tomorrow because we're recording that today as well. So if you are interested in that, go over to Rich's Wrath on YouTube, and you can find out from there. So yeah, hope you enjoy that one. God, I need to rest my voice. It's starting to break up a little bit. Oh, I don't think I'm casting tomorrow. I think I'm casting Friday and Sunday. God. I should also play some Poker Rogue before we get that MVP through as well. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna go get some Poker Rogue for now. We'll get through onto the MVP just after that point. No, I will not switch. Get sludge bombed. Get sludged. I need to. Yes, I do need a. Yes, I do need that for the podcast. You're absolutely right. Snarl is not awful. Dark type move. Oh, I should really get. I don't have enough for revive. Yeah, let's get that onto Vulpix just so we can keep getting that through. No, this is fine. Get sludge bombed, idiot. Sludge bomb is very nice. Poison type moves are very nice. Revive Seed is very nice. Get sludge bombed, idiot. Protect's okay. I think I prefer this. I think I prefer Withdraw though. That's okay. I don't care about Confused Ray. All I need to do is get a better fire type move for her. Cross Pledge. When used with its water equivalent. Huh. What does that mean? Hang on, how does that work? How the heck does that work? Does anyone know how Grass Pledge and Water Pledge work? What does that mean? I actually don't know how that works. Okay. Used in the same turn. Wow, okay, so you need to use both in the same turn. Well, I don't have anyone who's really going to be using that, so that's not... it's meh. I mean, what kind of power is it? 80? It's not bad all the same, but... What moves do you got right now? You already have Seed Bomb. I mean, your special attack is better than your other thing. It's still probably better than that, thinking about it, but I don't need it. I don't need it right now. Sure, whatever. We need many commands. You are absolutely right. Yes, we do. Oh, I should have changed Pokemon. Get us through to the MVP soon, hopefully. And Nugget is good. Oh shit! It's a gym leader. This could be a bit of a problem. No, this is okay. We're okay. Nice. Oh, that's not even super effective. What the fuck? Let's Leech Seed that. I swear to God, man. Okay, whatever. We'll do better than that. Get the MVP now. Yeah, Jackalope gets it. 6-0 and 6. Awesome, cool. Right, folks, I'm going to raid you over to Sam. Oh, Sam's not online just yet? Okay, cool. So you can get over there. So he's going to be playing some League of Legends. And I'm going to go rest my voice. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. And if you're on YouTube as well, thank you for watching over there. Thank you for supporting us again. Drop a follow, drop a sub. And it helps us keep doing what we're doing, helps us pay rent, helps us use this time well. And thank you for the mods. Thank you for everyone who stopped by. Hope you enjoy yourselves. Goodbye.